Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So we have a lot going on today. Let me tell you what, there's a lot going on today. Um, I'm gonna have to like just combine all my streams together because there's no way I'm gonna do like 6 streams in one day. I have lots of news. Let's go over some of this news real quick. So, first off, let me use my TheoryCraft page here. So first off, we have Gamescon, which a lot of people are potentially anticipating a lot of interesting stuff. Borderlands 4 trailer was already apparently released, by the way. But there's also Metroid Prime 4. People are also looking forward to potentially a information burst for Diablo 4 expansion. There's also Silksong news, if they have anything coming out there, and potentially any other interesting games that might be coming out for Gamescom. We also have Diablo 4 Public Test Realm, which is still going on. So Diablo 4 PTR is obviously still going on, and we're going to be doing some more testing. And then later today, we have the PoE 2 reveal trailer, which I believe takes place at 4 p.m. EST. So we still have quite some time until then. In fact, it'd probably be a good idea if I put like a timer up for that so people were, aware. Or actually, you know what? I can just co-opt. I could just co-opt this. So PoE at 4 p.m. EST. I'll just co-opt that. That's coming up too, so we're going to be taking a look at all the PoE2 information as soon as that becomes available. Also on the ARG front, I actually managed to make some progress. So for those of you who've been following the augmented reality game that we have been doing, we actually came across a way to potentially break the cipher on some of these weird coded messages. So we've been doing this ARG. For those of you guys who don't know, it's kind of a fun little thing to do in the spare time. It has to do with this right here, which is actually a console that you can actually log into, which is really interesting. And finding various passwords, you can essentially start like hacking into the database. And there are these coded messages, like this one here, and these coded messages, this one here, and this one here. These are all coded messages. And for a while now, we haven't really been able to figure out exactly how to break that code. Now, they did provide us with a code cipher, but the code cipher doesn't really work. This is the code cipher. And I was trying to figure out exactly what this code cipher was, and I eventually did figure out what the code cipher actually was. It's apparently an old World War II cipher. It's called an ADF-GVX cipher. It's encryption decryption here, and you can see in this video, they go over the process of explaining how an ADFGVX cipher works. Now, this is like a 7-minute video, and I can link it for you guys if you're interested in potentially helping out with the cipher codes. This is something that we're working on in the background just for fun because it is a ARG. ARGs are extremely fun. Back when Diablo 2 had its ARG, we had a lot of fun cracking that one, and we've also done ARGs in other games as well, so wouldn't be the first time. For those of you who don't remember the ARG for Diablo 2, that was actually a whole thing. I can actually pull that video up as well. Let's see if I can find that real quick. It should be a live stream. Did I type a puzzle? Is that it when I did puzzle? Yeah, I did puzzle. So this is the original video for solving the puzzle. And we essentially went through the process of solving the puzzle with an Ottendorf cipher. So in that particular case, with the Diablo 2 puzzle, it was an Ottendorf cipher. With this one in particular, it is not an Ottendorf cipher. it is something else entirely. We actually did end up solving this whole puzzle for those of you who might be interested in looking at the original Diablo 2 puzzle. This was actually the Diablo 2 puzzle, and then we were able to basically translate out that it says, "The stones have spoken to me again, showing visions that only I can so easily see. How can the others be so ignorant to their cast me aside, will they? I shall not waste my breath on the savages. The crystals of the earth have predicted before. I know these visions tell us secret visions of the towering heart, the great one of all shattering into the 7 dark and 5 light remnants of the stone laying the foundation." It's basically a very interesting, like, Diablo 2 sort of like, almost like poem. And it kind of like goes through the history of like Diablo 2. It's very interesting. For anybody who's interested in messing around with the original cipher, that's the link to the original cipher right there. But this one is a different cipher. And we could definitely use some help trying to crack it. So how does this cipher work? This one's very simple. So basically the 80F GVX cipher is where you basically take a plain text and you say something like, "Hi mom, I love you." You write it down and then you finish it off with A, B, C, D, and you don't repeat any letters, and then you put 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the end. You usually use a column key, and with the combination of the two, you can essentially take a message, encode it, and then you use the cipher column key to basically like encode it even further so that you can send this over like airwaves. You can watch the entire video if you want to check it out. It's something that is definitely been
welcome to
piquing
this
my
proof of
interest.
concept video.
And I've actually using this. I've already managed to apparently kind of like brute force one of them. Apparently, it said the current date is August 25. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but it's very interesting. There's 2 more that apparently we need to crack, and I'm not even sure if I potentially cracked this one correctly, so I'll have to go through the process of trying to recrack it. This is really interesting. We're trying to hack into basically this account, Heather's account on this. So in this particular case, this one is Heather's account right here. And we're trying to like decode these so we can try and get into Heather's account. This is apparently a picture of Heather's desk. Now, the interesting thing about these 80F GVX ciphers is that they use a key phrase, and the key phrase can be anything. It can be like gear or key or, like candy or rubber band. Like, so I was actually thinking that the reason why they included this picture of the drawer is that maybe something in here is actually the key to the cipher, which could be interesting. Let's hop into some Diablo 4 today. And then, of course, when the PoE 2 reveal goes live, we're going to be hopping into that. I'm also going to keep my eye on Gamescom and see if there's anything pops up for Diablo 4. I don't really have it like 100% in view, though. So if it does pop up on the screen and I miss it, we'll rewind and we'll watch it. I'm interested to see if they come up with anything for Diablo 4 as well. I did look through because it's been on for like an hour or two. I did look through and I didn't see anything for Diablo 4 so far. Some interesting looking games. 2025. We're almost in 2026, guys. It's already moving toward 2026. Apparently, Silksong is going to be coming out this year. Apparently, there was a confirmation that it's going to be coming out this year. It's crazy. And then the Metroid Prime game, I think, is coming out this year, too. It's kind of nuts. We gamers are eating good this year. We're eating good. We're eating real good. We're going to be fat. Like this little squirrel right here. He said, "Don't want your stinky scratches. Get out my face." All right, let me hop into Discord just in case anybody else is testing today. Hey, what's up, Leon? Leona. Give me my mouse. Public test realm. Play. D2R Season 12. Now, they usually don't announce the Diablo 2 seasons until like long after they should actually have announced the season. It'll be like 2 days till it's the new season. They'll be like, oh yeah, new season's tomorrow. And you're like, wait, what? Yeah, new season's tomorrow. Like, could use a little bit more warning than new seasons tomorrow. That doesn't seem very polite at all. I haven't done a rogue yet. Let's start with a rogue today. I want to play around with that that imbuement thing. There's like a random imbuement on the basic attack or something, which seems kind of interesting. It's one of the new seasonal powers, is it basically lets you do like a random imbuement.
Never gonna get you.
Never gonna let you down. Always gonna punch you right in your brown eye. What? Oh, sorry. Did you see we figured out the cipher for the Heather password?
Yeah, I was seeing that.
We just need to crack the codes now. Now that we know the cipher, it's just a matter of time. I need to transcribe the code data into into a writing, so I can like pump it into an AI. Apparently, there is a known method that was developed by a specific person. Hold on. ADF GVX cipher was broken by George Panvin. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Apparently in 1918 he was able to break the cipher. He was a crypto analyst, Lieutenant Georges Panvin. And that was in 1918. Apparently he wrote like a whole process on how he was able to crack the code. And it's pretty much just a matter of like running it through a system at that point. I just have to like give some crib notes and write it down and feed it into the machine so that the machine can crack the cipher. He's French. I think that explains why I can't pronounce his name. French crypto analyst.
Gregory.
Yeah. How did you know it was Gregory? How did you know? I'm gonna try out Rogue today. Let's give Rogue a try. I'm gonna play around with some basic stuff. Like I've always wanted to do like a basic ranged build, but I never could make it work because you couldn't actually do like the imbuements and then like I don't know, it just didn't really like function properly. But I guess now that I can do the seasonal power with a random imbuement, where's that at? Imbuements flow wildly, imbuing every basic skill cast with random imbuement damage, and imbuement skills deal 20% times increase. So we're gonna build around that. Unpredictable alchemy. You no longer passively generate energy, but you do gain the following. Rapid fire projectiles to cast twice, penetrating shot projectiles to cast twice, chance for barrage projectiles to cast twice, chance for flurry to deal double damage, and chance for twisting blades to hit twice. That's kind of interesting as well. That sounds like that could be fun with a basic build. Like, because if you're not really worried about energy, right? So, like, you could just dump every now and then. You could just use it as your dump. And then you get like free double shots on like whatever it is you're using to get your dump to dump with. Not really sure how much damage you would get with it though if you're running like full basic damage modifier. Your stun grenades.
Yeah, it's a weird stat. It's a weird power. Because
I mean,
Rogue has access to a lot of easy ways to get double casts. Like a lot of their unique bows have it, like all marksman skills, for example. Like it's not very hard for a rogue to do what that power gives already. It's very weird that that's a power.
I guess it would make it easier to do like 2 core skills though, right?
Yeah, which is what I did on the Sorc, and I feel like this season, it's built around doing like multiple basics, multiple cores. Like, there's a lot you can do because it's very easy, like to get the double cast on multiple abilities this season with stuff like that, and with just having like those crazy uniques as a pair of pants. So I think like the charge bolt thing, I had like 93% with a double masterwork on my pair of pants. And so then my weapons had ball lightning. I did.
Man, I've been like spazzing out lately, I swear. I think my brain's broken.
Oh, old age will do that.
No, I think just my ADHD is getting worse. Man, which basic do I actually want to play with? Heartseeker or Forceful Arrow? Heartseeker's the guided arrow, right? And
I think so, yeah. I like Heartseeker.
It also has a ricochet. That seems like it could be pretty good for a basic. Let me see what the ricochet looks like. I go outside of town and just like fire the bow off randomly. Yeah, I kind of like that. That's pretty neat. Especially the way that it automatically like locks in on targets. That's pretty cool. So
You can use the Orphan Baker.
yeah, probably.
Baker's
the
cool.
Orphan Baker? Why are we baking orphans?
The Orphan Maker.
Oh, I thought we were baking orphans. Okay,
No, don't bake.
But that well, that's how you make them though. You gotta bake them to make them. How else do you think they're made? Okay, you gotta put them in the oven. Put them in the oven and mark them with a B. Dude, I was half tempted to do like multiple streams today, and I was just like, no, thank you. I was like, okay, I'm not doing this. I was like, this is stupid. I was like, there's like 17 things going on today. Like, I'm not doing multiple streams. Like, we'll just kind of, I'm just gonna shove them all together in like one stream, and people can just suck it. That's right. If you want to be here for the PoE 2 reveal, you got to be here for the PTR. And if you want to be here for the PTR, you're going to be here for the the PoE 2 reveal. And if you want to be here for Gamescon, then you can just go watch Gamescon by yourself because that's kind of small and you can't really see anything. But I mean, technically it's there, so we can see if anything pops up.
You can't leave, by the way.
Yeah, you can't leave. You're locked. You're locked in here now. That's it. Stay for forever. Forever. Do not leave ever. I kind of want to try out Caltrops now that they fixed it. I mean, I don't think I want to build it for damage or anything, but I think because didn't they make it so you can like cast it anywhere now? It doesn't like make you jump backwards, and like they kind of took away a lot of the annoying like affixes from it, so it's not so poopy. Alright. So if we're going to do random imbuements, we probably want all the imbuement specs. I can't remember, did they actually fix like the cold imbuement to actually do damage? Or is it still just chill enemies per hit? I don't know why they don't have the cold imbuement to actually like increase damage with points. Like I don't understand why it's just like, here, have a do jank, and you're like, oh, okay. What's up, Ice Grills? Am I gonna play the new Last Epoch season? No, no, I am not. No, no. Hate that game. That game was poopy. I don't even think hate is a strong enough word for that game. I need a stronger word. I need a word that shows feelings deep down inside my soul. I feel like Rain of Arrows is pretty much like mandatory for this, right? Like, because we're probably going to be using the one that gives us like ridiculous plus skills. For real, I hate it. Yeah, I think it's probably one of the worst ARPGs to come out in like modern times. It's like the definition of reinventing the wheel when the wheel didn't need to be reinvented, and then you reinvented it square. And you're like, bro, it's worse. Like, what did you do? It's literally worse. I should do like an entire like hate video just on Last Epoch and talk about how crappy it is, but it's been like 2 patches since I played, and I have no intention of going back. So I'm sure if I did a hate video, I'd be like, "Oh, bro, that's not how it is anymore, man. It's not that way anymore. They've changed it. It's different now. Like, oh yeah, they changed it completely now. It's a whole new game. It's a whole new game." You want to hear the reasons why and stuff? I can literally give it to you right now. Combat is boring. The monsters are boring. The end game is boring. Like the town boss is great, but the actual game itself has like no pop to it. It's got no pizzazz. It's got no jimmy jams. It's got no hot pants. Like there's nothing to it. Like it's like having a Ferrari but no road to drive it on. It's like having a monster truck but it's in the water. It's like having a boat, but it's on the land. Like it doesn't matter how good your theory crafting is. Like if you take your boat out and it's in the dirt, like where's it going? It's going nowhere. Like the combat feels weightless. The sounds feel awful. Like when I hit a monster, like I got a big mace, right? And I'm like, all right, let me get this mace. Oh, and let me see there. Yeah, let's go. Let me hit him with this mace. And I'm like, I go to hit him with the mace, and like the mace contacts, and it's like, wait, what? Why does it sound like a box of chiclets? Like, the sound effects that are there are, like, so horribly bad, and half the time they're not even lined up with the combat. Like, you hit the target, and, like, and it's like this. It's like, pop, pop. Like, even the sound effects that you do get are, like, off slightly on the actual combat, and it makes the combat feel terrible. Yeah, like hitting with noodles. Literally, like hitting with noodles. And don't even get me started on the monster types. The monster types are all boring. They've got like the same 5 or 6 monster types throughout the entire game, just about, unless you find a spider. I have never been happy to find a spider before. Boy, when I found a spider, you should have seen it. Like when I did the live stream, like I was playing for like hours, and like I kept fighting the same monsters over and over and over again. And I finally got to a spider, and I was like, "Oh my god, finally something different, a spider!" And I was excited to see the spider. I was like, "Yes, a spider!" Oh man, I can't believe I was excited to see a spider. I don't think Last Epoch is getting better, honestly. They already sold the game to another company. it's now under the possession of a completely different brand. Like whoever was working on it probably is not going to be working on it anymore. Like the fundamental engine is flawed underneath of everything, which I don't think they're going to be able to fix that. Like going to town and having all your loot disappear when you come back is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Can you imagine you go to kill a boss, right? And you're like, "Oh man, I'm full. Let me go back to town. I hope my mythic item doesn't disappear." And then you go back to town and you come back and all the items are gone and your mythic item is gone and you're just like, you go back to town and look in your stash because you know there's supposed to be like those neat little systems that sends your items to the stash. You know, if you miss an item, that's not in there either. Just doesn't exist anymore. They just you went to town and they deleted all your stuff. They're like, eh. They're like, he went to town. He doesn't care about those items. He went to town. Managed to push pit 69 on the corpse explosion necromancer. Nice. Oh yeah, we need this one. Oh, we need one in that one. We need this one, this one, this one. We need one there. Actually, let's get three in there. We need that, and we also want this, and then we want this, and then we also want this. Well, that leaves us with one whole point left to spend on something. We're in the money. We're in the money. Actually, we didn't get our ultimate. We probably, I was thinking about Rain of Arrows, and I'm not really entirely sure Rain of Arrows is the right option if we're trying to spam basics. The better option might be Shadow Clone. I think we still use the Rain of Arrows amulet, but I don't think we use Rain of Arrows for how the build functions. Let's see. Imbued skills gain a 3% increased critical strike chance. That's kind of nice. We don't really need this chance to stun. In fact, I think the chance to stun on the shadow would just interfere with the freezing chance, which I think we'd rather have the freezing over the stunning. And that would potentially cause the monsters to become immune, which we don't want. So I think that's probably a good thing to get rid of. Were there any buffs that help out Frozen Orb? I mean, yeah, you can use the amulet. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the amulet one of the chaos items?
Yep.
So you can use the
Yep.
amulet as like a pair of gloves now, and then you can have like another amulet, which is pretty powerful, actually. It's extremely powerful. Being able to use the amulet as a pair of gloves or like a pants or something like that, and then you can put another amulet in its place, so you can potentially use two god tier amulets, is definitely going to give you some pretty crazy bonuses. I mean, PTR is up today. 60 watt guy. You can download the PTR and you can hop in here and do some testing with us. I mean, that's certainly not like a bad thing to do. Testing is fun. Fun is testing.
You are fun. You are testing.
there's really no reason to put the imbuements on my like bar, as far as I can tell, right? Like because if I'm utilizing the random imbuements for the basic attack, then I'm always going to have the imbuements, so there's no reason for me to be hitting the imbuement buttons as far as I'm aware. Not
I
that
don't even
the
know what would happen if you rolled a shadow, but you pressed cold. Like I don't know if they fight each other. I don't even know what happens in that scenario.
well, you can't imbue basics anyway, right?
Sure, you can, right?
No, because
Yeah.
basics are not imbuable. That's the reason why there's like special ways to imbue them. But like, if you press a imbuement skill and you use, like rapid fire or penetrating shot or something, those are imbuable. They actually have the imbuable tag on the panel. But basic skills don't have the imbuable tag, which means they have to actually get the imbuable tag through some other means, which is what we're currently using, which is the current skill thing, or like if you're using the aspect with the puncture, or if you're using that one aspect that gives you like the cold imbue thing. And speaking of the cold imbue thing, do you think that would work in tandem with the other imbuements?
That's the question. Is like if every basic attack is cold imbued with that aspect, and then you roll another imbuement like shadow or something, do you get both, or does it like cancel one out?
I mean, we can always
That's a,
test it. That's an easy test right off the bat. Like I feel like we should just go ahead and take a uh, just take a random jank here. Let's just put it on something. So let's just do the cold imbuement. What is it called? Cold clip. This one also comes with you deal 40% times increased damage to chilled enemies as well, which is kind of nice. I think honestly, like there's an entire like build there with this as well. Because if you use cold imbuement and you max out the chilling, you'll probably freeze everything. What's my favorite class across the entire franchise? Um, I have like Diablo 2 is my favorite game, and like there's definitely like three classes in there that I really adore. It's the Amazon, the Paladin, and the Necromancer, all for different reasons. I love the Bosons. I've always loved playing bow characters, and I always loved the Paladin. The Paladin is such a very like masterful like melee character, and then I really love the summoning capability of the Necromancer. It's definitely something to behold. I'm not sure if it's helping or hurting, to be perfectly honest. Um, I mean, I see a damage over time effect on the target. I'm assuming that's the... Let me turn off the powers real quick. I don't know, I already took the time to choose these powers, but I think this erupting chaos does damage over time, and I think it might be messing with my results. Yeah, so there's no damage over time happening if I have the cold clip aspect equipped. So I think the cold clip aspect might actually be overriding the other two, which is unfortunate. So that might be a no-go. Let me try just grab some random legendaries here so I can put on a different bow. And then yeah, so immediately now the monster is poisoned, chilled. So you definitely don't want to use cold clip with this new aspect, or it overrides the other things. So that's one answer out of the way. Oh, there were times
it's
where
free, so
MMOs were my favorite games too, 60-watt guy. I mean, Leon was a big player of WoW, and I used to play Lord of the Rings Online, Final Fantasy 11. I did Final Fantasy 14 for a while. I did EVE Online for a while too. MMOs are addictive. I think ultimately, though, MMOs are just a dead end at this point because the companies are poopy. They're more interested in profit margins than they are in making a good game, if that makes any sense. And that's really the main issue, is that they don't really care about making a good game. All they really care about is like making more money. Where the old MMOs back in the day, like when they first came out, that's not how they were designed. They were designed, like to actually be a fun game. Like, and the people played it because it was a fun game, which is, that's a good thing, right? Like you're like, oh, people like this game because it's fun. Like, who would have thought? Who would have thunk it? Nowadays, they're just trying to like mess you. They're just trying to like steal your time. Is all they're trying to do. There's like no respect for your time anymore on MMOs. They're deliberately trying to waste as much of your time as they possibly can, which is unfortunate. Is there no skill balancing? Oh yeah, there was a lot of balancing. There was balancing. There's a lot of various little things that happened that changed a lot, way that a lot of this stuff works. They changed a lot of the aspects, and a lot of the changes that they made to the aspects are pretty crazy. They're actually kind of nuts. Hmm. I was just thinking, if I want to use Pain Gorger's Land, I might actually want to use Rain of Arrows. Because then I'll have an easy way to hit all the monsters. And I mean, I guess I could also use Caltrops. I guess it depends if Caltrops works. Because if Caltrops works, I can also just use that and spam that all the time. Which could also potentially be very effective. I could always, like, here, let me put on these Pain Gorgers real quick. And I will go test it. That way we can get the answer to that question right now, whether Caltrops will work. I like how you said it. Old MMOs, you logged in because you wanted to. New MMOs, you log in because they make you. You know that a lot of the stuff that they do in MMOs now, like, is pretty much banned in like other countries, like
Yeah.
daily login bonuses and things like reputation grinds that take like several months. Like a lot of that stuff is just completely like removed. Like you're not allowed to do that in other countries. Daily login bonuses is seen as a manipulative practice, and it is. It totally is a manipulative practice. Oh, log in for 30 days straight. Don't miss a day. Okay.
Basically, what happened when the business world took over games instead of gamers making games. Some guy with a spreadsheet was like, how do we get more users, activity? How do we get more login? How do we get more hours? How do we sell this to shareholders? Blah, blah, blah. Then we started taking a business approach.
Well, they used a metric and they tried to exploit the metric, which is what happens when you use a metric. Metrics are never good. A lot of people don't understand that. Like they've never understood that metrics are not something that you can actually use in a real world environment. Anytime that you have a metric to try and gauge the performance of something, like for instance with MMOs, what would be the metric in MMOs, do you think? Like number of daily users, concurrent users, or like hours played or something, right? Like once you make a metric like that and you're like, oh well, we need to, raise our hours played or something, or like hours logged in, then people start to exploit that and they start to like force people to log in various manners because they're trying to raise the metric. Every time a metric is used to gauge something, a metric always becomes exploitable in various ways, and then you end up with the metric meaning nothing. There was a case of this with a company. The company had a metric that they were using to gauge employee performance, and it was actually apparently like mouse movement or something on your monitor, and most of the people didn't know what it was. And so for a little while, because nobody knew what the metric was, like they were able to gauge the performance of who was actually busy and working and who wasn't. But as soon as they found out what the metric was, Do you know what they started doing? They started getting like a little like dildo vibrator and like taping it to the mouse so it'd be like this all over the screen all day long. Or they just started deliberately doing this and they got like auto clickers and they got like various things. The moral of the story is that if you have a metric that you're using to gauge performance and somebody finds out what your metric is, they will exploit the metric. And with MMOs, the metric became like, how do we get people to log in? How do we force people to come in? How do we get more concurrent users? How do we get them to all log in at the same time? How do we force them to play for hours and hours and hours? How do we get them to stay subscribed for a year, 2 years, 3 years? And instead of making a fun game that was actually interesting to play, they started the same exact thing that the company was doing, where they were, instead of working, they were just moving the mouse around the screen. Like, they were raising their metric, but the metric didn't mean anything anymore because they were just trying to exploit the metric. And so the old MMOs were fun, and the new MMOs are just not. They're boring. They're deliberately trying to waste your time. And the worst part is like, at least back in the day, like if you were trying to waste time on an MMO, it was your choice. Now it's like they're trying to force you to waste time. It reminds me of that. Like I read this article about in Japan, they don't like to fire people because they don't want their company to have a bad record for letting people go. Apparently, it's like a very taboo thing to have a bad record for letting, firing people at a company. And so apparently, what they do is instead of firing people, they will just simply do what's called window you. And what they will do is they will not give you any work anymore. They set you in an office with a window, and they basically tell you to do nothing all day long. And you might be like, "Oh, well, they're still gonna pay me," and you're like, "Yeah, they're still gonna pay you," and you can't do anything all day long. They're literally going to tell you that you are in this room, and what we want you to do is nothing. Can I read a book? No. Can I play a video game? No. Can I draw? No. Can I write? No. What they said, we're paying you, and what you're going to do is you're going to sit in this room and you're just going to look out the window. And that's all you can do all day long for your whole 8-hour shift. And they do this to drive people crazy so that they'll quit on their own. Because they don't want to have a firing on their company's record. So they would rather sit you in a room and drive you crazy than actually fire you. And that's literally what the MMOs started doing. Like, instead of actually making a fun game that you could play, they literally would rather just like sit you in a room and like pay you to sit in a room rather than actually like have fun content to do. Yeah, you can't use your phone, you can't use your computer, you can't do anything. This is the real thing. Like, there's an article on it on the web if you want to read up on it. Like, Japanese windower firing system. Uh, mm, 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 mm. See if I can find the article. There was an article on it I read just earlier. A banishment room. It literally says a banishment room. Also called a chasing out room or boredom room in English, is a modern employee exit management strategy whereby employers are transferred to another department where they are assigned meaningless work until they become disheartened and resign. It says, at Jank says banishment room. Dude, I did not expect a banishment room. Anyway, you can read an article on it here if you want to. Banishment room, that's great. Okay, we tested the pain gorgers. Alright, what do we need now? We need that new unique. Does that new unique bow go on one of the chaos pieces, or is it just a or is it just a regular schmegula? A regular schmegula, big. I should probably use a Kirishira's can jar with this build, but I don't know if there's like a better Ashira. The Orphan Maker. That's such a horrible name for a bow. So how does the Orphan Maker work anyway? You said you were playing with the reload mechanic, weren't you?
Yep. I was cycling between two skills while it reloaded. I was using it with combo points.
Oh, so you gotta kind of like go back and forth between two skills.
I mean, unless you just want to wait, you can spam the same skill, but it's not like it's more about creating big damage rather than fast damage. Like, you don't actually have to use it too. You get it as a chaos unique if you want. You don't have to. You can have a regular legendary. You can have a different unique. I had like 3 unique bow crossbow items in my build because I had Sky Hunter, Eaglehorn, and that all at once.
What will it be?
Your mama ate today's poll. Oh yeah, I did forget to do a poll. Thanks for reminding me. Unlike yesterday, nobody reminded me until like it was like 9 hours into my stream, and somebody's like, "Hey, you don't have a poll up," and I'm like, "Oh, thanks." It's like 9 hours into my stream. That really helps. There you go. Poll is up. Congratulations. You guys reminded me on time. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little doojanks, 4 little, 5 little, 6 little doojanks. Everybody's got a couple of doojanks. Early in the doojank. These chaos items are such inventory hogs. Like, I hope to God for our sanity that they are not easy to come by. Because can you imagine holding on to, like, an infinite sea of chaos items?
It's coming.
I'm running. I'm running. So I have a guilty pleasure game that I play offline. I mean, Diablo 2 is my guilty pleasure game. That's the added benefit of being a streamer that gets to play the game he actually enjoys. I mean, I don't think, like, you'll ever really see me play a game that I don't enjoy playing. I hate to say it, but I don't do that. If I don't enjoy playing the game, you're not going to see me playing it. So definitely not Last Epoch. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll give a game a try. Like, I'll always give a game a try. I gave Last Epoch 4 tries, to be precise. Four separate tries. 3 of them were on stream. I did not like it any time I played that game. Not a single one time. I felt like I was forcing myself to play that game. Forcing myself to play. I forced myself. I mean, it was really a community thing. Like, everybody came in and everybody would ask all the time. They're like, when you gonna play Last Epoch? When you gonna play Last Epoch? When you gonna play that Epoch? Well, I played it and I hated it. It's not always the case. Sometimes the community recommends good games. Like, Grim Dawn was a fun game. I enjoyed Grim Dawn. I thought that was a good game. I think I like Titan Quest 2 more. I really don't want to spoil myself on Titan Quest 2 though right now because I feel like there's so much more that they're going to be adding in the future, and I don't like it's not like there's a ridiculously large amount of content there, right? Like we pretty much explored most of it, and I think Leon went a little bit further and leveled up his character to max level and stuff, but like there's really not there's really not a super large amount of content there at the moment. It definitely would be nice if we had like a couple extra acts and maybe some different bosses and like continuation of the story and like maybe some other what are they called in that game? I can't remember. The things you actually choose to get access to your powers.
Masteries?
Is it masteries? Is that what they call them?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, masteries. If they had some more masteries, I think that would be good too.
Well, there's 2 more coming before launch of the full game, and I think another 2 in total. I think they plan on having at least 8, but I think 6 before launch. I forget exactly what they said. There was a recent video and a question and answer thing they did with a lot of info.
I mean, from what I was told, I don't remember Torchlight getting very many. Torchlight Infinite getting a lot of praise. I haven't played it myself though, so I can't really give you a good synopsis. All I can tell you is that like I specifically haven't heard nothing good about Torchlight Infinite. I mean, Torchlight 1 and 2 were created by, I think there was like 2 of the original Diablo 2 devs were on that team. It wasn't a very large number of the original devs. And you can definitely see the touches of the original Diablo team in there. But like, it's just not enough. Like, they were missing some people. Like, that's why I'm kind of really hopeful for Moonbeast, the Moonbeast game. Because there's like freaking like 7 or 8, or I think it's like 5 Diablo 2 devs, and then there's quite a few other devs in there as well that didn't work on Diablo 2 that also worked on some very interesting titles. I think we're going to see a very interesting game come out of the Moonbeast. But that's also like far away, unfortunately. The Moonbeast game is something that is going to be in its phases for a while. It's gonna be alpha and then beta and then, I mean, who knows, maybe they'll do like a, I mean, it seems to be a pretty popular thing among game companies to do early access, but personally I don't particularly like early access. Honestly though, if I had to give like my fair assessment of the Moonbeast game so far, it's it's further along than most early access games. I feel like it's got more to it than a lot of early access games do, which is hilarious because there's, according to them, is like barely anything done. It's just like in pre-alpha. Somebody, another game journalist said the same thing, and I kind of laughed because I was like, yeah, pretty much. They said, they said we've seen games that are in beta or like open beta that are less along than this game is. It's kind of funny when you think about it like that. I haven't seen anything for Diablo 4 up there in the Gamescon. I'm trying to pay attention. But I also got other things that I'm trying to do as well. Did my lights go off or did I never turn my lights on? No, I guess I never turned them on. Here's my remote. Bink. Or maybe they did turn off. They seem to be relatively sensitive to, like, radio frequencies, and I have noticed. Is that Kingdom Come Deliverance that they're showing off right now? Do they got a new Kingdom Come Deliverance patch? I think that's Kingdom Come Deliverance. We might have to play that if it's a KCD DLC. I actually really enjoyed Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
It's actually kind of nuts how the Necromancer can stack this main hand weapon damage multiple times.
Oh, you're talking about putting 2 shields on or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
I don't think
It's
putting
kind
2 shields on is better than putting a shield and a weapon on, though, is it?
well, I have a shield, weapon, and shield because of the pants or shield as well.
Ooh.
It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's basically just free damage. I don't know what they were thinking. I think every single necromancer will be using a lidless wall, either on their boots, pants, gloves, armor, or helmet, one or the other. It's a free 80% attack power bonus to like your entire character. It's stupid. It's almost like unyielding hits. It's very similar, except you don't even have to work for it. My major issue with Torchlight was I didn't really like the graphics. I don't know why these companies want to go with these like cartoony graphics, like halfway in between reality and like halfway in like I don't know. It's like I think the graphics of Torchlight was really what put me off. It reminded me too much of like World of Warcraft or something. Like it had a very World of Warcraft feel to it. And I think I just immediately pushed me right into the like I don't want to play this game. And that's not to say that it's a bad game, but like I mean it legitimately just looks like somebody went in and tried to do like a knockoff version of World of Warcraft. And I understand like World of Warcraft is popular and they have lots of players, and so there's like a thing there, and companies try to attract World of Warcraft players, but I don't know. Get your own art style. Like, stop trying to copy other people and get your own art style and do your own thing. Like, you're not gonna stand out as a copycat. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, you gotta have at least something of your own. If you don't have at least something of your own, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. So we need gear, and I just have no clue where to even start. I guess start marking out things. I don't think I'm using flicker step. Probably not beast fall boots. What's up, T Diet SJE? Do I make builds? Yeah, I always craft my own builds. We're gonna be doing a whole bunch of them today. And then we're also going to be doing the PoE 2 reveal, and we're also going to be doing Gamescon. There's supposedly a rumor that they're going to be doing the Diablo 4 expansion reveal on here, so whenever that pops up, we'll take a look at the Diablo 4 expansion reveal. Hang around, we got lots of stuff going on today, so should be crazy. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. I don't know if I want to do the Orphan Maker for this basic build. I want to fire fast.
Don't do it.
I want to fire fast and I want to fire good. I think that would make a really good dual core skill build. I think if you did like rapid fire and like penetrating shot, or like barrage and penetrating shot, I think that would make a really good like dual core build. Which we could also explore, but I'm trying to do the basic build right now. But the Orphan Maker definitely does seem like it would be a really good like double core skill build.
Really fit into the whole combo point system because it's like basic core, and it has that rotation.
Yeah, and then you can throw in Condemnation in there too, which they buffed up like crazy.
Yep.
So, I mean, that would be a huge buff for that build.
Like I was never seeing billions of damage from like a penetrating shot, and now I was hitting like 5 billion easily with that setup. I was like, oh, okay, this is actually a scalable build now that does damage.
I think Godslayer would work really good with a build like this.
Godslayer was always a good item, but it was just always outshined by the mythics. Godslayer is like the generic non-mythic version of like a Hero of Perdition kind of thing, and a Shaco combined. It's a great helm.
I mean, I'm looking at Word of a Con, and Word of a Con is +8 to imbuement skills, which is kind of insane. And it could potentially be masterworked higher. So like having a Word of a Con on with this imbuement build would be massive. At least I think so anyway. I think that's like lowbrow. But like maybe put like Word of a Con on like your boots or something. Yeah, okay, so I got one with 8 on a boot slot. That sounds good. So that's 60% increased damage to distant enemies. When did they add that? That's kind of crazy. And then what we would try and do is try and get those imbuement skills as high as possible. So we can try and see if we can roll it. I mean, the underlying goal would be to try and get the imbuement skills capped. So, like, I don't even know what they would go to. Unexpected. That's 10. See if we can get it to at least yellow. I think yellow is possible. So blue is a single, yellow is a double, and orange is a triple. Double is possible. Like, I've gotten double many times, like, with limited amounts of Obducite. It's really the triple that's the main issue. I think it really has to do with the fact that the, like, the first one is very cheap, and the second one is more expensive, and the third one requires, like, massive amounts of Obducite. And so, like, by the time you get to the third one, you know, it's costing you like a freaking butt ton of Obducite, and it's very difficult to reroll the third one repeatedly. But rerolling the first one until you get at least the blue, and then doing the second one to see if you get the yellow is probably the easiest way to do it, where you can still end up, you know, saving your sanity, essentially. So trying to go for at least a yellow on the Reign of Era boots. Unexpected. I mean, it should be pretty powerful, to be honest. I would assume at least +12, if not higher. That is worth the coin. Yeah, I think this is the season to try Circle of Arrows. I think the last 2 seasons were skips. Like, you could have skipped them, and I don't think you really would have missed much. I think this season is definitely not a skipper. This one's definitely a doer. This one's a gator done. That's what this one's gonna be, a gator done. There we go. Okay, so we got a yellow. So 14 imbuement skills. That's good. So that's plus 14 to all of the imbuement skills, which is insane. So we're sitting at 19, 19, and 19, which is just kind of just dirty whore insane. Um, and then I think we can get our imbuement skills higher, right? Because isn't there other items that have imbuement skills? I'm trying to remember like the unique items that have imbuement skills. I could have sworn there was like a couple of them, but I also remember them changing a bunch of them, so they could also have like had most of their skill stuff taken away. I don't know. I mean, obvious choice would be um, like Shaco for the plus skills there, so you can get like the +4 from Shaco, which isn't bad. Um, doesn't really matter. Let's just throw a Shaco on. I think that's a good choice, regardless, because you get another +4 skills on top of the 14, which brings us to 23 on all of the imbuements. So that's a pretty high amount of imbuement level. Can we get the imbuements any higher, though? That's the question. Shroud of False Death might also be a very strong contender for this build because we're using a lot of passives in the bonuses. So we have, you know, like um, the Frigid Finesse, the Chilling Weight. We have the Deadly Venom, the Debilitating Toxins, the Alchemical Advantage. Also the Shadow Crash and the Consuming Shadows, which that could give us at least 2. Why do we have 2? That seems bugged. I shouldn't be getting 2. It is. It's giving me 2. Why is it giving me 2? To everything. Is Shroud of False Death bugged? I'm getting +2 to all the passives instead of +1 to all the passives with Shroud of False Death.
That's kind of nuts.
That's ridiculous, actually. Yeah, okay. I still think that's probably the best, like, item there. I'm not sure about Frost Barons. I mean, I do get the attack speed and the multiplier for monsters, but it's only cold damage, and it doesn't really apply to the shadow or the other effect. So I don't think Frosties is a good choice. I do think Pain Gorgers could be an absolutely excellent choice, giving me plus the basic skills, which brings the Heartseeker up to level 16 or 15. Definitely could go higher. I mean, that still leaves the pant slot open for another Chaos piece of equipment. What the hell kind of underwear is that? Cover those up. Those are ugly. Those is ugly. Those are ugly underwears. I mean, if we're going to use Pain Gorgers, we should probably use Chaos Pain Gorgers because they have better damage output. So we're not going to be able to find them on our glove slot. They would be on the pant slot. Attack speed Pain Gorgers. Okay, and that leaves us with the glove slot. We still got to fill the bow slot. I wish we had one with the basic skill bonus. Losing access to those basic skills sucks. We do need a Shard of Erethiel.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Alright, let me go steal my Shard of Erethiel. I have like a halfway decent one. I spent like an hour yesterday farming. Took me forever. Boy, this boy is fast. He is fast. Fasty fast boy. Man, he's got some good Pain Gorger boots. But then again, I got those Word of a Con boots on, so I can't use those. Those are really nice, though. Maybe I could try and get some Word of a Con, like, other item instead. Struggling to get a new grip on ARPGs. I got my Spiritborn to level 60. Do I recommend any build that doesn't require a lot of unique items? I mean, unique items are pretty easy to farm. Is there a reason why you're having issues farming unique items? They come from essentially all the bosses, and it doesn't really take too much effort to get them. You can also just run like HellTides a lot of the times, and the unique items will pop out. I mean, when it comes to Spiritborn, there's like 100 different builds you can do. Like, what is it that you're trying to build on the Spiritborn? Are you trying to build a Thorns build? Are you trying to do a Tiger, a Gorilla? Are you trying to do a bird build? Are you trying to shoot feathers? I mean, there's hundreds of different ways that you could set up a character. I mean, I have like builds of my own that I played around with and messed with, but they're all very specific, and yeah, they do require uniques. No mythics required in them, but they do require unique items. Wuxie Nakpa, a lot of my builds are built around, which you'd have to farm pretty decent Wuxie Nakpa to get access to most of the really fun builds. There's some builds you can potentially do around the Mystic Circle, if you have the Mystic Circle aspect, where you basically build the Mystic Circle buffs. Man.
Father bless.
I mean, if you really want to learn about the Spiritborn, you could go back to my Season 6. Or was it Season 6? Is that Season 6? I don't even remember. I think it was Season 6, when the Spiritborn came out, and I literally did like 1,000 builds and tried out like every single Spiritborn skill and like messed around with all the stuff. And learned how that everything functioned. I mean, it was a lot of work. The Spiritborn's definitely one of those classes that you kind of have to have a vision of what it is you're trying to achieve. There's builds that work. I mean, they're okay, but they're not gonna like carry you through like pit 150s or anything. And then there's builds that are kind of like the mainstay of the character, like the Rod of Kepeleke builds, which is a unique item, and the Wuxie Nakpa builds, as well as the like Sepazantag builds. Like a lot of the builds usually require some kind of unique weapon. Hmm. It's not even a good Ashiro's Conjar. It's like a crappy one. You got a better one than that. If I'm even going to use that. I mean, these Pain Gorgers are pretty amazing, but I also like my 14 imbuements. What are the Word of a Con pants that I have? not imbuements. Hmm. Kind of feel like I should put the Word of a Con on the maybe the glove slot instead. If I put it on the glove slot instead, take the pain gorgers off the pants, put the pain gorger boots on, let it open up the pants slot for plus basic skills, which would probably be better. We'll just have to re-roll the math, the +2 on the gloves. It's hard to turn down the plus the skills on both items. They're just crazy plus the skill bonuses. 14 ranks is a lot of ranks of imbuements. Like that's kind of ridiculous for a character that's built around imbuements.
I'm carrying too much.
Alright, so that opens us up for pants. Those are decent pants. We need a good amulet. That's an okay amulet. That is not a good ring. It's a decent dagger. What if I wouldn't want a sword instead of a dagger? For that crit. No, that's a really nice dagger. Let's use that. That's a very nice. That's a very nice indeed. Wow, triple greater affix. Ring. It's kind of neat. Alright, so that fills out the character. We actually have some gear on. Amulet's okay. It's not like the worst thing in the world. It's not the most amazing thing in the world.
No witchcraft.
Okay, so aspects.
Honest.
There's a lot of fun aspects that we can potentially use, but I think, if I remember correctly, there's an imbuement one.
My game's broken.
What is it called? Your imbuements have effects have a 60% times increased potency. Aspect of corruption. Yeah, and you put that on the bow, that's 120% times increase. That's crazy. And we could also, if we're going to use Shadow Clone, I think we imitate an imbuement is powerful, because then the Shadow Clone will imitate our imbuements, giving us essentially like double damage. I think adaptability on the amulet. Dying.
Travel.
ability. And then I think we also want Moonrise. And then we still get one more offensive aspect. Now, there is that one shadow one, which is really nice. I'm not really sure if going with a specific one is a good idea. Maybe elements is better, but enemies infected by shadow imbuement take 70% of its damage every second. Shadow imbuement deals 70% times increased damage. That one's actually really good, and it turns shadow imbuement into less of a like on kill effect and more of a actual like steady damage. Runes. Okay. Socket everything.
Come and see.
Socket you. What do you want when you get what you need? Where do you go when you have no feet? You don't go anywhere. Doonka, doonka, doonka dee doo. We need some music, yes we do. Doonka, doonka, doonka dee dee. Come on down and you can see. Do I even have a pull-in? Probably a good idea to add a pull-in.
I carry the best. Shouts of the heavens.
Just gotta change the difficulty so I can see how terrible my resistances and armor are. Oof, look at that armor. That armor's terrible. Alright, we need to roll some doohickeys, yeah. So first off, we need Heartseeker. Chance for Heartseeker to cast twice. That's like our main thing. Okay. I can't remember what the scaling modifier was for Alchemist Advantage, or did they take it away? Non-physical damage. 2 different types of non-physical damage increases your potency of your movement skills by 100% times, and non-physical damage by 50% times. So it multiplies your non-physical damage?
Oh yeah, that.
So I should probably go with a like fire or poison or shadow or cold or something on the elemental finesse. There's no like generic non-physical damage, is there? No.
Probably night because your implements are those three. So any one of those would increase your damage.
Yep. Doesn't matter which one.
Does Cult Leader work if you sacrifice all the minions?
I mean, I would assume that it would work if you had minions. Do you have any minions?
No.
Do you have anything marked as a summon skill?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Mortarcrux is a summon skill. It marks your corpse explosion as a summon skill. And there's like some other skills that can be marked as summon skills.
Unexpected. That there is worth the point.
Don't need the Heartseeker cast twice to be beefed up, because I'm pretty sure that, like, even just regularly maxed out, I'll be at 100%.
Not bad.
Yeah, because it's like 85.5 here and 45.7 there, so I'm definitely maxed out 100%. Okay. Just masterwork everything and let's see how it works. I don't have any Paragon right now, so this will be no Paragon points. Just test and see what the damage looks like with no Paragon.
That there is worth the point.
Not in town.
Still have the Doojanks put in. Okay, I'm missing one. Pretty sure it was just that one. Oh yeah, I forgot to rank them. I gotta rank them. Oh wow, if you rank up the rogue when it goes to 100%. That's kind of nuts. $3.9 million already with no Paragon points. That's kind of crazy.
Have enough energy. Time to do that.
Yeah, the Caltrops is a good way to keep everything marked with Pain Gorgers. Works pretty effectively. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Alright, let's do some minor re-rolling on the legendaries. And then build out the Paragon tree, see how high we can get the damage on this. I'm missing basic skills on the pants. I need basic skills. I can get that at least like 2 higher, maybe 3 higher. Actually, not basic skills, I want Heartseeker specifically. So we need to reroll Heartseeker. A 3 Heartseeker. Let's reroll the dodge chance. +1 to basic, that's better than nothing. +2 to basic. So now we're just shooting for the +3. Well, there was a +2, but that's no better than what we're using. I bet you Tyrael's is going to be a popular armor this season. All these crazy ways that you can add offensive damage. I just know it. Like, I don't need, nobody needs to tell me. People are going to be running like 5 offensive items in their defensive slots, and they're going to need something to make up the difference, and like Tyrael's is going to be a really good choice. Cody. Quit digging, buddy. You got to quit digging. You can't do the digs. Not allowed to do the diggums. Can't do the diggums. He said, "This bullcrap, and I don't like you very much, and you ugly." And that's how I feel about that.
Unexpected.
See if we can get the Heartseeker specifically. At least a blue. Let's see if we can at least get a blue on the Heartseeker.
Bad.
If not, a yellow would be preferable, but at least one upgrade on the Heartseeker is
That there is
would be
worth
massive. hell? Something bit me. Something bit me. Bugs are mean. I don't care what nobody tell you. Bugs is rude, and they jerks. Okay, they're rude jerks. Nice. I got a yellow. Okay. So now we have a yellow heart seeker. Let's check all the rings and amulets and see if there's anything else I want to reroll. I mean, cold resistance, I probably could reroll that, but well, my resistances are terrible right now anyway. Let's see what they are after I finish building out the board. You know, I think Tyrael's in combination with that one power that reduces your maximum resistances is also like really strong. Because then you can just like take it, it lowers your maximum reses, and then you immediately cancel out the maximum res lowering. So you get all the HP and most of the benefits for essentially only losing a little bit of armor mitigation, which is a hell of a lot better than like what I was thinking I was gonna end up with. Alright, we want all that non-physical damage, yes please. Alright, tricks of the trade. Which one did I just pick? Did I just like... Okay, yeah, Eldritch Bounty, that's a good one. Deadly Ambush would be really good. Cheap Shot might be very good too. I think Deadly Ambush, Cheap Shot, Tricks of the Trade, no. Danse Macabre could be interesting. Exploit Weakness is okay. Yeah, let's do Cheap Shot. We're gonna be focusing on getting out some of that magic sauce with the crowd control anyway, so it's kind of like half the fun here is getting the crowd control damage. Get that cold imbuement pumping, which has already got like massive amounts of chill on it. Does Caltrops count as a subterfuge skill? I can't remember. Cody, stop digging, buddy.
Check the tag.
Yeah, I'm right in the middle of trying to like make the board. I don't want to stop. Go out, look at it, come back. Agility, trap, crowd control, damage. No, it's not a subterfuge skill, I don't think, anyway. It doesn't seem to have the subterfuge tag unless they added it. No, it's a marksman skill, apparently. So that pretty much rules out Danse Macabre. So it's exploit weakness or deadly ambush. Actually, I think we still get one more board, so it's probably both. It's probably exploit weakness and deadly ambush. Um, and deadly ambush. Alright, is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So now we need glyphs. I think we need to beef up this physical and imbuement damage. We need like a rare node increaser. Cody, we ain't even been up here that long, buddy. You're such a big baby. I said it. Baby. That's a baby, and you's a big baby. And that's a baby, and you is a big baby. That's a baby dog. Yeah. There's a baby dog, and you's a baby dog. Baby dog. He's a baby dog. He's a baby. He's a baby dog. I said, that's not nice. Why don't you go stare out the window at the construction workers and bork at them if they do something wrong. If they get too close, give them a bork. Be like, woo, woo, like that if they do something bad. I need you to be the watchdog, okay? I need you to stare out the window, and I need you to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. All right, make sure that they're putting the cable in the ground right, and make sure that they don't mess up nothing and they don't hit my car. And make sure that they don't mess with the cats. Yeah, go just look out the window, and won't you do a little detective work? Yeah, stare at them for days. Stare at them for days and days and days, and then even and if they look at you, make eye contact. Okay, make eye contact like this, and then stare right at their face, like that. Make eye contact, and then let them know who's boss. Like, don't break eye contact unless they break eye contact. And you gotta do a staring contest. So, like, if they stare at you, you stare back. And you just let them know. You be like, look, I will beat the crap out you. You come near my house. Cody is a monster dog, and I don't know what to say. Cody is a monster dog and he's a monster pay. Gonna punch him in his butthole cause he said okay. Punch, punch, punchy, punch. Punchy, 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 punch. Pop, 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 punch. Pop, 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 punch. Cody, I don't know what it is that you want. You want to go out and do everything, but there are people outside and you is gonna bork. And I don't know what to tell you, but we don't have any pork.
Oh, boy.
Would you like a porkum twist? Look, there's hardly any porkum twist in this bag. It's mostly empty. But if you would like this bag of mostly empty porkum twists, I will give you this bag of mostly empty porkum twists. Is that what you would like? You would like this bag? There, take it and leave. And leave me alone. For 5 seconds. That's 5 seconds a piece. That was worth the price. Alright, I think we got it set up properly now. Why that person got no legs? Oh god, he stabbed him in the head.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, those are some pretty solid numbers. Try multiple training dummies. What resistance is that? Paltry numbers. I can take some of the skulls out though, because now my damage is actually my armor's high enough, so I can take the skulls out, put something else in there. I think maybe a couple diamonds would go a long way.
Sacrificed himself to defeat Lilith.
See how many skulls I can remove. I can remove 1 skull. Only 1. Let's switch the temper on the pants to armor.
What do you need?
That'll probably do it. Yep. And that brings me up to... yeah, capped on most of them. Or close to cap on most of them. 57 on those. Not quite, but almost there. I mean, it's close enough for the moment to do some testing with. Let's just go try a Torment 4. Just a plain Torment 4. Let's see what happens. I could add some more defensiveness on the pants too. I don't even know if I really need the aspect I put on the pants. I was just playing with it. Let's change it to... Let's see what other aspects we got access to. I mean, yeah, basic damage reduction would be probably pretty good. Let's do that one. Alright, let's do just a standard 55 Torment 4. Let's see if she can handle a Torment 5. Indiana Jones.
Time to do that.
I mean, yeah, damage ain't terrible.
I need more time. I need more time.
It's not bad. It's not as amazing as I thought it would be, but it's not bad.
I need more time.
The damage on it is definitely there. Whether or not I'll be able to kill the boss or not will be another question. I feel like I'm barely staying ahead of the timer though.
I need time to do that.
Not really sure why.
I need more time.
That's because there's not really a lot of AoE damage to it. It's like very good single target, but there's just not a lot of AoE. The Painbringers are working pretty well. I mean, they Pain Gorgers. Gotta keep the Caltrops going. Make sure that the Caltrops are providing the bonus.
I need more time.
Monsters are freezing pretty easily.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, definitely freezing easy. It feels effortless. I will say that much about it. It definitely feels like an effortless build.
I need time to do that.
Like it just, like once you set it all up and you get everything running, you're pretty much just holding down the button.
I need more time.
More damage output. I think up elements would probably be a big boon to this build.
I need more time.
I don't have elements on here. I think that was a mistake.
I need more time.
Especially since I have 3 different elements going. Like, I think up elements is probably like just a really strong contender.
I'm not ready yet.
Probably increases my damage massively. I'm not sure what I would take out for it.
I need more time. I need more time.
I'm surprised how well the freezing is working. It's actually not bad. I wonder if maybe if I added in
I'm not ready yet.
shared misery. Because like I am freezing targets, but it's not like the whole screen. And it would be a lot more damage. I get a lot more damage output if everything is frozen. So if I did like a shared misery, probably would be huge. Give me that every time I freeze a target, share it between all the other targets, kind of a mumbo jumbo going.
I need more time.
One monster to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them.
Time to do that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced on the shadow clone. I think it's okay.
I need more time.
I like the poison damage is pretty high too, but maybe I shouldn't go the poison damage route. I got 3 different elements. I should probably just prioritize stacking the actual damage. There's also some other ways I could potentially pull this too, since I have all 3 imbuements. I could play around with things like the unstable imbuement stuff.
I'm not ready yet.
A couple of interesting unstable imbuement options that could make some interesting changes to the build. Adding in, say, like cold explosions or shadow explosions or poison explosions, etc. Could also potentially use like all 3 of the unstable imbuements. Could be kind of interesting as well.
I need more time.
Will there be a D4 reveal at Gamescom? I don't know. Everybody's thinking so. Everybody's thinking the expansion's probably going to be revealed at
I'm not ready
Gamescom,
yet.
but we don't necessarily know for sure.
I need more time.
360 million. Might go shadow instead of raw physical bonus.
I'm always just disappointed in Shadow whenever I go Shadow. I just don't like it.
More time.
I saw there's that thing that's 20% chance to do 300% more damage, which is kind of crazy. I don't know.
Man, that single target damage on Heartseeker is pretty good. I have a feeling I'm going to smoke the boss. I think I'm more single target damage than I am AoE right now.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Alright, boss test. So I just did a torment for 6 minutes and 14 seconds left. And fighting the
I'm not
boss.
ready yet.
Damage is looking really nice on the boss. Crowd, wow. All already staggered. And
I need more time.
yeah, single target's looking pretty impressive. Definitely that's some good single target. It's almost like the AoE is the bad side, not the single target. Like as fast as she killed that boss, we should go try like something like Varshan or something to see how fast she kills like a Varshan boss. Let's go do Varshan real quick.
I'm not ready yet.
Ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da. I'm trying to like watch the Gamescon too at the same time. What the hell is that game they're playing? Kinda looks like an Overwatch knockoff or something. Borderlands 4? Is that Borderlands 4? Kinda looks like Borderlands. I'm kind of interested to play Borderlands 4 when it comes out.
I'm not ready yet.
The Diablo first-person shooter knockoff.
I played the original Borderlands. It was an okay game.
Borderlands 1 was okay. Borderlands 2 was where it was at.
Out of energy.
That was where the game peaked. Borderlands 3 and prequel like weren't exactly the most amazing titles.
I need more time.
I think a lot of people would agree. They weren't like the greatest creations.
Or Sorc fun. Back to
Wait a
Sorc.
minute. I'm forgetting something, aren't I? I never chose a, I never chose a power. One of the rogue specializations, I never chose a specialization.
I need more time.
What the hell specialization would you choose for a basic? Combo's out, right? That's just out completely.
You usually choose the ultimate one, that way you can get the Paragon board and spam ultimates.
There you go, preparation. Yeah, that's way better. Now I can spam my Shadow Clone and get better damage output. Keep the Shadow Clone active all the time. Now he's not so useless. Makes better sense now actually keeping the Shadow Clone around.
Ready yet.
If I can utilize him like this. Damage numbers are a bit low though. I think adding elements of the build would be huge.
I'm not ready yet.
Would be huge. It would be huge. I mean, this is a Torment 4 boss. He's meant to be one of the higher challenges, so yeah, his HP is pretty high. I'm also testing builds, so whether or not this build is capable of killing this boss is a question mark, right? Like, so we don't necessarily know if she has enough damage to actually do the job. I mean, she's gonna do the job. It's gonna be really slow and quite not the greatest. I definitely need to make some adjustments here. I mean, I think the answer to that question is already like foregone. We know that she's gonna do it. It will eventually happen. It's slow. Like, it's not exactly the greatest process. So she can kill the bosses. It's not gonna be the fastest kill in the world, but it's there. Let me see if I can make some adjustments and get this to be a little bit faster. I mean, have you never tried to kill Uber Diablo in Diablo 2 with a character that can't, like, put out the damage that he needs to put out? Like, you can kill Uber Diablo in Diablo 2 with a very bad character, but it's going to take you, like, 15 to 20 minutes. I mean, that's just how games are sometimes. Sometimes you have low H damage, and sometimes the monster has high HP, and, like, you're just not set up properly. I mean, we're theory crafting a character today, so there's a big difference between having a character that's fully, you know, fully understood and we know how everything works and we don't have to worry about trying to theory craft stuff, and having a character like this, which we're still kind of like refining and trying to get optimized.
Never seen something finer.
I mean, yeah, that's just how they've set up the game. I don't necessarily agree with having large hit point pools, but it's all relative, right? Like, if you're doing 100 damage a hit and a monster has 1,000,000, it's still going to take you a really long time. And if you're doing 1,000,000 damage a hit and the monster has 1,000,000,000, then it's still going to take you a really long time. Like, it doesn't matter, like, dynamically from that perspective. Like, if the monster has a lot of HP in respect to the amount of damage you're doing, but there's players in the game that can do damage that will literally just like almost one-shot those bosses. Well, 3-shot now because they added little layers into the mix. Yeah, numbers go high. That's Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 for you. Numbers go high. I don't really know why they need to go that high. It's stupid. I guess it's the dopamine hit of seeing big number, like, oh, big number, oh god, oh baby, look at this big, oh, I feel so good in my soul, big number. That's pretty much how I see that. Biggest numbers, look at all my big numbers, baby, big old numbers. Yeah, I'm just not sold on the Shadow Clone. I don't know why. Shadow Clone doesn't seem to be doing like a massive amount of damage. I think maybe we drop a Shadow Clone, just go to like Rain of Arrows or something, and just that way we can drop the Shadow Clone imbuement aspect, then I can put some other aspect in its place, like maybe elements or something like that. I don't know. I'm also kind of curious whether elements would be better. I don't know if aspect of corruption is necessarily better than like another aspect on the like the two-handed slot. I mean, you won't hear any argument from me about they need to lower the damage numbers, but every time they do, they keep adding more, and it's stupid, but that's what they do, and I don't have any control over it. I don't have any control over it.
They essentially have to redesign the whole game, which I think they are doing in the expansion.
And Volatile
Right,
Shadows
okay.
is kind of crazy. It says Shadow Imbuement deals 10% times increased damage per skill rank of the imbued skill. Dude, I'm like, you know how many freaking ranks of Shadow Imbuement I currently have? Like, I have 23 ranks of Shadow Imbuement. That's 230% times. Right? No, wait, no. Am I an idiot? Oh, 23, was it 23 times 10, right? So 230, it should be 230. How's my brain not work? Yeah,
Your brain works.
my brain works.
I heard of that.
Yeah, that's 230 times shadow damage. That's crazy. Well, that's the nutty. I wonder if you put that on a two-hander, like, would that beef it up twice?
Well, let's have a look.
What was it called again? I don't remember. Volatile Shadows. No. Okay, so it doesn't go up twice if it was on a two-hander. Billy's being such a brat. Past couple days, man. He's just like every 5 seconds begging for something. I'm gonna get a rolled up newspaper and bonk him on the head. I really don't know which one would be better on the bow. Like, the corrupting is 120 times increased potency for imbuement skills specifically, but the elements ability is 70% times, but it's only 70% times half the time. But like, from what we know about how that functions, it like multiplies all of the elemental damage. I kind of feel like the elements aspect is probably going to have a stronger effect, just simply because the way that alchemical imbuements works is it's built off of the non-physical damage. So increasing the non-physical damage is going to have a huge benefit over pretty much everything. I mean, I think we still use the imbuements one, but maybe we just don't put the corrupting imbuements specifically on the two-hander. And then the shadow imbuement one is nice, but I don't know if it's the best option in the long run for a triple imbuement build. Building into a specific imbuement doesn't necessarily help the other imbuements, so it would probably be better if I had something that gave damage to all of them, not just something that gives damage to only like one of them. Even though that one is a really good one for the shadow imbuement and does make the shadow imbuement a lot better.
Go to Gaping Crevice. Want to go to the Palace?
I mean, it's the problem with Diablo IV goes even deeper than that. Like, we don't even need to like discuss it, because honestly, it's just it's disgusting. Like, it's more than just that the damage multipliers are rampant. It's more than just the fact that the damage numbers in the game are just too high. It's the fact that like the damage of the abilities themselves is like minimal at best. It's like one of the lowest damage skills in all the game. Like, I don't even think you could actually play a character in this game without using aspects and uniques to enhance the abilities. Like, if you just used like legendaries and that was it, and you didn't actually put any aspects or uniques on, and like you just tried to use the base abilities and the base skills that they provided you, like, I don't think you'd get past like Torment 1. I'm not even sure if you'd get past Torment 1, to be perfectly honest. Yep. Baseline rarity for usable items. This is not wrong. You know what? Maybe Inner Calm might actually be the solution. Inner Calm is such a nice multiplier, and it's a generic multiplier that applies to the entire character. So it would apply to all of the elemental damages together, as opposed to just simply one. I'm also kind of curious if maybe like using... I don't know. I did put like Bane and Tracker in here, but there's probably better options that would be more generic. Granted, Bane and Tracker are like the best ones to increase poison damage, so. But a more generic multiplier might be better. Caltrops is an agility skill. There's apparently one in here that gives you a multiplier whenever you use an agility skill, which I'm pretty much spamming. 10% increased damage and gain 15% increased energy regeneration, and all magic nodes nearby increased. It's okay. For every 5 intelligence purchased within range, skills that are imbued to deal 25% increased damage. It does have a non-physical multiplier on the actual, like, yeah, that might be a swap too from like the Tracker and the Bane, because it's got a 10.4 times multiplier for the imbuements, and it also gives damage to the imbuement skill. That's not terrible. And then take Bane out too. I don't think focusing on any of the specific damage types is the way to go. I think we focus on like non-physical. We focus on generic multipliers. Anything that we can get that increases our overall damage. And I think that helps us more. Frost Feeder seems interesting. Damage to chilled targets, which all the monsters will be chilled because we're using the cold imbuement. 20% times increased chill effect, which doesn't really help us very much, except for freezing targets, but it does have 14.2% multiplier to any monster that's chilled or frozen, which is also something that we're building. So that would apply to all of the imbuements, technically. So maybe Frost Feeder is a good choice. We also got enemies affected by trap skills, but then that doesn't have any like multiplier for anything else. Yeah, let's do Frost Feeder. That sounds interesting. Alright, so we made some changes. Let's go back to Varshan. Let's see if we can manage to kill Varshan now with the current setup. I'm not sure if our damage increased or decreased or what, but let's just give it a go. Honestly, it kind of seems slightly higher.
I'm not ready yet.
Man, this punishment does not exist for the Sorc.
The punishment?
The power siphon, where you reduce your maximum resource.
Well, because it's probably a raw maximum resource, right?
It's 20. Yeah, it just doesn't it doesn't exist. The Sorc can just sit there and laugh. Oh, I also figured out why you had way more mana than me.
Oh yeah.
Or around the same with the pants without. I never leveled up that perk.
Oh.
It was level 1 instead of 10. Wow,
Oh,
that made
you
a
big
huge difference.
silly. You silly. What do you got now, like 25,000?
Well, I'm not the Chain Lightning build. I can go put on the pants real quick for a test. I was playing around with,
Yeah, I was wondering why your numbers seemed off.
that makes sense. I never leveled up the perk.
because it didn't make any sense. Like, you put on, like, the pants and increased your resource by, like, a massive degree, and I was like, you were, like, at the same amount I was. I mean, I put on the pants, too. I didn't put on, like, a perfect pair or anything, but I only went up by, like, 2k for the pants, so I don't know. Hitting 102 millions. I get double strikes and all sorts of other stuff going on. That's interesting. I lost the shadow explosions though, which I guess still come back when I kill targets.
I'm not ready yet.
I like the idea of aspects, but I also hate the idea of aspects because they limit you so tremendously. You're like, oh, how many aspect slots do I have?
This was the setup I had. 32,457.
I need more time.
Screenshotting that one.
Insert max resource build.
Holy cow, do you see that?
I'm right in the middle of fighting, so I can't take
Oh,
a look
no.
at the second, but...
That's insanity.
Okay, well, I mean, Varshan, that wasn't like super durable crazy, but it was alright. I ain't mad at it. I think if I add, let's see here. I'm trying to figure out how to get, like, faster, like, because single target seems okay. AoE is definitely a problem. So I think if we add in this aspect right here, we'll lose some tankiness, but it's called Shared Misery. It's absolutely insane. It basically gives us the ability to, like, share stuns and freezes with nearby monsters, and, like, all of a sudden they'll just, like, everything on the screen will be frozen at the same time. And we're getting a large amount of damage bonus from monsters that are frozen too, because of the cold imbuement, as well as some of the other bonuses that give us cold damage increases. So, like, where is it? So this one right here, we got 50% multiplier against monsters that are frozen, 25% damage increase against monsters that are chilled, and then with the Frost Feeder, we got another 14.2% against monsters that are frozen, and then we got a, what is that, 135.5 against monsters that are chilled. So, like, in general, we have a lot of that, so having the monsters be frozen or chilled is kind of important. Let's bump it up to 60 this time. See if we have improved any.
I'm not ready yet.
I feel like that's quite an improvement. Yeah, I think we refined it quite a bit here. And this build isn't by no means perfect. I think we could make it much stronger. I mean, first off, getting the Word of a Con tripled would be a huge benefit, because that would increase the ranks of the abilities tremendously. Then on top of that, we could also potentially go with...
I need more time.
trying to think here. I mean, there's also options where you could go with, like, one specific imbuement, which, like, that shadow imbuement does seem really interesting.
I need more time.
That whole one that gives you, like, a huge multiplier on the shadow imbuement of, like, 240% multiplier, and then you could also use the other one that gives you, like, another 70% multiplier on the imbuement. I'm kind of held back by the fact that I'm actually building toward, you know, like, a specific basic setup. I feel like if I were to put more points into the shadow imbuement there, it's just those two aspects alone seem absolutely insane together. I'm not sure how you would build that particular shadow imbuement, though.
I'm not ready yet.
I kind of have ideas.
I need more time.
I mean, I'd definitely say that this build works. There's nothing wrong with it. It's clearing 60 just fine. Like, I'd like to see it on the boss, but we killed the Torment 4 boss, so I don't imagine we're going to have any trouble with the Torment 60 pit boss. We should probably roll right over him. It's a fairly safe build, too. Like, everything is frozen and stunned, and, like, there's cold, poison, and shadow imbuements all over the place. I'm kind of curious how I would set up a shadow version of this.
I need more time.
I don't think I could use basic skills. I think basic skills are out. Maybe penetrating shot.
I need more time.
Problem with shadow imbuement is a couple different things. So shadow imbuement doesn't really do damage when it hits a target. So when you hit a target with shadow imbuement, the monster is shadow imbued and they don't really take any damage. Once they become shadow imbued and they die, they explode and they do a massive amount of damage. So you can get a huge amount of damage from shadow imbuement on death of the monster, which causes this like popcorn effect, which works pretty nice. Like, it's a very effective ability. But the main issue with shadow imbuement is that hitting multiple times with shadow imbuement doesn't necessarily like do anything, because the shadow imbuement itself isn't really doing a large amount of damage so much as the explosion is doing a large amount of damage. Now, the interesting thing about shadow imbuement, though, is that that aspect, the one that I was using earlier, allows shadow imbuement to almost function like damage over time, where it basically automatically pops like every certain number of seconds, like in a pattern, right? So like, if you were to build a shadow imbuement character, you definitely would want to use that one, because it turns it less into a on death mechanic and more into a like over time mechanic, which can still be very powerful. The main issue that I found with that is that you can't apply multiple of those imbuements to the target. So like firing off multiple penetrating shots, I don't think necessarily would have any effect with shadow imbuement at all. So maybe it would be some kind of combination of shadow imbuement and maybe one of the other imbuements. I think there's one with the cold imbuement or something where you can get like the shadow pops or something if the monster's already been hit by one of the other imbuements. So I think technically you could go down that road. I mean, I guess theoretically it could work with the basic build as well, because, well, I mean, you're not necessarily focusing on that specifically. I'm not really sure how the shadow imbuement works, to be honest. Like, does it do a fraction of the damage that you're doing? Is it based on the skill that you're firing? Is it not based on the skill that you're firing at all? Like, because when you look at poison imbuement, it says it applies 700% of the base damage as poisoning. So the base damage of the weapon does matter for poison imbuement. If you look at cold, it says imbues your weapon with frigid energies and your next two imbuable skills deal cold damage and chill enemies for 135% per hit. So it doesn't necessarily say that it's doing any specific damage, it's just whatever damage the ability has, no enhancement. But shadow imbuement doesn't say that. It says imbues your weapons with festering shadows, your next two imbuable skills deal shadow damage and infect enemies for 6 seconds. Infected enemies explode on death, dealing 233,500 whatever damage to all surrounding enemies. If the infection expires before the enemy dies, it will deal damage to only that enemy. So like there's like a whole infection and exploding thing, which is in addition to the way that shadow imbuement functions. I guess it still does shadow damage when you fire it off without the explosions, but you don't necessarily need that. There's also those boots that have the shadow imbuement stuff on them. I remember trying them and I wasn't like super impressed with them at all.
Any more time?
Who is it, Cody? Who is it? Oh no, it's a monster. I'm working him up for no reason. Oh no, Cody, it's a monster. Looks like the Gamescon's over. It says Gamescon Studio, thank you for watching. Okay, closing it out though.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, 3 o'clock. We got about an hour before the PoE 2 reveal.
Excited. Excited. Just can't hide it.
Who is it, Cody? Who is it? There's a monster out there? Who is it? Oh no, he's gonna get us. Oh no, you gotta scare him away. Oh no, get him. Yeah, don't let him get us. Yeah, you did a good job. Look, he's gone. You did it good. That's a good job you did. I love messing with him. Oh no, he's back, Cody. He's back. He's coming. Oh no, he's gonna get us. Cody, he's coming. Yeah, get them. Get them, Cody.
Any more time?
They're outside working and they got some sort of machine that's like, I think it's like a hammering machine or something. It's like don 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 don. It kind of sounds like somebody knocking at the door. It's confusing the crap out of Cody. Oh no, Cody, there's a monster out there. He's making big monster noises. He said, yeah, I hear it. That's terrible. He says he's going to get us. He's so nosy too. He goes to the window. He looks outside. He's like, oh, he's like, oh, I'm gonna get him. He said, they better not come over here. I'll bite. He said, I got teethums. And did they know I got teethums? He didn't tell them I got teethums because I'm gonna bite them. And if they're not paying attention, then they're gonna get bit. They better stop. Unless they won't get bit them by the teethums.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, yeah, this build isn't like wowing me or anything, but it certainly is a acceptable build. Like, I'm able to kill Torment 4 bosses. I'm able to do pits. It's not as fast as I would like. I feel like it could be a lot faster. But overall enjoyable. Like, there's nothing like bad about it. Like, it doesn't play poorly. It does decent single target damage. It does decent, you know, like AoE. It's not the greatest AoE, but it does decent AoE. It's it's there. I feel like it could be refined. Definitely. There's definitely some bonuses and things that you could potentially work in maybe that would increase it. What are my current powers set up as on the board? Oh, I got the potion thingy, which is practically useless unless you actually use your potion. Erupting Chaos.
I'm not ready yet.
And then, of course, the basic skill thing.
I'm not ready yet.
Not even using a main power.
Hmm?
You didn't even have the main power slotted, a main perk.
I didn't.
Not when I just looked over.
I'm not ready yet.
That's a nice.
Any more time?
I'm not really enthused with the main powers. I think the main powers kind of suck. Like, they're okay, I guess. Kinda.
I guess it depends on the class. Like the Sorc one's insane.
Well, yeah, I mean, that one's really good, but then, like, some of the other ones are kind of, like, but I'm just mean, like, the generic ones. Like, I don't really like the generic ones either.
I've used the brains one.
For every 10% life you're missing, you gain 20% times increased damage and 5% damage reduction.
Yeah, I've used
Spending a
that too.
resource also drains a percentage of your life, equal to 30% of the resources spent. Refunding those resources. This cannot reduce your life below 10%. Let's try that. Oh, it doesn't let me put it in. Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, I don't really like that stuff, the low HP, because, like, my HP's never low.
Well, you can set it to low with the other one. There's one that says you can't go below 50%. Or above 50%. I pair them together when I use it. So you get all the damage reduction, you get the extra multiplier, you get all the benefits, the increased armor, all that stuff.
Oh no, they're coming, Cody! Cody's coming to get us! Oh no!
The only caveat is you want 100% barrier uptime since you are reducing your HP that much.
Yeah.
But
Any more time.
it is very manageable. I've used it a couple times now.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm curious, like, if I tilted this build in, like, a different direction.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm very curious. Like, not really change it so much as, like, what if I just moved it towards shadow instead. Like, focus specifically on the shadow and then, like, see how I can push it from there. It could be interesting just to, like, see what happens.
That perk you're using is only basic skills, or you just want to do basic?
I'm not ready yet.
I don't remember if it is only basic or if it's other skills. I have to look at it. I'll have to look at it. If it's not only basic, I guess I could use, like, penetrating shot or something.
Yeah, because I feel like the basic thing, they already have, like, the cold clips and stuff. I don't think basic would need that. as
Yeah,
a
but
perk.
you get all three though, which is really cool.
Yes, but then you're not mastering one.
Yeah, I always wanted to build all three, and it works. Like, it works. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't work. I just absolutely murdered that Pit 60 boss. So I can kill Torment 4 bosses. I can clear Pit 60s. I can murder Pit 60 bosses. The AoE is a little light, but I mean, I think you could fix that. I think there's ways around that you could potentially adjust and bring up the AoE damage. But, like, overall, it's doing really well.
That's weird that the AoE's light when you have Shadow Imbuement basically at all times. Like, everything should just be exploding.
Well, Shadow Imbuement is only when you're killing stuff, so is like an
But
issue
your single
there.
target was fine, right? So that's weird, because you should be able to
Well, it's
kill
only
something
one
every shot.
explosion. So, like, even if you kill one target really quickly, that's still only one explosion. If you can kill multiple targets quickly, that's multiple explosions, and then you get into the chain reaction territory, which is kind of where things get crazy.
Your rate of arrows is not doing anything. I guess it's not really scaled.
No, not really scaled. That's the other thing with Shadow Imbuement, is Shadow Imbuement doesn't really do damage unless you have a kill. Which is kind of why
There's
I was
that
thinking...
aspect too that you can use, right?
That's kind of why I was thinking, like, what if I just... Like, what if I just went, like, I don't know, just, like, let's put the shadow aspect on here. There's a, oh, I'm trying to think of the Shadow Imbuement. It's called, Bitter Infection, and not just Bitter Infection, but also the other one too, Volatile Shadows. So let's put Volatile Shadows on the amulet in place of adaptability. Let's remove Moonrise too and put the Bitter Infection on there. And all I'm really thinking is I'm just trying to, like, pivot. I want to see what would happen if I pivoted toward the shadow side of things. If it would just completely ruin the build, or if it would actually, I don't know, increase the damage. Since we're taking out the basic multipliers, let's replace the topazes. Actually, I don't think it really matters. We'll just leave him. I don't know if there's anything really better to put in there anyway. Alright, let's just try it one more time. Oh yeah, let me make sure I put my actual skill in there. Well, we should Chaos Unleash. Seems like it would be helpful for AoE damage. I don't know if this would completely gimp the build entirely or what's going to happen. Just want to see. Increasing the damage of the shadow imbuement like that high could be crazy. I mean, theoretically, like with the adjustment and then the multipliers and everything going on, like I don't know, it's probably going to go like through the roof. But it also might just be not enough damage to even do Torment 60 anymore, or Bit 60. Interesting.
I'm not ready yet.
Damage goes down tremendously.
Not ready yet.
I mean, I guess it's still there. The imbuements are definitely doing... The shadow imbuement pops are definitely doing good, but they're only like once in a while. I think it would probably be good if I actually put shadow imbuement on the bar.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
I don't know if the basic is the right choice here, because I'm not getting enough shadow imbuement is what it feels like. It feels like no matter what, I'm just not, I'm not getting a large amount of shadow imbuement hits. Like, it cycles through them very well. Like, so it's like poison, you know, cold shadow, poison, cold shadow, poison, cold shadow. And I'm only hitting like 1 or 2 targets per shot, so even when the shadow does come up, it's basically not spreading properly. So I think we'd probably be better off with like skipping Heartseeker and going with maybe like penetrating shot instead. And then we'd have to actually put the imbuement on the bar.
Not in
And give it a
time.
try. Let's see. Once more into the breach. Cody is listening to the sound effect and he's like, he's very unsure of himself. He's like, look. He's like, I'm pretty sure the monsters are coming to eat us, okay? And he goes, this is serious business and you're just playing video games. He goes, I don't know what's wrong with you. You're such a bad protector.
I need more time.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the basic setup that I had earlier was better.
I need more time. I need more energy.
I mean, if I might have to just like completely redo the whole character and build specifically toward that if that's what I'm gonna do.
I'm not ready yet.
It's not terrible. Like, it's still like in the ballpark, but it's not amazing either. It's not amazing. I mean, another build we could play around with is that double core shot build. That sounds kind of interesting too. I had done a couple double core builds back in the day, so I kind of already have a good idea of how they function.
This is the season for it.
Like, so the Orphan Maker. So the Orphan Maker can be an armored piece too, right? So, yeah.
Eaglehorn can be, but the Sky Hunter can be, and the Orphan Maker.
Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. So basic and core skills that use this weapon and now reload and reload skills deal 360% times increased damage every second, and reload gains twice this bonus. And then what bow would I actually want to use with this? I mean, if I do penetrating shot, which is likely the direction I'm gonna go, so it's gonna be probably penetrating shot, and maybe, I don't know. Like, if you're trying to hold down the button, rapid fire is the best one, but if you're trying to actually get like high amounts of damage per shot, maybe barrage is the better option. So maybe like pen shot and barrage together could be rather interesting. Because you're saying it's like you fire it and then it goes what, like reload, and then you have to switch to the other ability, and then you fire it, and then, and I guess I could always just play with it. Giggity.
Yeah, it basically adds like a slight delay on the ability, I think is how they coded it. It was really smooth rotating between two abilities. I didn't really notice it. This is more damage or less. Alright, let's go to what ball should we test? A while, I guess. I set a timer.
Digga 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 do. Digga 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 do.
This is the weirdest character I've ever built. I now have 3 core skills on my bar, all maxed out.
What character are you playing?
I am playing a Sorc.
I need more time.
Oh. Sorcaranto. Sorca dorka dorka porka dorka dorka. Red Warrior needs food. Beep. I beg for food. How excited am I for O3? I'm lukewarm excited. I'm lukewarm.
I need more time.
Yeah. I feel like the more I play Path of Exile 2, the less the less I enjoy it.
Not in town.
I'm kind of excited for there to be new content for me to use, if that helps at all. Like I am excited for new content. I am.
Low on energy.
Okay, it's kind of interesting. Kind of has this like, oh, I'm firing this big giant mega shot kind of like attitude going on, where like it does like a big fancy graphic where it's like, whoa. It's kind of interesting. I can see it's interesting. Interesting. I don't like the way Barrage fires. Like, I don't know what it is about the way Barrage fires. I don't like it. It's not multi-shot. Like, it should just fire off multiple arrows like multi-shot does. Why does it gotta, like, go like, doo, 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 doo. Like, why, I don't,
It's weird how Barrage and Rapid Fire both are. I mean, one of them should just be changed to multi-shot. They should just put multi-shot in the game.
I mean, Barrage should be multi-shot. It looks like multi-shot. It's not multi-shot. I don't know. I was picking Barrage because I thought it was like a faster shot, but it's not necessarily a faster shot than Rapid Fire. Let me like play with the two skills and let me see.
I need more energy.
No, I don't think it is faster than Rapid Fire. That's actually kind of funny. Because Rapid Fire fires 5 shots in quick succession, and Barrage fires like 5 shots like an AoE or whatever. And like it definitely seems like Rapid Fire has a faster shot pattern like than Barrage does, because Barrage has got that whole stupid like animation where it has to shoot like in multiple directions and do stupid things. Like I don't understand what the hell's going on with that ability at all. Okay, so attack speed doesn't matter so much if we're using reload, and then it comes down to things like maybe combo points. I think condemnation is super powerful. Let's go get the condom. The condemnation. Ooh, baby. It's got a chance to make enemies vulnerable on it too. That's crazy. Condemnation comes with basic attack speed as well. Oh yeah, that's right, because you have to actually swap back and forth between a basic skill to get the combo points. That would kind of ruin the whole dual core thing, but honestly I kind of like penetrating shot. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at that, like doing like a Heart Seeker back and forth to get the combo points, to get like the massive damage for the penetrating shot. Could be just fun to run it as a penetrating shot build.
It's the most fun skill I think that they have nowadays.
Oh, pen shot is amazing. Its main issue is that it has absolutely like garbage tier single target damage. Always has.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Anymore.
Like it seems like the single target damage may have increased with this. A moderately little bit amount. Okay, just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo.
I mean, always mix them up, but I think it's Eagle Horn. That's just an amazing bow. Just got better and better each patch. This patch I got better again, got buffed again.
Oh yeah, that's right. Eagle Horn has the bouncing off walls thing for penetrating
Yeah.
shot, right?
Mm-hmm. And it just does the damage all the time now. It's not like every fourth shot, and it doesn't even have to bounce. Like it's just so consistent now. It's like 150% multiplier consistently with the craziness of AoE.
Yeah, I'll have to get an eagle horn. I need to go grab one. I thought I put one in the stash. I did not. I'll have to go rifle through the cheat goblins underwears.
You gotta run some of the Inferno Horde. Talking about goblins, you get a goblin wave in there.
Oh yeah, I need to pick a character. I'll pick a character at some point and we'll go run hordes together. I mean, I've got the barbarian all set up. He's already like, he's done. Like there's nothing wrong with him at all. He's probably one of the strongest characters I've created so far. I was hitting like, I think it was like 500 billion or something like that. Like freaking rupture bleed pulls. And my bleed itself was going up to like 2 billion or something. I had like 2 billion bleed ticks. It's pretty crazy.
Well, bleeding.
And I don't even think I really pushed it to like go as high as it needs to go. Honestly, it doesn't need to go any higher. Like that's the crazy thing. Like it really doesn't. Like he's already at the point where he's clearing all content, killing all bosses, has absolutely no issue with anything basically. I mean, granted I don't have access to we haven't killed, the new boss yet, but I doubt it's really gonna make much of a difference.
Like a 4.5 minute 80 on this Sorc.
Alright, so we got an eagle horn. We're using condemnation. I think maybe Beastfall Boots comes into play here. So now we can use that to burn maximum energy. I think we need like a really... Actually, did Beastfall Boots come in the Chaos section? Were they added to the Chaos? Because that would be insane.
I think so?
Yes, they are. Wow, okay. So we could get like a
It's a little weird though doing
Beastfall Boots
Beastfall
gloves.
with combo points. Because you don't have access to the ultimate all the time. I guess you'd have to figure out which ultimate you can get the least cooldown on to get more access to Beastfall.
I mean, it's just a huge boost of damage whenever you use your ultimate, really, right? You just fire off your basic, get full combo points, then you fire off
The
your
consistency
ultimate.
is not there
and
like
then
preparation. Preparation, you have it every shot.
Yeah, but we're talking about like massive amounts of damage on a single shot. That's how the whole reload mechanic works. Like the reload mechanic is you're giving up your attack speed to get like this massive amount of damage on a single shot. So it makes sense to use Beastfall Boots with it, because then you're getting more massive amounts of damage on a single shot.
I'm pretty sure you could spam Death Trap probably. I forget which one has probably Death Trap.
Yeah, it'll probably be whichever one I can actually spam. Like I don't see why not. So here I got Beastfall Boots as gloves, so that'll work. And then from there, I guess if I'm going this direction, I need resource. So stacking resource would be nice. Alright, let's kill all these. I think we just use a regular, like, dagger or sword or something. Like, I don't think we need anything special for the other slot. think we just use a legendary. Yeah, I'll just grab some legendaries from my boy here. 30 minutes to go. I'm gonna go ahead and switch my category on Twitch to Path of Exile. Can't wait to get all the people yelling at me because I'm not playing Path of Exile. Why'd you play Path of Exile? Okay, well your butthole stinks. How about that? My girlfriend pulled my line on me the other day, and it cracked me up. We were, you know, like arguing about something. I can't remember. And she said, "It's not my fault you got an itchy butthole today." She got me. That's my line. You can't be using my line against me. That's the old magics. Yeah, I probably need to replace the rings too. Yeah, I just pull all this crap off. Yeah, probably need to replace that. Yeah, that one's okay. From trash to treasure. That one's alright as well. No amulets? No amulets. Okay.
Would you like something appraised?
A 3 greater affix crossbow just dropped on the ground. It's kind of cool. What's it got on it? Garbage? Is it garbage? Garbage, garbage. I don't care anyway, I'm not using it. Haha. I don't care anyway, I'm not using it. Oh. It's kind of good, except it had got +6 energy on kill. Other than that, it's not bad. Dex and life. Not a single amulet drop out of that freaking bag. Like, what the hell?
You need steel work? Repair?
Not a single amulet again. Yo mama's an amulet. I don't really know if that's an insult, but your mama is an amulet. Come on down and you can see. She has a shiny ruby. That's right, a shiny ruby. That'll work. Okay, that amulet will work. I did get one amulet that time. Cody, quit digging yourself to death or you're not getting no snacks. That's right, I said no snack. I'll cut you off. Not a single snackums. You ain't gonna get no snackums and then none. When I be up here eating, I'm gonna be like, oh, look at this food that you can't have. That's what I'm gonna say. And you's a big dog, you're gonna be like drooling, and they're gonna be like drool coming out this side and drool coming out this side. What's up, Antler OG? What are my thoughts? My thoughts for season 10 is gonna be like off the chain ridiculous. I think that's my thoughts. I think a lot of people are going to be able to have fun this season. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be nutso. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy nuts. Alright. So let's see here. First off, I really like the penetrating shot aspect. The trick shot aspect is amazing. It just adds so much to that frickin' build. Trying to think if there's anything specific else that could really help out penetrating shot other than just generic multipliers. Generic multipliers are always nice. Don't get me wrong. I actually started to kind of like resent the fact that like there's a lot of all these fun aspects that you can't use because like if you want to get your abilities up, you pretty much have to use the multipliers. You don't really have a choice.
I mean, that's the way the game's designed. They they like to increase the mob HP for some reason. That's their form of difficulty. They just don't understand. You don't need those multipliers if the mobs don't have that kind of health. Like, it's all relative.
I think being at brawlers could be good here, especially if I'm trying to spam an ultimate. Need ways to restore resource too. Probably Aspect of the Dark Dance. Every 5 seconds, your next core skill costs life instead of primary resource. That could be interesting. Let's do Dark Dance. What's up, Mr. Flappy? Mr. Flappy. Mr. Flappy. Flappy, 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 flap, flap. Boom, 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 boom. Cody is a monster dog. He did that. Ow! about 20 minutes till the PoE 2 event. Should be enough time to, at this point, probably pull it up. Let me go ahead and pull it up and see if I can have it on the live stream.
Yep.
Let's
Good
see.
stuff.
What I needed was blackberry, which I have a blackberry. I can't remember if I do or not. Hi, Inward. Welcome.
What is the official channel? I can't even remember.
I think it might just be Path of Exile. Are you trying to go to their YouTube or their
The Twitch. I think it's is it Grinding Gear Games? Is that what it is? Is that what they stream on, or I can't even remember.
Well, twitch.tv/Path of Exile would be where you want to go for Twitch. And then their YouTube, I think, is just Path of Exile as well.
That's what actually is, just Path of Exile. Okay.
Yep. In 17 minutes.
32,992 people.
There's a couple teasers they put up on YouTube. There's like a Doriani one, like 30-second teasers. Oh, there's drops. Yeah. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm logged in.
Yeah. Good. Give me time to eat. Cody's just staring at me like, yeah, I see you got the some of them, some with the skittles or with the got the sauce and the cheese in there, and it smell real good. And he said, I do like that. That look good. He said, you gonna give me some of that? He said, how about me? Do I get some? So you gonna give me some snackums that you got there? No, you're not gonna give me nothing. You told me earlier that you weren't gonna give me nothing, and so I'm gonna pout. You didn't think it was gonna be so soon, did you? Bad boy.
Screen starting soon.
I don't remember the splintering shards one. That's kind of interesting. Lucky hit up to a 100% chance when hitting a or killing a frozen enemy, both, to create ice splinters that fires away from them, dealing 293 cold damage and chilling for 30%. That seems kind of interesting for like a ice build. I'm hungry, okay? Don't be making fun of me. And this food's good. We're waiting on a countdown anyway. Just trying to eat food. It's delicious. Trying to work on my character in the background here too.
Do you feel?
Who's going to be live chatting with me? I don't know. Leon's here.
Are we buying or selling?
If anybody else shows up.
Can't do that.
I got to finish eating. I only got 9 minutes left. I don't care you over there pouting, Cody. You're not getting none of my lasagna. That's right. Cody's pouting. He pouting over there. He doing a heckin' pout. I told him that. He don't want to hear it. Yeah, some people said if there was no druid, they were going to quit. I don't know if this is going to be the druid. I don't know. Act 4, definitely. I mean, that's at least one thing I think you can count on is Act 4. More minutes. Death Trap has a 20.23 second cooldown. And it also has a chance to reset its own cooldown, which isn't bad. And then, get some cooldown reduction. I could probably bring that down enough to use the Beastfall boots and actually make them worthwhile. It's delicious. You bet not. You've been bad. You don't get none. That's right.
Yeah, you can also trigger the Zek rune. Find a good way to trigger it, and you'll have unlimited ultimate cooldown. Like 1 second every time.
Yeah, I'm looking at options. All right. Let's take the chinchillas off for the reveal. They sleeping anyway, and they ain't even on the camera. Little sleeping little craps. Sleeping craps. That's what they is. All right, music off. Make sure that the stream is turned up real loud. Not just volume as needed.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Now with that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the third Edict.
I have called you here to save our people, to save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other, but we endured, and we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores, and we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way! I understand. The true Makuramakoi will rise.
New trade system. What's that about?
Now, as you can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds. After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 PM Pacific, patch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try. Alright, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui Archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail. When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose.
Interesting.
Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper
Whakapanu
the
what?
curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek. Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger! Come, Yama sees your soul!
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show.
Boobies,
but we're
I
not
saw
gonna spoil too
boobies.
much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You will discover new areas, and new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual, discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses. It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability.
Yeah,
and we want
basically
to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
Well, that's a huge change. That's a ridiculously huge
There are
change.
a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use on other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy. In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses. And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare, others fairly common. Some of them are build defining, others are just straight up power upgrades. All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice Tip Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability. We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters. Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target.
That's kind of nice.
And allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice.
Sounds like the other one.
Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion. And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
Hey, that's a big buff.
This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer. Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic fish are now branches into multiple fishes, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fishes around. Volcanic fishes
pretty
re-trigger
cool.
when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fishes, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks. Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got Sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
No cooldown on shield charge anymore.
Shield Wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield Warcry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well.
Wow, the warrior
Speaking
looks
of
really
totems,
good this
we
season.
wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now
Nice.
available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
Warrior looking good.
Warrior's looking hot this season.
One of the
Did
most
they fix my
important
shield
improvements
charge?
in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
That's pretty cool.
Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good,
No.
so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Interesting.
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sanguimancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sanguimancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the Wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily.
Nice. Staggering Palm is kind of neat.
Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now. The monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the hollow palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking energy shield and evasion on your character. A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes mana leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has,
Martial
but it
arts
works well
monk.
for the ranger too. Now, one of the least used ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chinchilla, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Should have always been that way.
And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills.
That's pretty powerful.
We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits. Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all 3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments, and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill, and a support gem to help generate them too. On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
Oh, that's cool.
The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times, but makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version, and here's the new version. It's a lot more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before. Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the livestream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes, so for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage.
That's really
Or how
nice.
about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate.
That's pretty cool.
A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most. Another Ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sorc area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers.
That's
Or
pretty
maybe
cool.
you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Yay!
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the Abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and Abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more Abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of Abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic Abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
Nod rib.
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward. Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature. Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
Desecrates
you
a
can
rare
use this
weapon.
on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers. Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows, that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff.
Oh, nice.
Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses, and there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic, so what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead.
Legions
When
of
underground,
the undead.
every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depths-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ullaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal Commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos.
Got you.
Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part,
Gotcha.
it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of the Time Gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Guru Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work, as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside, whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniphobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty.
Yeah, basically.
To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame.
Nice. That's actually a really
Because
good
these
change.
encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas.
I like it.
The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning.
That's kind of cool.
Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns,
they were really
essences
useless.
are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade.
That's fancy. I like that.
The intention
That's
of
nice.
this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful.
Extra damage.
There are
extra
many
fire.
different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods.
That's a lot of currency items.
On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get exceptional unique items.
Interesting.
To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to reroll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This Omen will also cause your item to become Sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this. Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build. Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Karori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one. Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Trade!
Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please,
That's
and can
huge.
even be offline.
That's huge.
With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item. And while there, if you want, browse their other
That's
goods.
crazy.
In
This
case
is
there's
amazing.
a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered.
This is freaking
Cool.
awesome.
You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency
Like,
the
this
seller
is-
set
this
for the
is
price,
next
it
gen
also
stuff
costs
right
gold
here.
to purchase an item, as Ange has bills
You
to
know what
pay
this
after
means,
all.
though, right, Leon?
As a seller,
That means
you'll
if somebody
immediately receive a
misprices
notification
something,
when an
there's
item
no
of yours
taking
is
it back.
sold, and can
No.
also see an effect
No
above
takebacks.
Ange
No
in your hideout,
takebacks on the
which is
misprice.
unclaimed currency.
You
Just
go to their
go
shop
talk
and
to
you're
her,
like, what? For
claim
one
your
divine?
currency,
And you're like, you buy it
continue playing
immediately?
at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict.
Okay.
To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you.
Feedback.
As
2
we
thumbs
are able to
up!
Test internally with an entire thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive
I
microtransactions.
like that little hawk-looking thing.
Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods, or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be a courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast.
He's cute.
Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations.
That's really cool looking, too.
In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves.
It's kind of funny.
The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them,
Oh, it eats other
proceeding to
pets?
satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse.
Oh, that's so rude.
The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners.
That is hilarious.
You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration.
The Goblin Gambler.
They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathis. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
What time did he say the patch notes were going to be out?
7 o'clock.
What's up, Con?
Hey, Ginger.
I got one word for all that. That's awesome. That's this awesome. I don't even know. That's awesome. Like honestly, I distinctly remember me, Con, Leon, pretty much everybody complaining about like a lot of the stuff they fixed. Like a lot of the things that they fixed today, like that they showed off as stuff that we complained about that like they finally got working properly.
Looks like they prioritize fixing the game rather than like dumping another class and grab making that consume their time.
Wow, that audio is weird.
I'm joined once again by Jonathan.
I don't think I'm going to watch this game. I missed a lot of important information because I was eating and cooking. I need to figure out like what all the stuff they did with the elements. It looked really cool.
I mean, honestly, there was a lot of cool stuff in there. Like this isn't really worth watching. I hate to say it. Yeah, it's really boring. But like I think talking about what was in the actual video would be really cool. Like let's
I kind of want to go back.
Let's go to I think they have it on YouTube, right? They usually have it on YouTube.
They usually put the whole video on YouTube.
Yeah, so let's go pull it up on YouTube and let's see if we can rewind and we can go over some of this stuff because like the warrior changes were insane. Like I saw all the warrior changes and the warrior changes were like nuts.
That armor change.
Sorc looked nuts. The warrior looked
The
nuts. The monk looks nuts. The Chalula.
Yeah.
They finally got off the Diablo 4 train, and they finally like went to the. Did you hear them? They were like, and we realized that 4 seconds of bleeding or 4 seconds of burning just wasn't enough, and like that was probably stupid, right? And so they increased it to 8 seconds. That's exactly the problem with Diablo 4. A lot of the times is the durations of the effects are so short you can't even use the damn things.
You're gonna be able to chill and freeze a lot more now, and they said on bosses since it's harder, you get better rewards because you get increased damage now. It's really good.
Is this the is this it right here? Yeah, I think this is
it's up there.
Yeah, this is it.
The whole thing's up there.
Looks like they got it chaptered out and everything. So Act 4, first off, like Act 4, super excited about Act 4. Like if we just go over Act 4 to begin with. Like I think Act 4 is going to be great. It's going to be great to get out of Act 3 for the first time in forever. Yeah. Like I was tired of doing the same acts over and over again. I'm not going to say that they were horrible or anything, but like we needed more variety. Like and it sucked having to redo the same act like multiple times. And I understand it was like a temporary thing, but I'm glad that it's gone.
I got the timestamps in the
so Act 4 is going to be good. It looks really good. I'm not going to lie. It does look good. And I'm also very glad that they didn't just like leave in the other acts. They added these interlude acts, which they're like side stories basically. Like I wanted to shout out filler arc for like an anime. These are basically filler arcs. Like they're not actually like relevant to the real story, and they might not even like mean anything as far as the real story is concerned. But they should be fun, like filler arcs in an anime that, you know, like they're waiting on the next story to release. Like this is literally a filler arc because that's exactly how anime works. Is like, oh well, we don't have this next story part of the story yet. Okay, well we'll just write something stupid like, you know, like you know, Ichigo Kurosaki goes to the underworld and fights the devil himself, and you know, like whatever. And they're like, sure, yeah, go ahead. We're not ready for the next episode yet. Sprinting is interesting, but it's also a little scary too, because he basically said that like if you get hit while you're sprinting, you just get knocked down immediately. So while I do like the fact that you can sprint, like the showcase that he did of like the guy getting hit while he was sprinting and he just falls down and then he's just like on the ground and all the monsters are beating the crap out of him. It's like you fell down. Stop. Like, and then he just immediately dies. Like, that's pretty scary. Like, I don't want to accidentally have that happen. I wonder if I wonder how they have it set up, because you know, I think that sometimes, like, even if you're in combat, you might accidentally hold down the space bar too long. I hope it takes like a considerable hold down of the space bar. Like, I hope it's not just like, you know, like 1-2 or like 1-2-3 or something. I hope it's like you got to hold down the space bar. You're like 1-2-3-4 or something to get the sprint to activate. Because I wouldn't want it to happen in the middle of combat, especially since if you get hit while sprinting, you immediately fall down. Can you imagine you're in the middle of combat, you accidentally hold down the space bar too long, you start sprinting, you immediately get hit, fall down, and die? That'd be pretty rough. Support gems. They did all the major thing they did right off the bat was they made it so that you could use more than one support gem.
You're not limited anymore.
So you're not limited anymore to one support gem per character. Or in the case of the Gemling Legionnaire, and that was the first question on my mind, is the Gemling Legionnaire has that one thing that allows him to use more than one support gem. So what is he getting in return? Like now his buff is basically useless. So
there's a unique item that does it too. So they both probably were updated.
Yeah. So like there's got to be something that's going to allow you to get more now, or something. They got to change that so that the Gemling Legionnaire is different. That was one of the reasons why I always loved the Gemling Legionnaire, because you could actually use two of the same support gem. But super huge there. I mean, the support gem, like just that change alone on the support gem is huge. And then they added like multiple tiers to the support gem. That actually looked pretty neat too. Like I actually thought that was pretty cool. With like each one of the tiers having like a better effect, and then like the highest tier not just having a better effect, but also having like a unique effect was also kind of interesting. And then they added the lineage supports, which are basically unique support gems. And they put a bunch of them on here. I mean, we could like go back through these and like take a look at the unique supports that they showed off. Yeah, here we go. Lineage supports. So the first lineage support they show off seems to be a crossbow one. Supported crossbow ammunition skills cannot reload. Supported skills load 3 bolts when you dodge. Supported skills load 3 additional bolts. So basically they set this one up where like you can't reload your weapons at all unless you're dodging, so you're gonna be like spamming your dodge button all the time. They showed off a bunch of them though. Like, let's see if we can look at all of them. We'll go Doojank by Doojank here. Zarok's Refrain. This one is supported spells that affect an area around you or a target location. Supported spells echo twice, causing their effects to happen again after a short delay, but supported skills are given a short cooldown. Cannot support channeling skills, remote skills, which already have a cooldown, or skills which are triggered. Supported skills echo 2 times. A spell echo only does once, right? Like the original spell echo? So this is like a special version of spell echo that echoes twice. That's pretty cool. Quit digging. So don't tell me what to do. That's not polite. Scion's Temper. Gain 1 wild shard on casting supported spells. Supported skills have a 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle per wild shard. All wild shards are lost when the supported skills fires projectiles in a circle. So that's a unique version of the wild shard one. Like I remember that one. I've actually used that one on a build before. Diela's Desire. +1 level of to supported skill gems of supported +1 to level of supported skill gems, plus 10% quality of supported skill gems. So level and quality. That's kind of neat.
It's like pure power.
Arjun's Medal. 35% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing a killing blow with the supported skill. So basically just getting a killing blow loads your bolts. That's kind of neat. If you're killing things relatively quickly on like a map, I can see that being super useful.
Did you see the one double barrel 3 where that gets a full reload when you heavy stun an enemy?
Yeah,
Just
I saw
auto
that
reload.
one. Tawahawa's Tending. Hardy Totems. Totems created by supported skills have 50% more life. Totems created by the supported skills trigger Tawayo's Vengeance on death, and then there's the tab for the Vengeance ability, which we can't see. But it does say totems created by supported skills explode on death, dealing physical damage based on their life. So the more life the totem has, the more damage it does. That's interesting. Rakiata's Flow. Hits with supported skills treat enemy monster elemental resistance values as inverted. That's kind of interesting, which could also be a downside as well. Because if the monster has relatively low resistance, well then now you have a monster with high resistances. I guess technically it's also less and less useful the closer to 0 the monster is too, because obviously if the monster's at 1 and you invert them to -1, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. So it's an interesting one that I'm not really entirely sure would always be the greatest usefulness. Remember when we were doing the during the season of the Huntress where they had the ability to summon the pets? Remember you could get like the pet monsters? And we were looking at the resistances of the pet monsters, and they really didn't have very high resistances most of the time. So I'm not entirely sure how much that's actually going to be useful.
Well, I think bosses all have high res.
Yeah.
And the thing you can do now is, since you're not limited to one support, is you can have the same skill twice set up, and you can have that as for like a bossing setup.
Yeah, that would be great for the bosses, yeah.
Because you can literally have the same skill with the same supports, except for that one, and, customize based on bossing.
Interesting. Okay. I know there's another one in here. There's gotta be another one. Oh, that was it? And they showed off. I thought they showed off the double barrel one. Did I miss the double barrel one?
It was before the lineage section. There was 3 levels to it too. I kind of want to go back and listen to what he was saying.
Yeah, he's saying each one has a level. So the first level is the worst version. The second level can have like a slightly increased effect or maybe reduced cost. And then he was saying that the third version always has like a unique effect added to it.
Oh, so they replace. So this is a key change, right? So they replace the support gem levels with them being their own tiers. So you have the same support gem. So instead of double barrel being a level 1,
so right here they show
level 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, so right here they show brutality 1, brutality 2, and brutality 3. So 1 and 2 are just like increases. So like 1 is your lowest, 2 is slightly better than 1 with like a little bit of a better effect or a less cost or something like that, or a lower multiplier. But he said that the third one would always be like a special effect as well as the changes. So like you would get some sort of special effect included. There, I can unmute it. And we can
there were only 3 tiers of
supports,
supports,
listen to him again.
and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something new.
Yeah, so there we go. So in this particular case, he showed the
It's lowered to 20%.
all 3 up and side by side. Here we go. So you can see like it's 110% cost multiplier, 30% reload speed, and then it goes down to 20% less reload speed. But then the third version stays at 20% less reload speed, but it gets an additional effect. So you see it's supported skills reload automatically when heavy stunning an enemy with them. So like he was saying that all of the 3s will have some sort of special effect on them.
Yeah. So what this essentially does is it opens up way more supports earlier on, because you don't have to wait for a level 3 support.
Exactly.
They can have a level 1 version of it, and then the level 3 is just a more powerful
Yeah, so
added feature.
it's stupid too, because like the waiting till the end to get access to all the supports was dumb. Because remember we said it before, like all the fun stuff that you can do with the supports was at the end. So you would like just level up one character, get a bunch of tier 3 supports, and then go back and make a new character, and then you'd have a bunch of fun with the level 3 supports. So like now I'm assuming what that's gonna do is it's gonna just make it a lot easier during the leveling process to get access to all of the supports that we want to get access to, even though they won't necessarily be the highest tiers. So, but you know, like if we do level up another character, you still could potentially get the higher tier versions, I would assume. I mean, he didn't really show all of the tier 3 gems. I'm assuming that's going to be like a whole thing we're going to have to explore. Skill changes was huge, like across the board ridiculous. I have to say that the skill changes might have been like the biggest thing in the game. Like
there's a lot of fundamental changes. I kind of want to watch that whole section again.
Honestly, me too. Like let's do it. Here, let me put the volume back up and let's just rewatch this whole section again. We'll pause it at like highlighted points or something.
Expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies.
Actually kind of wanted to look at that. Hold on.
That creates more
Frozen Spite, AoE projectile cold. Oh, thanks for the donation, DK. Appreciate it. Support attack skills, causing them to create ice fragments on killing frozen enemies. Cannot support totem skills and does not modify skills used by minions. Supported skills trigger ice fragments on killing a frozen enemy. And then it goes over the ice fragments. So anytime you kill a frozen enemy, you can just like throw that in and get all these little explodey things all over the ground. That's a great way to add like AoE into a single target attack.
Them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice Tip Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments.
Ice Tip Arrows. Ready your active bow and spear, or spear. It says or spear.
Yeah.
Empowering your next barrageable bow or projectile spear attack to create ice fragments on hit. Can consume a frenzy charge to bypass its cooldown. Okay. So it looks like it goes together with barrage, it says. So I guess you have to have barrage active. It says empowers up to 3 attacks. Maximum buff duration is 8 seconds.
This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment.
Passively coalesces icy missiles from the air over time. Using the skill, fires missiles. I know this ability because I used it all one season. Firing an additional missile for each that has been accumulated. Accumulates up to 12 additional missiles. Accumulates a missile every 1 second. So what is he saying that it's doing now? It's firing an additional missile for what?
This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a...
So is this like something that passively accumulates stacks? Like you get stacks?
No, so what he says is it's interacting with the fragment ability that he just gave us. So like the 2 previous skills that put those little ice fragments all over the ground, he's saying that every single one of those ice fragments that's on the ground, it will shoot an additional missile at those ice fragments. So if you have like 30 ice fragments on the ground, Freezing Salvo will shoot the 12 that it has normally, and it will shoot an additional 1 for every single fragment that's on the ground at that time. So it basically gives you a way to potentially like focus on building those fragments, and then once you have a large amount of those fragments accumulated on the ground, fire the Freezing Salvo, and you get a much larger Freezing Salvo. I think he demonstrates it here.
Nuke-like ability.
Yeah, so like he basically had a whole bunch of fragments on the ground there. See, he had it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's like a whole bunch of little tiny fragments all over the place, and every single one of those salvos went to one of those fragments. That's pretty powerful.
We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses.
Them on the boss, so
this is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire...
He hits them with all of them.
Yeah, I wasn't too like enthused about the snipe consuming freezing thing, but like it kind of makes some sense here on the boss because he says that like the boss will take a huge amount of damage. Like he buffed up the amount of damage that the bosses would take if you consume a frost while it's on the boss. Because it is very difficult to freeze the bosses, and I don't like consuming the effects on the boss unless there's like a actual real reason to make it happen. So I guess this could be an interesting way for you to get a really high amount of single target damage on bosses.
Game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters.
Toxic Domain. It creates an area of toxic bloom on the ground around you. While in the bloom, you have increased skill costs. Regenerate life and your projectile attacks. Attach a toxic pustule, which can be poisoned. Pustules will detonate after a duration or when enough poison has been applied, consuming the largest stack of poison on the target to deal damage and apply another stack of poison to them. Toxic bloom radius is 3 meters. Toxic bloom duration is 8 seconds. Regenerate 1.67 life per second. Skill costs are increased by 20%. With projectile hits, attach a pustule. Huh. So it puts the pustules on the monster. Puts the lotion on its skin. It puts the pustules on the monster. The monsters then, the pustule then grows with the amount of poison damage that you do, and then once it exceeds the poison damage limit, it explodes, taking the dot and then reapplying a new one. That's kind of neat.
Yeah. It's like Rupture.
Sounds practically like GG for any poison build. I mean, I don't know how it's actually going to perform, but if you're doing a poison build, that sounds really, really good.
Another skill that...
Electrocuting arrow. That was the one that, like, a lot of people didn't use during that season, right? Because it wasn't really the greatest, and they kind of, like, bypassed it and went straight to the rod. Like, it was supposed to be a chain thing, right? You were supposed to use electrocuting arrow, and lightning rod together, but most people just avoided it.
Oh, I thought it was lightning arrow. Is this a different skill?
I don't know. Let's look at.
Was annoying to use was electrocuting arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has area of effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame.
Honestly, it looks amazing.
We
like
also
that honestly just looks amazing. Like, it looks like a really fun skill to use.
Supports. And it now also has area.
I know Leon loves lightning. He's probably drooling like Cody,
yeah.
with like drool coming out both sides.
Effect, making it a tool for more than
it
just
does look really good.
And allowing it to
it
scale
doesn't
into
pierce,
the
it doesn't
endgame.
chain. This gives you electrocution, which is
also
really strong.
And allowing it to
I mean, it says fires an electrifying arrow that explodes in an area on hit. Hitting an enemy will attach an electrocuting rod to them, causing all incoming lightning damage to build up electrocution. Ooh, it's got electrocution built in. This a rod is removed when the enemy is next electrocuted. Cannot pierce. Converts 50% of physical damage to lightning damage. Cannot chain. Arrow duration is 25 seconds.
Scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage.
When I saw this, I immediately thought of that ability that the warrior has, the totem where he can like plop down a totem and it does like a random skill or whatever that you assign to it. Like, this kind of seems like the same thing except for the archer.
This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make
It's
evasion
almost like they heard us talking, Leon. How many conversations do we have about how like evasion was good, but it wasn't that great because it wouldn't evade everything?
Deflect's crazy.
I know the deflect looks really interesting because it's basically what, mitigation for evasion. So it
Yep.
essentially gives evasion a form of mitigation.
Characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything. And if you successfully deflect a hit,
And
you
you
take
can get life
40%
by
less
dex,
damage.
which is insane.
Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion. And there's a bunch of it available on the passive.
I'm kind of curious, how does it work, though? Like, I'm assuming that evasion is first, right? That would be my assumption. And then if evasion fails, then deflection comes in. And then if something cannot be evaded, but it can be deflected, then deflecting probably just works instead, right?
Yeah, it just bypasses that part
But then
of the formula.
it says you can get like a certain amount of deflection. So gain deflection rating
You get
equal to
100%, he said.
19% of evasion rating. So you can essentially make it equal to your evasion rating. But then like how much it's a set amount, right? So it says 40%. So 40% is the set amount of mitigation, which is a pretty hefty. That's a pretty hefty amount of mitigation. That's better than nothing, which is what you had before.
If you have 40%, if you build that to 100, if
And there's
you
a
get
bunch
hit,
of it available
you're
on the
taking
passive
40%
tree
less
too.
damage, which is a huge.
Deflection is
decrease.
rolled
And then
in
you're
addition to
probably
evasion.
evading the next
So this is an
attack if you're
upgrade for
stacking
regular
evasion.
hits too.
Well, you're probably not immediately dead. Which is what would normally happen. Like normally you're like oh dodge. Oh, I got hit, dead. Like it didn't even matter. You could dodge 1,000 hits, and then the 1,001th hit could hit you, and you would just immediately fall down. This might actually prevent you from immediately falling down if you get it built properly. I think it's a really good change. I think it's a very, very good change. A very good change. A very good change. Get the thumb wiggling in there.
And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all dex characters, so the mercenary and the monk, but especially the huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of
Parry
defensive
and block.
mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now,
You know, I just thinking to myself, I don't think there's anything in here that I was like, man, that sucks. Like, why would they do that? I don't think there was anything bad about these. Did you see anything bad? I don't think I saw anything bad. I was like,
It all looks good.
all looks
Yeah,
good. Everything looks
Because
good.
if you think about it, it's a redesign patch, so it's
Yeah.
all feedback.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff is things that I have heard all of us complain about. I know I've complained about it. I've heard Khan complain about some of this stuff, like the evasion problems, like the armor problems, the shield block problems, like the dude, what they did to the warrior. The warrior is amazing. Let's keep going.
one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and that's not
Yeah, so right there, a lot of hits that are not blockable, right? Like that's another thing that I complained about. Remember when I was playing the
Because you build block.
the
and you
block?
felt weak,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, there were so many things you couldn't block. Like it didn't make any sense. Like you'd be fighting a monster, and you got like this big giant shield with like 85% block chance, and everything's just bypassing it. Like it didn't feel good.
parryable either.
And
So
and that was the
especially for
same
that
and that
class.
was the same problem with parry, which is what he's talking about right now. Is that like a lot of the times when you went to go parry a monster, like it wasn't necessarily that the parry mechanic was bad. It was that most of the monsters you couldn't parry. So if they really fixed it so that you can parry basically like 90, I know that he didn't say 100%, but let's say like 99% of the attacks. If you could really parry 99% of the attacks, parry might actually be very fun to play this season. It might actually be very fun. Block also, like obviously they're both going to be really interesting.
A huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills. that
Especially for
bosses
like a
use.
warrior class, like you want to feel tanky. And I
This
never
makes
felt
parry-
tanky.
Well, it was the exact opposite of what they explained. Because I remember in the beginning when they first explained the block mechanic and they first explained the like parry mechanic, they specifically stated they said you'll be able to block anything that you want except for things that have like a red, indicator. They were like this red indicator
giant
means that
boss
this is
attack.
that this is a unblockable attack, right? We're gonna tell you that it's an unblockable attack, so you know not to just stand there and get smacked, right? But that wasn't the case. like there were of course unblockable boss attacks, but then there were tons of other attacks that were not being telegraphed as unblockable, and so you had to like slowly figure out what was blockable and what wasn't blockable, and it didn't really like make any sense like mechanically. Like you had to like you had to know whether something was unblockable or not, and the only way to know was to get hit in the face.
And die.
Yeah, and die.
And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities.
Oh yeah, the moving faster while blocking thing, that's really good. That's really nice. I like it a lot.
This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer. Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided.
When he said fire skills on the warrior, we're not cutting the mustard, I laughed because I was like, yeah, they all suck. They were all terrible. They were all bad.
We needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff.
It might be the season for me to
Dude,
start
this warrior looks really good this season. Volcanic
Did the hammer
Fissure.
throw?
So one of the things I complained about, remember me complaining incessantly like a whiny child about Volcanic Fissure not being able to like be used while standing still, how it always moved you forward, and I was constantly whining about it. They fixed it. So now you can actually use Volcanic Fissure and you don't have to move forward while you're using it anymore.
Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple
Forge
fissures,
hammer
giving
throw
it much more
has
clearing
like the
potential.
door catching the hammer. It's amazing.
Oh, it
I
does
love
look
it.
interesting,
Also added a
yeah.
new skill called Forge Hammer.
Yeah, there it
This
is right
skill
there.
throws a molten hammer.
Forge Hammer. Hurl a fiery hammer that's slammed into the ground and lodges there. While the hammer is lodged in the ground, reusing the skill recalls the hammer and resets the skill's cooldown. Alternatively, using a war cry near the lodged hammer causes it to shatter, releasing a number of molten fissures in a spiral. While the fissures persist, using a slam skill on them will cause aftershocks, which spread to all connected fissures. Converts 30% of physical damage to fire, while dual wielding both weapons hit with 30% less damage.
Oh,
Impact radius is 1.8 meters. Hammer duration is 12 seconds. 12 seconds is that's a pretty decent time for like tactical maneuvers, like you throw the hammer down, like maybe wait for the monsters to come into range all at one time, hit your shout skill, it explodes. That's a decent amount of time, and the fact that you can recall it anytime you want to, that's good.
love it.
That's good. Cooldown does not recover while the hammer is lodged, so that's interesting too. So you don't get any cooldown recovery if the hammer's in the ground. So
did you see that node that they added in the warrior section that says your armor break applies a fire damage now?
Oh yeah, that's really strong.
Yeah,
It does a slam at a distance.
I might do this.
All right, so there you go. So you got
by using the
that.
skill again if you like. But the
It sounds like this is also a shout build too, though. Like if you do this, you're going into the shout category.
If you want to explode them, yeah.
Well, I mean, it seems like you kind of want to sometimes. I don't know. It depends. Like, because if you throw it
I think you can
out,
build it
sometimes
either
you're going to
way.
want to explode it, and sometimes you're going to want to pull it back. I mean, you could just like throw it, pull it back, throw it, pull it back. You know.
Exactly.
I mean, that's also an option.
The thing to do is to use a war cry near it. Using a war cry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fissures around. Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss.
I thought that ability looked really cool, but then I also thought to myself, I'm like, oh, look, it's another ability Khan's going to cover the whole screen with. Like, nobody gets to see anything, okay?
Skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss.
I can already tell Khan's interested in this one. He's like, ooh, pretty.
We also buffed Perfect Strike to have much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now.
Molten Blast does not always force you to move forward. I love this. I love it. I love it.
The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to
So
want to
this
ignite
starts on the
monsters due to a
29th.
new glory skill called Ancestral.
Yeah, it's going to be the new season. Well, technically, it's the first league, although it's not the first new season. But this is the first season that has had a seasonal mechanic. So, like, you know how, like, in Diablo 4, like, a lot of the times they have a seasonal mechanic? This is going to be the first seasonal mechanic season. They didn't have a seasonal mechanic in the last season that they did.
Yeah, it was just a reset.
Yeah.
Ancestral Cry.
I don't know if I'll be
Ancestral
back.
Cry charges up with glory by...
Well, that is unfortunate.
I help my son move in Austin. He's in Austin. I gotta go help him. Tomorrow, I'm leaving tomorrow.
Tell him that he needs to get a laptop and play some PoE with you.
Not move.
Yeah, we're just not moving today. Today's PoE day. We'll do it tomorrow.
Knighting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor.
Let's do it tomorrow.
After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
You just make sure he has the standard payment. Okay, the standard payment for helping somebody move is you got to order some cheap pizza and some drinks. Okay, like it's always that's standard payment. Like don't ask for anything less. Cheap pizza and drinks is standard moving payment.
Warrior shield skills were another area.
Oh yeah, shield charge. They said they took away the cooldown from shield charge. That sounds absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I was
They made it
doing
really strong.
like it's honestly it sounds even more strong, and they got a buff for it too. They said there was a buff specifically for shield charge now.
We wanted to improve. Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. And now also does more damage.
Oh yeah, they fixed the blocking, and one of the problems I had with shield charge was that when you're shield charging, you're technically blocking, right? Well, a lot of the times I would not be able to block because like the attacks were not blockable. So now that they fixed it so that the attacks are blockable, shield charge should have gone up tremendously. Not only is the damage really good, but you can actually actively use it multiple times in a row. And on top of that, it's more defensive because it will actually block the hits like it's supposed to instead of charging into attack, which it doesn't block.
Damage the further away you are when you use it.
Oh yeah, what they did to Shield Wall looks absolutely amazing too. That could be a fun one to use in combination with a lot of different abilities. I actually really liked Shield Wall, but the main issue with it is each one of the segments was kind of separated from each other, and you could try and charge through the Shield Wall, but the problem was like it would only blow up like one or two of the segments or something. It was stupid. This one they said that now that it's set up, it's going to blow up all the segments when you like shield charge through it.
Shield Wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls.
Wall build.
We also added a new shield warcry.
Yeah, so this is the shield warcry they added. This is the new warcry. So perform a warcry that grants guard, and it causes subsequent shield attacks to release an empowered shockwave when dealing damage. This skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge. Warcry radius 4 meters, guard duration is 4 seconds, can create 1 shockwave per enemy power in range, counting up to 50 power. Grants 34 guard for every 5 enemy power in range, counting up to 25 power. So it sounds like you get more guard the more monsters are around you when you use it. So if you're surrounded, it's going to give you a lot more guard. Guard is the thing that actually gives you... am I misremembering? Isn't that the thing that's kind of like a barrier? It's like a temporary barrier? Or am I misremembering? I can't remember what the guard is.
Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma...
It says empowers your other shield skills.
...all the walls. We also added a new shield warcry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require time.
Oh yeah, this is something I complained about too constantly, was Magma Barrier. Magma Barrier is supposed to be like a reactive shield block, but you had to use it like perfectly in time with the monster hitting you. Like you had to wait till they were swinging on you, and then you had to cha-ching, yeah, cha-ching. Like you had to do it so precisely to get the effect, and they changed it now so you don't have to actually like precisely do it to get the effect anymore, which is massive. So you can use that in combination with a shield build easily.
In order to use, just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
So every time you block with Magma Barrier up, you're going to immediately cause an explosion, which essentially turns it into a even better version of the passive block. So like if you were ever using the passive block for whatever reason, it seems like the Magma Barrier is just like a superior version to the passive block now. At least it says grants 25% increased block chance too.
Yep, and endurance charge.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage.
That's pretty powerful. 40% extra physical damage is nuts.
Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems.
That's kind of cool, actually.
In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud.
Yeah, they've changed so much stuff, and honestly, most of it was things that I think we were complaining about, and I feel like it's gonna feel like a brand new game when we play. Like a virgin.
We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
Normal Warcry cooldowns there, so you can.
Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was.
Oh yeah, this is a good change too. They said they're taking away the accuracy penalty for melee. It was apparently always supposed to be the case that if you were in melee range, that you were supposed to have basically like no accuracy penalty. The accuracy penalty is supposed to be for range characters, and it's supposed to increase the further away you are from the monster, so that you need more and more accuracy to attack from range. But for some reason, it was like still penalizing the melee characters, so they just said they like took it away completely.
All the warriors don't need to care about very much, so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shadow, which you certainly don't want to mess with.
Like Energy Shield was just the way to go on everything, and it feels like hopefully they're rebalancing.
I mean, yeah, Energy Shield was literally even when I built armor, I would still build Energy Shield. Like that's the silly part. It's not even necessarily that like armor or evasion was really too awful. It was more or less that like you just don't really have the HP. Like you need a lot of HP to run a pure HP build. Like you need like crazy amounts, like 2,000-3,000 HP to survive. And like most of the time, if you just build a character and you don't actually sit there and focus on your hit points, you'll only have like 1,000 hit points, and things will just be one-shotting you left and right, no matter what your mitigations are.
Significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows you.
So 17% of armor also applies to elemental damage taken from hits. So this is something I already played with, because wasn't that the unique item? It was like an armor that made it so that your armor was adding to your elemental mitigations. Dude, it's huge. It's huge to have this. This if you build your armor up high enough and you have some of this like armor applies to elemental damage, you're gonna be super tanky. You're gonna be taking like big fire shots to your face, and it's not even gonna hurt. You're gonna be like, what even happened, bro? Giggity. Apparently it's just a stat on equipment though, which is kind of crazy. So
and on the tree it says too.
Oh, and the tree too.
Yeah, on both.
Yeah, so that's gonna be nuts. That's gonna be nuts.
Your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree. One of the most important improvements with
what was that? He showed off the ones on the tree.
It's now available on items and in a lot more
he
places
showed
on the
passive here. 15% of armor also applies to elemental damage. Prism Guard, which looks like it's on the left-hand side of the tree near the blocking stuff. And chill proofing. 20% of armor also applies to cold damage taken from hits. Okay, 20% increased freeze threshold. 20% reduced effect of chill on you. There was that other one they showed too that like made you immune to like specific status effects. That was kind of neat.
One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together,
Next
the run
is
and gun
Jim's favorite
playstyle
section.
feels much better.
Freezing skills are now better at freezing.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now.
I love how they literally in this example, they show a monster, right? And they shock the monster, and then he immediately shoots a grenade.
But that
And the
doesn't really give you
grenade
enough
doesn't
time to
blow
take
up until
advantage of it.
after the
If you're
monster's
going to add a
already
lightning skill into a
unshocked.
build that otherwise
Like this is literally the problem with Diablo 4 in a nutshell. Like in Diablo 4, most of the buffs that they
Much
give
better.
you are so short that literally you like shoot a monster and then you try and take advantage of the buff that they give you, and the buff is already gone by the time like you fire off your attack. Like it's the stupidest thing in the world. They're like $3 million if you can make it to the bank in 1 second, and you're like, dude, I'm in a chair in my house. What do you mean if I can make it to the bank in 1 second? What am I, the Flash? I don't know if the Flash can do that. Like, can the Flash make it to the bank in 1 second? Which Flash are we talking about here?
that's much better. To have increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds.
See, this
And
is
skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking.
this is amazing to me because like the duration increase. I mean, I'm not exactly sure why there was a cap in the first place, to be honest. It should be like Diablo 2, where the cap and like everything is tied into the resistances and whatnot. And if you bring the monster's resistance down to a specific element, the duration should be increasing. You know, like in Diablo 2, basically how it works is if you have a monster that's immune to you, then you can't freeze them, right? If you have a monster that's 90% resistant to you, then you can freeze them, but it's for a very short duration. And the lower their resistance is, the higher the duration goes. And if you bring them into the negative resistances, the duration starts to climb even more. Like, I remember back in the day, I don't know if you guys remember in Diablo 2, like going into PvP and you fight like a cold sorceress and she hits you with like one of her cold spells. And if you don't have Cannot Be Frozen, like you would be chilled for like 5 minutes or something, because like she would have negative like 250% cold res and you would be at negative 100 cold. And the chill duration with negative 100 cold res is like some insanely high amount of time, right? But like it's only if you're building toward that thing do you even get that benefit. So like there shouldn't be a cap in the first place anyway. But at least going above 4 seconds is a really, really good change. Like I'm not you know, like smacking on the change. I really like the change. But honestly, you should be able to build your cold duration, your shock duration, and all sorts of other things in many ways. I don't know. Can you actually build it higher than 8 seconds? Like, is there? I thought there was like shock duration and chill duration items. So I guess
skills or support gems.
So I guess they're just basically increasing it from 4 second base to 8 second base.
Yes.
And then from there we can try and increase it further, which scale it further, which is going to be really, really strong actually.
Enemies now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all.
Oh, especially on bosses. I didn't even think about it until they showed the boss. Like, how many times did you freeze a boss and then you tried to take advantage of the boss freeze? And then you're like, yes, he's frozen. Let me go in there and hit. Wait, he's already unfrozen. Damn it.
Stunning with the Barb was so terrible.
Oh man, that's gonna be great on the bosses too, because that's gonna give you a couple more seconds, you know, to get in there and really like DPS phase. Because that's the whole point of freezing the boss, is you get a DPS phase. You're like, oh yes, finally he's frozen. DPS phase time.
Now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to cross, way more effective.
I'm not sure if you guys understood this, so I want to reiterate this. So what he said is that when you hit a target with your high velocity rounds,
And tiny pellets.
so let's go
A
back.
portion of high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor.
Okay, so if you hit a monster with the high velocity rounds, it fragments their armor. All right. This means that whatever damage you did with the high velocity rounds gets stored into the fragmentation. This is basically what he's saying. So like think about it like you did 5,000 damage to the monster, and then when you fragmented them. Well, the 5,000 damage becomes a fragmentation effect on the boss. And then every time you hit the monster, no matter what you hit them with, you're going to deal a portion of that fragmentation back to the monster again. So what he's saying here is that you literally break the monster, you fragment them, and then you switch over to your shotgun, which has like, what, 20 or 30 pellets? And then you hit the monster with the 20 or 30 pellets, and each pellet does a fragment of the damage of the fragmentation. This is why he does like a small amount of damage with the high velocity round, but then switches over to the shotgun.
To take a portion of
And you notice, like, he's hitting the monster with the shotgun, and when he hits the monster with the shotgun after fragmentation, he's doing a huge amount of damage. Look at how much damage he's doing. Like, per pellet, essentially. So what this is this is something that you focus on doing a really large single target hit, which fragments the monster, and then you focus on hitting him as many times as you can with small pinpricks, because you know that each pinprick is going to trigger the effect of the fragmentation back onto the boss. And you can see the effect here. It's crazy. Like, the fragmentation that he does doesn't even do that much damage. It only does 3,666 damage. And then once he hits that fragmentation and then he starts shooting with the shotgun, like just in the first round, like let's look at the first shot of damage from the shotgun. We'll go like frame by frame here, and let's find the first shot of damage. It will subtract it from the total. Of course, we don't know how he set up or anything, but we can at least extrapolate like how much damage is being done like per pellet or something like that. Of course, he fires off the first shot really quickly, and then he follows it up with like a barrage of shots directly afterward. Come on, get the shooty shoots. Shooty shooty shoot. Come on, do the shoot. Dang, 30 FPS.
There's a thing around the boss too, all those fragments, that's like the visual representation
I think
of the
so.
armor
I think
fragmenting.
yeah, I think that's the visual
cool.
representation. All right, so here we go. So one shot. So 3,666 to 10,269. So let's subtract that. So 10,269 minus 3,666. So he did roughly about 6,603 damage with one shot. And of course, there's probably like multiple fragments. I don't know how many fragments are in a fragmentation round. It's been a while since I played with the fragmentation rounds. Do you guys remember? Is it like 12 or 13 shots? Fragmentation rounds PoE 2. Let's see. It says 10 fragments. 10 fragments per shot. So then if we take that 6,603 and we divide that by 10, you're getting roughly 660 extra damage like per fragmentation round. So it's doing like a percentage of the original 3,600, which is we can even divide that into 3,600. So here, so 660, so 3,666 divided by what was it again? It was 660. So that's roughly about 5.5%, like 5.55% per shot. So per little tiny pellet, you're going to do about 5.5% of the total damage that you did in the first shot, which basically kind of almost prioritizes you to do as much damage as possible with that original fragmentation, and then you prioritize doing as many small hits as you possibly can afterwards. That's kind of cool. Very, very, very interesting mechanic there.
High velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
I thought this was really cool too, just the free grenades, because there's a lot of fun grenade skills and you really just can't use them all. You can try, but it just doesn't really work very well. But having like this thing like fire off some grenades for you also seems really neat.
All right.
Did he hold his mouse over the ability?
Will summon a cannon.
I think he held it. Yeah, there it is. Raises a cannon totem which uses socketed grenade skills with significantly improved cooldown recovery rate. Totem duration is 8 seconds, limit 1 totem. Totem gains 25% to all elemental resistances. Totem gains plus 10% chaos resistance. That's kind of interesting too, because couldn't the warrior use this one as part of like a totem build setup? And you could do like exploding grenade or something like that in there. You could easily like work this into like a warrior.
Crossbow.
What does it?
You can equip a crossbow and still
On
be a
swap?
totem warrior. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yeah, you can you could equip
be
a
a warrior with a crossbow.
Yeah, you could be a totem warrior crossbow and use the totem tree and get all the totem buffs. I mean, it doesn't necessarily prevent you from doing anything unless you're trying to use specifically like a weapon-based skill.
Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
I wonder if you could use it on swap, or would it be upset? You know how like when you can assign an item to be used on swap, so like when you go into the skill tree, you can have it set up where it uses that weapon whenever you use that skill.
Yep.
Maybe you could just do that, and then you could just summon them, and then go right back to your weapon.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, because you have a limit, so you don't. It's not like you're gonna keep pressing that button. You're gonna get your limit, and then you're gonna use something else.
Yeah.
Another issue on the mercenary were ban.
It's like a trap assassin in D2. Like
Oh, yeah.
only like 5 traps.
Oh yeah, JPrick. The deflect is huge, and so is the armor elemental like absorption essentially. Like that, both of them are really good. Armor and evasion are going to be really powerful this season. I mean, obviously, I don't think they really nerfed energy shield, but the other two trees are looking much better. Basically, you know, they're looking much more sexier.
They were just not very.
What'd you say, Con?
I wrote him like a 2-page thing about like a lot of this stuff last season. My irritation with a lot of the stuff.
You ain't the only one. I think all of us were feeling irritation on some of the abilities and how they function. Like evasion sucks, to be honest. Like the armor, like the not being able to block things, like the not being able to evade everything, like it's just, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a defensive layer that you're going to build into that doesn't protect you against everything. Like why would you why would you build a defensive layer if there's certain things that just bypass the entire defensive layer and just murder you?
Especially on a melee class, it's like you want us to stack up armor that does nothing, and we got to be in everybody's face all the time.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I'm like, why is the melee class that's supposed to be the tankiest character? Like, if you are a melee character wearing the heaviest plate armor in the game, you should be the tankiest character in the game. That's just how it works. Yeah. Like, you are the guy who's sacrificing your mobility to like layer on, thick sheets of titanium, steel, vibranium, mithril. And like, of course, like you're going to be the tankier character, but you're also going to be slower, and there's going to be certain penalties to it. But like, it's like we got the penalties, but we didn't get any of the tankiness.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's like you're Captain America, but your shield's made out of paper mache. My shield, it does nothing.
Good. So we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last long.
Oh yeah, the banners. They were talking about the banners. Dude, the banners sucked. I could not stand the banners. I tried to use the banners. I kept trying to incorporate them into my builds. I was like, hey, let me try these banners. And you know what's sad too is that like when I played Lord of the Rings Online, I played the captain, and the captain had banners, and they were amazing. They were effing amazing. They were the most amazing little things ever. Like, I was dropping banners everywhere. I was like, oh yeah, over here, I got the banner down. Like, everybody come over here. And they'd be like, oh my God, the banner of Juicy Godness. And they would come run over and they would stand in the banner because they know how good the banners were. And then, like, I got to this game and the banners were so bad that, like, nobody even cared that the banners were down. You didn't even care the banners were down. And then when you left the banner circle, it just disappeared. And I was like, wait a minute, what? So it looks like they changed it so that when you leave the banner, it no longer just disappears. And they also removed some of the requirements to actually get access to the buffs and increase the banners. At least that's what he's saying. Like, let's listen to him again real quick. Oh, I'm interrupting him all the time. Interrupt him. I mean, we already listened to this once, so technically, you know, we let him talk. We let him talk the first time, okay?
Issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor...
All the minions getting the same melee accuracy, like, change was good too. Because, like, the melee minions did kind of suck a little bit. I don't know what was wrong with them.
Also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed...
Wait, what? The ice minions count as frozen, so you can detonate them? So the Brute can detonate the Frost Mages? That's kind of cool. I wonder about that, actually. Because I know that they're making, like, a minion-type build, okay? But think about it like this. If they actually count as frozen, doesn't that mean that you could potentially use them in any build to get a free frozen monster that you could manipulate? So, like, think about the sorceress that has access to that. What's that one ability she has? Cold Snap, the one where she can, like, snap her fingers and make any monster that's frozen.
Now.
Yeah,
it's just called Snap.
So Snap. So she can just snap her fingers and make any monster explode, right? Well, like, if this monster counts as a frozen monster, then I guess technically you could at any point, like, use this in a snap build to have a free monster. So not necessarily relying on freezing a target, but providing your own frozen monster that you can snap at any point. That's absolutely insane. And there's other like builds that require, like, a frozen monster, like that one that they were talking about with the little ice things on the ground, the little ice granules that explode. One of the things was hitting a frozen monster or killing a frozen monster, right? So you could potentially maybe even, like, interact with it that way. I guess we'd see. But, like, that sounds very interesting, because if the Brute can detonate the Skeletal Frost Mage because the Skeletal Frost Mage counts as frozen, then other people might be able to detonate them as well. Like, the Snap ability might be able to detonate them, and there might be other ways that the frozen Skeletal Frost Mages could work in. So you might be able to, like, use the Skeletal Frost Mages on, like, any build that needs a frozen monster that you could potentially detonate. That'd be rather interesting.
Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster.
Yeah, jump on their head.
Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have.
Did he say... I didn't understand this part. Like, this was the one part that I didn't really understand. Like, Ray Spectre, from what I understood, was actually pretty good the season that they introduced it. In fact, they had to nerf several of the raises, right? Like, wasn't there, like, 2 or 3 of the Ray Spectres that were, like, breaking the game and they had to go through the process of nerfing them?
They disabled them too.
They disabled some of them. Like, I mean, maybe most of them were weak and just a couple of them were really strong. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know.
Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
So they went through each monster and readjusted the costs.
Yeah,
There's
which
also a
is
lot of
what
new
they should have
spellcasting
done to
weapons
begin
with newer
with,
cult
because like not all monsters are created equal, right? Like, I mean, you shouldn't have been able to summon like 35 of those TNT guys, and like when it came to like some of the weaker monsters, you probably should have been able to summon like 35 of them because they were weaker monsters. Like it's just, you know, par for the course that some of the monsters you would want to have like a massive number of. They also added the spirit to staves, which I thought was kind of interesting too.
skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I
Crazy
thought was
that
particularly cool.
Was it the Blood Witch or
The
whatever?
Reaping
Gets the Sangumancy for free now.
Yeah, well, they said it was a negative. That's how he explained it. He said it's a negative, and we don't know why we were forcing you to spend points on a negative, and that kind of made sense. Like, what's the point of making somebody, you know, buy the negative ability? Like, hey, you got to get this doo-doo taco if you want this really nice beef taco. Like, but I don't want the doo-doo taco. Well, that's too bad. You got to buy this doo-doo taco to get the beef taco. Like, well, that's gross. That's
Staff
crazy.
is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witch's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about two of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangumancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sangumancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row.
Yeah, that was really good. The wind thing work. I thought. Remember we were trying to build it one season,
I
and
made a
it
build around
it just didn't really last very long though, unfortunately.
Now you can stack it and keep it up forever.
Yep. So
'Cause it
that's
refreshes the
really good. That's really good.
So you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily.
And that breaking stance thing is crazy.
Wind Blast had the purpose of
Shows
building
on
up
the
to
boss.
dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a
martial
dazed
arts
enemy
one
previously
was
did a bunch of
insane.
stun.
The
Punching,
punching, kicking, yeah, it did look
Yeah.
that lightning one looked really interesting. But wasn't that lightning one like a special unique item that you had to get
Glove.
find or something? It was
Yeah.
gloves.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that did look really neat. I gotta
Yeah,
admit, it really
agree.
did. I think a lot of the unique items are going to be cheap this season. I think if you want to make a build, I think they're going to be pretty cheap. They later on in this, they talked about an exceptional items or something, and they talked about how even the unique items could drop exceptional. So like, I don't think it's going to be really expensive to get some of the like base unique items that aren't
Go.
exceptional. Yeah, like I think the really valuable ones, the ones that are going to be the high currency, are going to be the exceptional ones that have like the extra socket, or the or like the superior with the extra quality or whatever, because they basically set it up where those exceptional versions are going to be like super duper hard to come by, and they're going to increase the value of the top end item and decrease the value of the low end items. So it should be easier to get access to the cheaper uniques that are not like good stats, whereas the exceptional ones are probably going to go up massively. So good luck getting one of the exceptional ones, but the lower ones should drop as a result.
Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance.
Cave?
When their stance is broken, following up with a fast
Keystone
attack will do
now,
way
Mana
more
Leech
damage.
applies to elemental damage. That's crazy.
A cool build that certain people
The what?
fast attack will
That
do
Mana
way
Leech applies to elemental damage instead of physical.
Yeah.
There's a keystone
Mm-hmm.
by the monk
more
area.
damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now.
So that's the hollow palm technique. Can attack as though using a quarterstaff while both your hand slots are empty. Unarmed attacks that would use your quarterstaff's damage gain a physical damage based on their skill level. 1% more attack speed per 25 item evasion rating on equipped armor items, and a 0.1% to critical hit chance per 10 item energy shield on equipped armor items. Interesting.
The monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the hollow palm technique. a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking energy shield and evasion on your character.
You know what's kind of interesting about this is that, like, I know that what it's intended to be, but like if you were to use it as a swap, you wouldn't even need to have a quarterstaff on swap. You could just like use this, have quarterstaff skills on swap, and then you could potentially utilize this as you're swapping, and your swap could be empty. So you could just have like an empty swap with this, and then you could use quarterstaff skills. That'd be kind of cool.
A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes mana leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has, but it works well for the ranger too. Now, one of the least used ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chinchilla.
I used Acolyte of Chinchilla. I regret it. I never went back to that character, by the way. Like, I thought the Acolyte of Chinchilla was like one of the worst character builds I'd ever.
It looks insane now.
And it does look better now, but it was so bad before.
So we
I
knew
got
we
PTSD.
needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze.
Yeah, that sounds absolutely crazy and right up my alley. Like the ability to shock, shock, freeze, and ignite all at the same time. So you essentially build large amounts of chaos damage, and then you get like all of the elemental builds up at the same time. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Honestly, that combined with the deflection changes for evasion, like it might make a really powerful character now.
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void.
What is all those little things around him? Look at him. There's like 1,000 little purple balls around him.
You as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like elemental curses, which lower resistances of a...
Oh my god, I don't know how many times I complained about this, by the way, that like all the curses were separate and that all the like they weren't curses. Like it didn't even really feel like a curse, like because they were all basically like individual elements, unlike lower resistance, which affects all elemental resistances. Like it didn't feel the same. Like Conviction affects all elemental resistances as well in Diablo 2, but like in Path of Exile, when I got here, I was like, is there like a lower res or a Conviction? And then there was like 6 curses and like other abilities that reduced resistances, but only like a specific element and only by like small amounts. And I was like, well, this is stupid. I'm so happy that they unified them into one. Like it just didn't make any sense.
Like lower res,
yeah, now it's basically like lower res.
Single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
So curse all targets in an area after a short delay, lowering their elemental resistances. Curses applies after a 1.5 second delay. Curse radius is 2 meters. Curse inflicts negative 46% to elemental resistance, and curse duration is 6.4 seconds. This is so much more interesting to me than any of the individual ones, especially since, I like to build like the multi-elemental builds. Like this is great for those multi-elemental builds.
And the Frost Bomb also does multi-elemental exposure.
Mm-hmm. And Frost Bomb is one of my favorite skills too. And I like Frost Bomb.
And things like Frost Bomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure.
Yep, so it instantly applies 20% elemental exposure and 2% exposure per pulse, up to a maximum of 50%. So you can have like multiple pulses going. You know how like I had that one build where I was doing like multiple Frost Bombs in a row? Sounds like I would be at negative 50% basically all the time. That's really nice. I wonder if is the elemental exposure probably only brings them down to what, 0%, and then the curse can actually bring them below negative or something, or I can't.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. What you're saying is right. But the next thing he covers is insane. I
You can use
missed
it to
this.
buff any of your
This
other
must be
skills.
something I tuned out for.
We also wanted to make
The
switching
weapon
between different
switching
weapon sets
is now
smoother,
instant. There's
so
like
you
no
can
Oh,
use
yeah,
different
instant
elemental
weapon
staves more
switching.
effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in.
Oh yeah, these are kind of interesting. The elemental infusions. They basically have it set up where you can like earn these little like tokens while you're fighting, and then when you pick up the token and you use a specific ability, it gets like an
It
extra
enhances the
effect.
spell.
Yeah,
Yep.
it really seems kind of interesting. Like he was kind of like, showcasing them, but I'm sure there's even more options than what he showcased.
Yep.
Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions.
It's really strong.
For example, when a frost bomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Do you remember how many frost bombs I was able to get off in a row on my frost bomb character? He said you get a cold infusion every single time your frost bomb goes off. I had like 13 frost bombs going off like per second. That jank was like boom, 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 boom. That means I can run over, grab like 13 cold infusion things, and then use them on some sort of other ability.
How they work. Spark will create a nova of cold infused projectiles.
That seems really cool with Spark.
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground.
I
And
like
we also
the
added a new
blizzard looking
low-level skill that fires
Armageddon
ice
looking
shards.
with all the
Use it with
elements.
cold infusion though, and the
He shows like a blizzard or an Armageddon looking skill where it's like, and it's all three elements, lightning,
shot-
fire,
Yes,
and
he said that one was unique. I do remember him saying that. He said it was unique that that one could have all three or something.
load. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions
Yeah,
when you
Firestorm,
cast enough
it's
spells near it.
called.
And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball
Truly a
hits.
positive.
Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with living bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
Now, I missed it. Did he say that this was unique to the sorceress or just unique to the sorceress's skills?
The fusions?
Yeah, like, I mean, could you use Frostbomb on any character and get the infusions and then tie them together with something else? Or, like, one of the things that he showed off was the firewall, right? So he showed off that you could get, like, the infusion and then, like, tie it into the firewall, and now the firewall's giving you, like, lightning and fire damage or something. Like, you could, it seems like you could tie this stuff into other builds if possible.
Yeah, I mean, how would it tie into the
Cold Snap has been simply
tornadoes that get the
Oh
shot
yeah,
ground and
stand in the
chill
middle
down?
of a lightning fire tornado or a lightning firewall, and then shoot your tornadoes, and then they're lightning fire tornadoes. What's that thing up there? See that little icon, weird looking face?
And two, Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's right. You were talking about they changed it from cold snap to snap.
To shatter ice.
'Cause you can snap
but now
any
it
element,
works to
it's not
detonate
just cold
all of the
now.
different elemental
So it's just
ailments
it's just
and makes them
snapping.
leave behind infusions.
Oh, when they leave behind infusions when you
And
snap
just like
them?
how you could previously use it.
So that means you
Yep.
could potentially use snap on the frost mage and get cold infusions by snapping the frost mage. See what I'm talking about? You can work in the frost. The frost mage being frozen is big. I think that's a lot bigger than people realize. Gives you a very easy way to grab frozen stuff. Like, think about it on bosses, like where you don't necessarily always get a frozen monster, right? And you're fighting a boss. Well, now you got an ice mage, which you can snap at any point to get the freezing effect. That sounds amazing. What's up, Deveron?
Dude, those patch notes sounded awesome. The trade system looked fantastic. Super excited.
Oh yeah, we're going over everything like in fine detail right now, like looking at everything. There's not like a single thing in these changes that like I hate or anything. Like they're all amazing.
Yeah, massive quality of life changes, a lot more content. It looks like not having to repeat the story 2 times.
Like everything we were complaining about. Like how many times I complain about like block not working on everything. How many times I complain about like evade not working on everything, and like I sound like a whiny baby at this point, but how many times I complain how many times I complain about like the like the shield bash or whatever, like on the cooldown, and like it's honestly it looks like they fixed everything we complained about. Khan said he wrote him like a 17-page letter to the editor and like put all our feedback in there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right now we're going over the infusions, which seem really interesting on the sorceress, and did you see the Frost Mage, Devron?
I might have had to bail.
I'll explain.
No,
I'll explain it real quick. So they added an ability to the Frost Mage on the summoner, where literally he counts as frozen, and you can like detonate him with skills. So you can basically have a minion that counts as frozen, so that when you're in a boss fight or something, like if you have one of those abilities that requires the monsters to be frozen or whatever, and of course you can't freeze the boss because the bosses never freeze like the way you want them to, but then you have a minion which you can detonate at any time to get the effect of whatever you're looking for. And that sounds absolutely sick. And they also said that when you detonate a monster with the snap ability, it automatically gives you an infusion of that specific type. So you can detonate any monster that's under the effect of an ailment. So if they're under the effect of shock, you can detonate them and you get a shock infusion. Or if you detonate the cold one, the frozen one, you get a cold infusion, and so forth and so on. And then you can spend that on a spell. So you could potentially have a setup where like you run the Frost Mage just to get the cold infusions and then spend them on spells while you're fighting the boss. That sounds absolutely nuts. And you don't always have to have them out. You could have them on a swap too or something.
Right.
You can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. Use it on Orb of Storms and
you can use the snap on Orb of Storms,
Solar Orb to detonate
and Solar
those as well.
Orb to detonate the orbs as well. That's really cool. So you can have a lot of stuff you can detonate with Snap. Snap's gone up. Snap, Cold Snap evolved into Thanos Snap. That's what it evolved. That's what it evolved into.
Which means you can create many infusions at once.
Need the Affinity Gauntlet.
We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a support.
Ginger Snap now.
It's a no, not a Ginger Snap. Siphon Elements buff. Remnants created by supported skills can be collected from 17% further away. 5% chance per power to spawn a cold remnant on freezing a target. 5% chance to spawn a fire remnant on igniting a target. 5% chance to spawn a lightning remnant on shocking a target. That sounds like that would work really good with the monk. Like that chaos monk that can like make the chaos damage do all of the ailments, and then you like grab the siphon elements and then you're just spawning the remnants all over the place. Combine that together with the new lower res curse. It's pretty silent. Harmonic Remnants 2. 20% chance for supported skills to create an additional remnant. Remnants created by supported skills can be collected from 100% further away. Interesting.
Gem to help generate them too. On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos.
The what?
What are they used?
I'm pretty sure the remnants are the cold infusions. I don't know why. I think the cold fire and the lightning infusions, I think that's what they are. I think they're just called remnants.
And causes your ignites to deal chaos damage.
Fire spells convert 100% of fire damage to chaos. Chaos damage from fire spells contributes to ignite chance and magnitude. Ignite inflicted with fire spells deals chaos damage instead of fire damage. That's pretty cool. You do a whole fire build based around chaos. You could do a chaos damage warrior, fire warrior con. Chaos damage fire warrior.
Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple. The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. that makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of
That's
one.
crazy.
Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for
What do you
each
think
class.
about being able to
Overall, there
level
are more than
faster to 95? They said.
It'd be interesting to see how
It's a
much
good
they
change.
changed that.
It's a good
Right?
change.
I mean, it should be easy up until, like, in Diablo 2, it's easy up until 93. Like, 93 is, like, where things get difficult, and 95 is where, like, you know, you separate the men from the boys. And then, like, anything past 95 is, like, a full-time job, essentially, to get like, you gotta clock in every day, like, 8 hours a day.
Which to this day makes me laugh that people said D4 when it launched level into 100 was anything like that. No, D2 was way harder, way longer.
Well,
Level to
D3
100,
was,
D4.
yeah. And even D4 old school leveling wasn't like
Nowhere near D2.
brutal. No, not even remotely close.
Well, the other problem in D4 was that, like, you kind of needed 100. Like, you kind of needed level 100 to actually play back when they had
That
level
was
100.
its biggest issue because of the way the monster scaling worked versus
yeah.
armor, the way armor worked.
Yeah, you needed 100. If they had set it up properly where you didn't need level 100, where you could have been like level 90 and still did just fine, it would have been okay. But like that's not how they set it up. You actually needed 100 to be able to like do the content. Otherwise, you weren't gonna succeed. It was stupid the way they set it up, honestly.
100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with
Still
smaller
haven't
clusters
figured it
as well.
out, right? But whatever.
Check out the old version.
All right, so they got new notables.
And here's the new version.
Right, let's go. They got old version and new version.
Check out the old
Okay, I see in the old version. All right, gotta unfocus my eyes for the change.
version. And here's the new.
Oh yeah, massive change. Looks like they added a lot too. Like that just looks like a huge amount of additions as well.
A lot more options.
Like,
It really looks like it's a 50%
more
improvement
dense
or
We're taking Ginger's
addition.
feedback to heart, okay?
Like, hold on.
Like Ginger's saying every character was the same. They're like, here's a bunch of new support gems. You can reuse the supports.
There you go.
There's more passives.
Hey,
That's it, Ginger. Stop complaining. They wrote me an email. They told me it was Ginger's fault.
Look, see, look at that. Look at that. That is denser. That's what that is. That is way denser.
That's way better. Yeah.
Like it a lot of the times it felt like you were traveling miles to get to anything even remotely useful.
Yeah.
Like the density increase there. I mean, that's
like
crazy.
double, looks like. Yeah.
It's I don't even know. It might be a little bit more than double.
Well, you can see a lot of these cases now. A travel point gets you 2 whales instead of 1 wheel. So the same travel node opens up 2 sections.
Yeah.
In that one case, you're actually opening up 3 sections because they're all connected. That's actually nuts.
Illusion of choice complaint that I gave them.
I was literally having an argument with somebody about it earlier yesterday, and they were like I've played for billions of hours in both PoE 1 and PoE 2, and you're just wrong. It's like there's tons of choice in the game, and I'm like not really. I was like you just kind of get all funneled down the same directions, like before they fixed armor and evasion, because obviously now it's much better. But before they fixed armor and evasion, you were just funneled into mana shield, and then like every single build became a mana shield build, and you were pretty much just building them all the same exact way. Like there was no difference. You were just like, okay, what defensive layer do I want? And you're like, well, there's no choice. It's pretty much always mana shield, unless you were using one of those like few ascendancies that actually had a decent option for like evasion. Like the monk has that one that gives him like damage reduction from evasion.
Yeah.
And that was like one of the only good options other than running energy shield. And even then, like most of the time you still ran energy shield. Because monk is actually designed around it anyway.
Like you said, doubling your life pool.
And there's more interesting
was everything. It just didn't matter.
Well, it's just you can't get enough life as a warrior. Like it feels like no matter how many life nodes you take, you just don't get enough life. You can get regeneration, and you can get mitigation, and you can get all sorts of things, but you can't increase your life pool high enough to actually make it worthwhile. And so you always ended up needing to put points into like energy shield just so you could get the extra HP to be able to like survive that big hit.
Loads them before.
And
Now we probably can't
reduction
go-
on the attribute requirements for skills is huge.
Yeah, they also said they
that's
made a bunch of
big.
changes to the ascendancies too. We'll have to see like what they did to the ascendancies. One of my hopes is that like I really wish that they would just take the ascendancies and make them all less the same. Like they're very so much so formulaic right now, where it's like one defensive buff, one offensive buff, one utility buff, and it's like they're very much so just a formula of like an exacting thing. And the only reason you would choose one over the other is if the utility buff is doing what you want it to do, and it's not really like a there's no like real difference between them other than like some specific ones. Like some of the specific ones do have some pretty interesting stuff in them, but like the summon one has a little minion that you can grab, and none of the other ones have a minion, right? So that does make it kind of unique, but most of them are very similar.
Through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of armor break apply to
That's the one that Leon was talking about a little while ago. That one looks absolutely insane. So your fully broken armor effects apply to fire damage, which is insane, but only fire damage taken from hits. So it won't work from spells or anything like that. So it's gonna mainly benefit the warrior, the fire warrior, for the most part. That's gonna be a huge buff to the fire warrior. Molten. Actually, there's a lot of fire skills on the warrior.
Yeah.
Like tons of them. And I think technically, can't you also take that other one? Isn't it like over here somewhere where it like, or is it up? I think it's up there. It like converts all your damage to fire. So you could run that one and you could run this one together, and you could just easily smack the crap out of everything.
Yeah, you can run that even on a spear build too.
Mm-hmm.
Go that section.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be nuts. It's obviously over here on the warrior side of the tree, though. This is the warrior like section. So definitely you're going to have to be able to make it over to the warrior section.
Fire damage.
It's fine. That's fine.
Or how about
Maybe
Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your
special nodes.
I thought this one seemed really interesting too right here. It says 25% increased attack damage while surrounded, 25% increased attack damage while on low life, 25% increased attack damage if you've been heavy stunned recently, 25% increased attack damage while you have no life flask uses left. It basically just like the worse your situation is, the more damage you get. You're just like, God. I mean, that's like a 100% increased attack as if you're in like the worst situation possible, like no life lasts, heavy stun recently, low life, surrounded, like you just smack. You'd be like, all right, it's either me or you. Shing, 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 shing.
Situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with ascendancy classes, like for the Gemling Legionnaire.
Yeah, that one looks good too. Immune to chill if majority of your socketed support gems are blue. Immune to ignite if the majority of your socketed support gems are red. And immunity to shock if the majority of your support gems are green. That's in the Gemling Legionnaire section for sure. And that's really interesting too, because like you could utilize that on any boss. Depending on like what your composition is, if you have like a really tight composition where it's very close in one direction or the other, you could always just swap out a couple gems here or there to get the immunity to a specific like ailment that you need at that particular time period.
Yeah, or put a false skill in and just
just slap some things in specifically, just to get the effect.
For example,
lightning,
you have crystallized immunities, which makes you
Archon.
immune to different status ailments, depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
Fire. I wonder if this just applies to
Another Ascendancy class align notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows Arcane Surge.
Sanguimatic Rituals. Regenerate 1% of maximum life per second. That sounds kind of neat for a warrior, actually. That sounds crazy. Arcane Surge grants more life regeneration rate instead of mana regeneration rate. What's Arcane Surge? I don't remember that one.
Different.
Surges to generate life instead
I
of
think it
mana,
has to do with
unlocking
the
that
certain
support
amount of
gem
mana
to
spent, and then you get a
be
buff.
used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy.
Oh, it's supposed to be used
In
with
the
the Blood
Sorc
Mage
area, you'll
Ascendancy.
find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a
Gain a light. Oh yeah, that was interesting too. They were talking about that that's the Archon stuff. So if you use a certain number of spells in that category, you gain like a lightning, fire, or ice Archon, and then everything that you it says this is 100% of your maximum mana, and then every spell that you use after that point gets converted into Archon. like that
Is it
particular
just
thing.
spells, or can it be attacks?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily say, but
That's why I want to read the details of it, because if
Specific
it's
element.
like,
I think he does show us here. Let's see.
because
You
that's like
become a
full
lightning
conversion
icon when you
on,
spend
like,
enough
any
mana.
attack, if you
After
think about
elemental
it.
damage to a
If it includes attacks.
In the
If it's
Sorc
just
area,
spells,
you'll
then it's
find
just
these
spells.
Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do
All
extra
your
lightning damage as
elemental
well.
to a specific
We have ones for after which all your skills will be converted to lightning.
Does he say
You become a
skills
lightning
there,
Archon
or does he say
skills.
spells? He says skills, right?
He says
Enough
skills,
mana,
and he says
after which
elemental
all your
damage.
skills will be converted to
Nothing
lightning.
So not
specific
physical.
about-
So not physical. It is also only
Yeah.
and not chaos either. So it's only going to convert lightning, fire, and ice to whatever the element is that you're arconing.
And you will do extra lightning
That's what
damage
it
as
seems
well.
like, those three.
We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers.
It says cold and fire with different triggers, so they're not all the same trigger. So the lightning one is mana, and he didn't show what the cold and fire one were.
Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered
40% increased critical hit chance if you've triggered a skill recently. Meta skills gain 30% increased energy if you've dealt a critical hit recently. So that's kind of interesting. I mean, if you're using any kind of like trigger skill, which I mean, most of the time I think we were. Most of the time we were using trigger skills. Oh man, hey Trix, how's it going? Oh, thanks for the raid. 30 people over here. Hell yeah. 30 peoples. Hardcore peoples. Those are hardcore peoples. We're going over the PoE patch notes. That's what we're going over. The PoE 2 patch notes. Oh, also all the changes. Honestly, Path of Exile 2 is looking pretty nice this season. I think it's going to be great. I think a lot of people are going to enjoy it. Yeah, this looks really good for any kind of trigger build because it gives you a huge critical hit chance bonus if you triggered a skill recently, and then it also gives you increased energy for more triggers. So you get more triggers and you get more crit chance, which feeds back loops into the... So if you were using the crit one specifically, like the crit trigger, that would be really, really good with the crit trigger because it would just give you more critical hit chance and then you'd backfeed into itself. That's really nice. The new PoE 2 patch, it comes out on August 29th at 1 p.m. I think was it PST? 1 p.m. PST? You know nothing about Path of Exile 2? It's pretty good. It's really good. They got a hardcore. I know you like hardcore. The hardcore in PoE 2 actually is, I think when you die, you get shunted to softcore, and then they laugh at you. Like there's like a guy comes up and he's like, ha ha. I'm just kidding. I don't think there's a guy that laughs at you, but you do actually get shunted to softcore in the most disrespectful way. They're like, oh, you died? Oh, here, go to softcore, you pleb. Go to softcore, you plebeian.
a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to...
Recently they added the guy for Mortal Kombat. The Great Boar. 1 life per 4 dexterity. I kind of like that.
That's nice.
I kind of like that. 10 strength and 1 to stun threshold per dexterity. So basically just a way to make you a little tankier while you're building your dexterity. I think a lot of dex builds will probably take that for extra HP. I mean, heck, you might even take that on like non-dex builds just because you're like, oh, give me that. I mean, technically you can still build attack rating on non-dex builds by building dexterity, so. I think you'd really like Path of Exile 2 Tricks. It's pretty good. And a lot of the changes they've made have fixed a lot of the issues that we had. Like if you came in here like 2 days ago and asked us, we would have a bevy of complaints to give you like on like a lot of problems that were in the game at this particular time. But like this patch seems to be fixing a lot of those issues that we were having. So probably a really good patch to come in if you've never played.
And they're going to be free, right? It said free to join.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a free. There'll be a free weekend. They said.
Yep. So
yeah, they're going
to. Haven't bought it.
Yeah, they're going to do a free weekend, so you don't even got to pay for it. You can just hop in, play for a little bit, and do whatever.
You tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold.
Play through the 4 acts.
Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5%.
Really good.
Dude, the Cunning Fox looks great. 5% quality to all skills. That looks amazing. I mean, it's not even really that hard to get access to. It looks like Looks like it's right there near some of the shield stuff. Isn't that the that one node that we use all the time that increases like attack speed? So like it's right here. That's easy to get to for most characters.
All your gems. Now another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like
oh yeah, this was huge too. The attribute requirements. I felt like everything had way too much attribute requirements. Like, why did it always feel like whenever you wanted to use like a main ability, you had to have like 300-400 freaking strength? Like once it got to like level 20 or something like that, like, you know, not the low levels, but the higher the level the skill got, it was like, oh my god, like it was...
yeah, you couldn't even use like the high level gem or the max level gem because you needed like a new ring or a new amulet just to wear it.
Yeah. So like this is really good. It went from 205 strength to 157. I mean, that's huge. That's like outside of possible range to inside possible range, which is going to make a big difference in equipping these abilities, because like just the strength requirements alone.
Players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Also helps with like cross.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now there are way more.
Yeah, and he pointed that out too, and I agree with that as well. Is that a lot of the times it felt like the majority of your passive points were just being spent in attributes, like, and that kind of sucked. I mean, maybe if you were doing an attribute build and that was your goal, was to build as many attributes as possible, that was cool. But like at a certain point, it almost felt like you were spending more points in attributes than you were trying to build your character, which was just kind of stupid.
Yeah,
I'd
have to run just to pick them up.
Yeah.
More changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off. But I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on.
System too. It just makes the most amount of sense.
All right, so Rise of the Abyssal, that's the seasonal like thing. I mean, it looks interesting. It's a seasonal mechanic. I mean, it sounds kind of cool. It basically revolves around, from what he explained, is like you're running along, you kill monsters, and then like all of a sudden these, you know, like say you're inside of like, I don't know, somebody's farm and you're killing cows, right? So like you're killing cows and then the farmer shows up and he's like, "Oh, stop killing my cows." And then like a big hole pops out and then a bunch of farmers with pitchforks come charging at you, and like, I mean, basically that's pretty much what's going on. Like you're running around and you're killing monsters like normal, but unbeknownst to you, you've wandered inside of one of the abysses, like, you know, like farms essentially, and you murder all the monsters, and they don't like this because those are their monsters. Those are the ones that they were going to eat. Like they're saving those for snacks for later, and you took their snacks away, and so they come and try and punish you for taking their snacks away. And then you know, like they according to what he said, they gain the effects of the monsters that you slay. So like when you kill like blue monsters, it'll spawn blue abyssals. When you kill like rare monsters, it'll spawn rare abyssals. And they even at one point showed killing a boss next to one of the things, and it spawned a like big giant like looking like worm creature. Yeah, there it is. That's like the big monster larva creature that comes out of the hole. It looks like a giant butthole, by the way.
Monsters.
The changes to the essence was pretty good too.
Pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new.
Yeah, they said there's an essence of the abyss. Essence of the abyss.
Essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters.
What? Kill the surface-dwelling butt monsters? What?
He said it looks like a big butthole, and I'm like, yeah, green. That person's struggling.
Kill the emerging
abyssal. He's not having a good day.
The fissures, overcome.
When it comes out green, let me tell you, that's mean.
Hit encounters and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits. You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do
Feels
you
like they're
reveal the
working
mods on
more
your
player
abyssal
agency,
infused
too,
items?
into the crafting
Obviously,
system. I like
just
that.
throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you
Not
do.
totally gambling.
Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers. Once you've chosen,
That's kind of cool. Like, you get extra modifiers and you get to choose them. It's like another way you can beef up items. It's kind of neat. I wonder how rare those things are going to be, though.
your desired mod, throw it in,
Everybody
where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows, that allows you to place
Attack skills have +1 maximum number of summoned ballistas.
an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff. Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills.
Yeah, that spirit to the staff thing was kind of crazy. 67
speaking of
spirit on the
in-game,
staff.
You can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a
patch notes.
Natural rare monsters in an area eat the souls of slain monsters in their presence. Players seal the eaten souls of slain rare monsters in the area. 23% increased number of rare monsters. Natural rare monsters in the area are in a union of souls with the map boss. Area has patches of mana siphoning ground. That's disgusting.
so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of.
That's disgusting. The patch
With
notes
this
are up.
modifier, the natural inhabitants of the
they
area
said it's 7,
are all
so-
spawned near abysses.
So close.
And there are
Close.
up to 9
They said they weren't going to be the complete patch notes, though. They said it was like going to be like an incomplete patch notes.
additional
They did
abyssal
that
pits in the
last time.
area.
They
making
don't
it just a
settle on the
full-on
patch notes
abyss
a couple
ruckus.
days before. I think they don't want to
Or
like
this
lock
one.
it in right now.
Abysses lead to an abyssal boss.
Which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out.
Okay.
There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern
The
that
dark
leads to the abyssal
domain.
depths.
The
After
domain
jumping
of
into the
darkness.
depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy
Bunghole
will have an abyssal modifier.
I mean,
That's
look, when you go down into a green butthole and what you find down there, like there might be some green mist, there might be some green piss, there might be some green goo. I mean, as you can
Jumped
see,
on
there's
in.
plenty of green mist down there. I mean, you might need a mask or something. Like, I don't know.
He's
And
clearing
at the
it
end
out.
of-
He's cleaning it
You ever see those memes where like the girlfriend goes to the bathroom and then she's like, "No, don't go in there," and he walks in there anyway, and he like falls straight to the ground. That's what happens. We're gonna go in and we're just gonna fall straight to the ground.
The dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash.
Kurgel's Leash. Supports commandable minions, causing you and your supported minion to gain unholy might when you command them. Gain unholy might for 5 seconds on commanding minions from supported skills. Minions from supported skills gain unholy might for 5 seconds when commanded. Kurgel's first body was a mere stone golem enslaved by a collar. He found such ecstasy in the power of dominion, he clawed his way free and soon supplanted a lich lord.
This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting.
Some of these omens they added are kind
Additionally-
of crazy. Like I was looking at that one that makes it so it guarantees that the chance orb is going to give you a unique. That sounds nuts. You know how many times we used the chance orb and never got anything? He's just like, you just use it on the chance orb and then the chance orb guarantees you a unique on that item.
We're adding some new socketables that can drop from the
failure
abyssal.
would destroy the item. You wouldn't get an item at all, but now you can guarantee an item.
Yeah, no guarantee it's going to be a good item. Like if you do an amulet and there's like 30 amulets in the game, it could still roll one of the bad amulets, but...
Depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor.
Critical hit chance is lucky against parried enemies. Body armors prevent 3% of deflected damage. What does that mean? Body armor prevents 3%.
The helmets one is insane, especially
Helmets.
thinking back on the Huntress and stuff.
+1 to accuracy rating per 1 item evasion rating on equipped helmet.
These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects.
What was the cap on the helmet anyway? I can't remember. It was like around
You can
800?
have- You can definitely have 800. I can confirm that, but I think you can have more than that.
So like that's like at the very least like 800 accuracy. That's kind of crazy.
It's a lot.
Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from.
It's a socketable belt that's supposed to have sockets from like random pieces of equipment. They made the comment that like, so this one has this item gains bonuses from socketed items as though it was a helmet, but they said that the you could get one that'd be like body armor, like gloves, boots, or something like, or like shield. Like he didn't specifically say that it was limited only to helmets. In fact, he hinted that it could be anything. So
I assume that affects the number of sockets. I assume that's why he said that, because then the body armor is going to have like 6 or something.
I don't know. It's a belt, so it only really has 2 squares. How would you put 6 sockets on a belt? I don't even know.
So that's what I mean. Like, what did he mean by that?
So when you put a gem in a piece of equipment, it changes depending on which socket you put it in. So like the helmet socket is different.
What we just read. Okay.
Yeah. So like when you're looking at the gems and stuff and they have specific sockets, like it's going to allow you to get specific effects depending on like the socket type. So I'm assuming that that's exactly what he means, is that the socket type will change. And so that means the belt will have 2 sockets always, but what the effects you would get for putting the items in there is going to change. So, I mean, I don't remember all the socket types right off the top of my head, but I know like the helmet, the body armor, like the shield, like there's like a different effect for each socket type.
An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets. But hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying.
Well, this one was kind of interesting. He went by it so fast. It said, glorifying the defilement of 30,009 souls in tribute to Amanamu. Passives in the radius are conquered by the abyssals.
Yeah, those are timeless jewels. They were in PoE 1. I'm familiar with them.
This jewel transforms
They
part of your
basically
passive
change
skill
all the
tree
nodes
into
in
an
the
abyssal.
radius.
Interesting. So every node in the radius changes to what? Like
version.
It's random based on
And
the
has
jewel.
multiple
It's
depths.
very unique. So like you can
The
have
deeper it goes-
the small ones change, the big ones change. They all change in a manner. You can have like +2 strength on all the small ones. For instance, you can have the bigger ones say you now get like extra attack damage, or like crazy stuff can happen on the nodes.
So it's completely random. Does it get locked or something?
Well, you can take the jewel in and out. You can try different jewels. So you used to go like hunting for like the one you really liked.
Oh, so the jewel itself determines what you get.
Yes. So that radius gets generated by putting the jewel in.
So in other words, if I got one, I could look and see what I get around it, right? And then I could maybe even trade it off to somebody and be like, oh, this one's
they're worth more based on what they do.
Based on what they give you. Okay, so that's really interesting. Yeah, so you can get like a really crazy one that's worth a lot of scratch because it's got the right modifiers on it. But you still have to socket it into your thing so you can even see what modifiers it's giving.
Yeah, but it's not bound or anything. You can play with them.
Yeah, exactly. That's neat. That's really neat.
The more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich.
Like we used to use this on a strength stack.
Now the last thing that Abyssal Commanders can...
Because like that big node would give you like 5% increased strength. So you would try to find one that had like a bunch of strength increase, for instance. And you'd have like 25-30% increased strength from putting this jewel in by taking the nodes.
So this one seems to be some sort of buff that you can get on your character, but they didn't tell us what it was.
But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel
That's an invitation. I assume that's
to do what, though, you might ask?
Even though,
to jump in.
Seem like because it says invitation.
He made it. No, he made it seem like it's just like the items. Because at the end he said, surely when you threw the item in, the item became more powerful, so you should become more powerful, right?
You know what? I think you're right because Kulamak, I think that it's a weapon of the one boss in PoE 1, and it does like give you some choices. So I think it might work the same as the items you put in there, where you can unveil and you kind of get like a choice of 3 options.
I think that's what happens is you probably jump in and it gives you like 3 options and you get to choose something that like permanently buffs your character or something. It's probably like a passive buff that's just on your character for the season.
Threw in came back more powerful, right?
And you probably can change.
What's the worst that could happen?
Doing this.
Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
Trying to search for the
along with the introduction of Act 4 and the
so they talked about endgame. They added a whole bunch of new areas, and there's a new thing for the boss, the new boss in Act 4. That's kind of neat. He did say that the new thing for the boss in Act 4, he specifically stated that around the area where the thing is, if you do the dungeon or the maps around the thing, you will get the token to do the thing. So like he specifically stated that like when you get there, you need the specific token, but if you run around the area and kill the specific areas that are connected to it, one of those areas connected to it will have the token to open up the door, which was pretty cool. But he also said you could trade for it. So if you wanted to trade for it, you could trade for it. But that's cool to me that it's guaranteed to be around the like the little thing that you can actually do, the vaults, the Val vault.
You could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding,
I like those
leading to the Val Elite and the...
they added in.
I was
Citadels all the time.
I was really excited about the fact that they added multiple keys in, like because I was in that exact same spot that he talked about, where like you have a key or you get the keys and you don't want to run them because you're not really strong enough, or like because you really don't want to use them on the low level ones, right? Like who wants to do that? Nobody wants to use it on the low level ones. You want to use it on the high level ones. And then like so you go through the process of waiting or selling them. Like it's really cool that they're making like some lower tier versions that you can get access to instead of like always having the higher tier ones. I'd love to run the lower tier ones like early on, and I think that's exactly what they have intended here. So like that'll make it easier for us to run the lower tier bosses without having to sacrifice the higher tier mats to do so. Garukan's Resolve. Support attack skills you use yourself which do not already have some condition for use. Supported skills can only be used after you move a certain distance, but will bifurcate critical hit chance. Cannot support skills which have a cooldown or that have triggered and do not modify skills used by minions. Attack critical hit chance with supported skills bifurcates. Supported skills become usable after you have moved 20 meters. Supported skills become unusable again after use. Bifurcates is that crazy thing, right? From that other season, the one that like was like multiplying crit damage like crazy.
That was forking or whatever.
It's splitting. That's what I thought by fork.
The split fork thing.
Earlier, we have Garukan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Val Vault, we have Paquate's Pact,
Maybe they renamed
which
it
supports your war
because
cries,
that
causing them
fork
to
or split
inflict
or whatever they
massive
used
amounts of
confusing.
corrupted blood at the cost of your own life.
What it actually did.
Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that.
Someone said they were out.
We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work. As the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad, iteration isn't quite hitting the mark.
To divide into two parts or
We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size.
So they changed the waystones so that there's no longer any positives, is basically what they said, right? So like every modifier that adds to the waystone will always increase the difficulty. So there's no such thing as like a positive only affix, because even the positive affixes have negative connotations, which will increase.
The positives happen at the top half now.
Yeah.
Like instead of the prefix suffix, it's where the pack size, the rarity, all that stuff at the top.
I mean,
gets increased.
That's interesting. I mean, a lot of the end game changes do look
It's
interesting.
simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too.
So, from what I understand about the changes to the passive tree, so like, and this was the thing that kind of like was difficult for me as well when I was playing, is that like when you wanted to put points into the passives, you had to complete the bosses. But to do the bosses, you like most of the time you would avoid doing them because you didn't want to do the lower level bosses, you wanted to do the higher level bosses, right? So then you wouldn't get the passive points because you didn't do the higher level bosses. It kind of sounds like what they're doing is they're making it so that you can get the passive points doing the lower tier bosses and work your way up to the higher tier bosses, if that's what I understood here.
They're giving you the first two for free. Before you had to fight the boss for the first two. A lot of times you get better rewards once you get 2 points. Like once you kill the boss once, you're able to fight the boss more times.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot easier once you have points invested to get the materials to be able to fight them. So that was one of the complaints. It's like it's too hard to get the first set to fight the boss. So I think they're just giving you the first 2 points quickly now by like doing something simple, like an objective in a map, like kill one of those bosses in a map.
So we're going to be able to get our foot in the door basically easier.
Yes, easier.
Which
will
was the
help
problem.
You increase your stacks easier. In your map.
That was my problem a lot of the times is I couldn't get my foot in the door. But once I did get my foot in the door, like I could, pry it open and squeeze my way in. But like it was a lot of the times I had trouble even getting my foot in the door to get like the first passive point.
This was especially the case with Ritual. Because Ritual, you needed that invitation that came from a random ritual, and you needed the points to have an increased chance. So you saw way more invitations once you had points.
So they're going to get your first couple points first, and then you could put your points in the thing to get the invitation, and then it'll be more likely for you to get a second one. Yeah, that sounds much better than it was before.
Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties.
This is really cool. Them changing them to splinters that don't combine. So like they're basically making it so like what? Like it takes like say it would take one item to activate the boss. But instead it's going to take like 100 to activate the end game boss, maybe like 50 to do like the medium boss, and like 10 to do like the baby boss or something. So like you could go do the baby boss like 10 times for the same price as like one high tier boss, which is actually really cool because that'll allow you to practice mechanics and stuff like that on a lower tier boss without having to spend, you know, like the full price of the higher tier boss.
Yeah, they also give you unlimited tries, I think, now at the lowest tier.
So that's
They
really
definitely
good.
do that for Herbert.
That's really good. I like that a lot too. I mean, I'm sure you noticed like many seasons in a row, like I would just not even interact with the boss content. I would just sell the boss tokens, just get the money instead. Honestly, that was the better option. Like most of the time, if you got a token, like why risk getting it yourself? Why not just sell it to somebody else, get the money, and then go buy yourself some better equipment? You're like, I'm kind of poor. I would rather have the money. Thank you, please. Just put the money in my bank, get deposited.
Instead of wanting to run the content, you're often
Yeah,
better
they
off
want
just
us
selling it to
fighting
someone
the
who can
bosses.
run
They
it.
want us
and
fighting them
maximize-
a lot earlier before we're OP. They don't want us going in to fight a boss once we have all the gear. It's like that defeats the purpose.
Yeah, we should be fighting them more often sooner. So they should balance it around, like the Uber ones should cost a large number of tokens or whatever, and the baby ones should be like almost relatively free, like maybe like 1 token to fight like the lowest tier boss or something, and then like it scales up from there, like exponentially to the point where you reach the Uber one, and the Uber one requires the highest value. Like it just makes sense. Like why have such a barrier to entry where like it's the same cost across all the difficulties? That just prohibitively makes it stupid to like for anyone to even spend it. Like why would I spend on a low tier baby version when I'm not going to get any, you know, the item that I want? Like, you know, that if the unique item that I want doesn't even drop from that boss, right?
Yep. Or the chances are less, and yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid.
To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not.
Yeah, they're showing 3 splinters in the tribute window too. So like instead of fingers, you're getting like 3. So like I'm assuming that means that you should be able to just run like tributes or your rituals, and you can just slowly collect the number that you need over a certain period of time, which looks a lot better than what it was before as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if even if there's just like 1 or 2 in there, like the number of rituals that you get access to on a regular basis, you would very quickly and very slowly be able to progress.
Of just hoping for a random
progressing instead of hoping, exactly.
Form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each.
Oh, interesting. So we can actually see them there. Hold on. It shows the tiers. So it's 50 for tier 1, 75 for tier 2, 100 for tier 3, according to this. I mean, that's a hell of a lot better. I mean, than what it was before. I would like to see the tier 1 one be lower than that, but I mean, that's way better than requiring 100 for tier 1.
Notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding atlas tree no longer affects the
amount of tiers total.
It says here, they're talking about the tree.
These encounters now just require splinters. Their corresponding atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to pure.
So the corresponding things no longer affect the difficulty in the passive tree as well.
Yeah, there used to be a +1 each time.
Yeah.
On the atlas.
2 points. So it used to go to
The
+4
Arbiter
if
of
you had
Ash
8 points.
Yeah.
Now it looks like
It's a
there's
bit
3
different.
tiers because the first
Instead of
one's
requiring
essentially
splint-
free.
Well, the Arbiter of Ash they changed too, but they didn't turn it into splinters.
he
They just
still
made
needs
two
fragments.
different ones now.
We now have only 2 difficulties
He's a
of
big
the Arbiter.
baddie. He's like Lilith
fir-
in a way. He's special.
Yeah, I mean, it's good though, but I'm sure that the Uber ones will be. According to what they said, you can't even get the Uber ones unless you spend the passive points on the tree to upgrade the difficulty.
You need all the boss
to
ones
reach
unlocked
it.
first.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to like. The Uber ones are basically unobtainium unless you actually get the passive points that you need to reach that
First,
point.
requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those
I gotta read
citadels
all
are
these
at their
notes and
highest
decide
difficulty
what
level.
character I'm gonna do.
Yeah,
Game was
I
a-
want to move on to the
Thank you.
notes, but I was trying to
Take
make
a
sure
look
to
at it,
go through
Tom.
all this stuff
A
first.
skill which empowers...
There's the ones that do the unarmed lightning damage, which look really cool. The Thunder Fist utility wraps. 40%, 8% increased evasion energy shield, 4% increased attack speed, 3% lightning resistance, 1 to 84 lightning damage to unarmed melee hits, 0.94% to unarmed melee attack critical hit chance. And they give you Crackling Palm, which causes lightning to
Those
come
are
down
unarmed
every single
attacks.
time you attack with unarmed attacks, which is really cool
That's
looking.
amazing.
It's
Yeah,
really
that
cool.
looks fun.
I love that, the look of that build.
Yeah.
The crafting, they did a lot of changes to the crafting, but most of it just revolved around like fixing a lot of the stuff that was broken. So like first off, kind of summarize this. They basically split up the essences into 3 different essences. And the essences, like even the baby essences work like regal orbs now, according to what they said. And they also split up all the orbs of augmentation and like orbs of transmutation into 3 different ones as well. So the higher level ones, the perfect orbs of augmentation will guarantee a certain item level. So like if you use your perfect orb of augmentation, you won't get any of like the really low level stats anymore, which is actually pretty cool. So that way you can at least guarantee that you're not crafting trash. I mean,
instead of getting like 6% attack speed, you're gonna get the 20% or whatever. You get a nice roll.
It looks like the essences are actually going to be useful now. It looks like the orbs of augmentation and the orbs of transmutation are going to be more useful than they were before. They weren't useless, but you can definitely get more use out of the new ones that they put in there. And then the perfect essences that they got apparently give like special effects, like extra damage as fire.
Those are amazing.
And like crazy stuff. So these are going to be
You would have
like,
loved that in your old build.
oh yeah, definitely, absolutely.
Any extra damage applied, right? The way your build worked. There was something about extra damage in your build.
What was the other thing they did? The omens. Was it the omens that they had in here? They said they added like tiers to everything. Like almost everything has tiers now. There's like a different version of almost every single like crafting mat.
The base essences look amazing for the campaign because now they act as regal orbs.
Here's the exceptional
really-
stuff. So there's the exceptional. Yeah, they said they wanted like the baby essences to be useful. Like they're basically like free regal orbs, and that means that you won't need as many regal orbs while you're leveling up, which is cool. And since you don't have to worry about wasting them, since they're just babies, and you're going to be using much better ones later. I mean. But these are the exceptional items. They said the exceptional items are going to drop with either an extra socket or a bunch of extra quality, which is pretty cool. And they said that not only do these drop this way, which you would definitely want these for crafting, but they're also going to potentially drop as unique items this way. So you can potentially get a extra quality unique, which is going to be crazy. These are going to be high crafting bait items. Like if you find a exceptional item that has like an extra socket, like that's going to be a crafting bait item. You can probably just post that up. Like I would imagine that you could literally just, if you find a white base of like say like a dual string bow and it has an extra socket in it, bam, that's like, I don't know. I wouldn't want to say a divine, but that's probably at least, like 10, 20 exalts or something on the window, just as it is. Like, don't put anything on it, just throw it up there, and I bet you somebody would probably pick it up for like whatever because it has the extra socket, and then they're going to craft on it and see if they can get something good. And then these uniques, I was talking about these earlier, like you can get exceptional versions of the uniques, and this is going to make the regular versions of the uniques cheaper because the exceptional versions are going to be the ones that people are looking for. Like if you're going to craft on them, you're going to want one with 2 sockets, or you're going to want one with the extra quality. So like if you're trying to get, like a specific unique and you look for one that has 2 sockets in it, and then you can corrupt it and get a 3rd socket, that's insane, right? So like I think it's going to make the regular uniques much cheaper, so it should be much easier to get your build in place, and then to get like the perfect version of your unique that has like the 3 sockets and all the other things. That's going to be something that's going to be a chase item for you. So you're going to be chasing after one of those like god tier versions of your unique item, which is pretty cool. They also showed off like the special omens that they created, like the omen that guarantees the unique item, which was pretty cool. That was the Omen of the Ancients. While this item is active in your inventory, your next Orb of Chance will upgrade the item to a random unique of the same class. Guarantees that the Orb of Chance will actually work instead of instead of not working, which is pretty cool. But it doesn't guarantee you a good unique. It only just guarantees you a unique because, you know, like with the amulets, there could be a bunch of different uniques in that slot. I'm assuming that if you had one where there was only one unique, though, like it would guarantee you that unique, right? So like there may be specific options that are going to be better than others to use those on because it would guarantee you that specific unique item. I don't know if you can roll an exceptional that way. Then they showed off this one, which is a sanctification for a divine orb, which allows the minimum and the maximum rolls to go higher and lower, apparently, than what they normally go.
Yeah, there's a description. So it's like 80 to 120% more.
Yeah, so like you can get if you had a god tier item and you like do everything to it, corrupt it, you know, like get all of the stuff on it. Actually, I don't know if you can use it with a corrupted item. And they didn't specify that.
You can't.
Yeah, they didn't specify that. But if you do everything to the item, well, I don't think you can corrupt it either because they said that once you do this,
you're not allowed to. Exactly.
So you don't
like that.
Yeah, so you don't get the corruption and the sanctification at the same time. You can only have one or the other, but once you get your item all upgraded and you've re-rolled it as much as you want and you get everything how you want, you can try this and see if you can beef it up even more. It looks like it can also potentially lower the damage too, though, by like a little bit, like 20%. So it can lower the minimum roll by as much as 80% of normal, or it can raise it up to 120% of normal. So you can end up with a much better item than before, or maybe even a worse item than before. I mean, they have an example here. Like, let's take a look and see it, like the before and after, before they rolled it and after they rolled it.
Well, I think you wind up higher than before. So
192 went to 220. Let's look at the other ones. So 192 went to 220, so that one definitely went up. 23 to 59 changed to 30 to 56, so the 59 dropped by a couple points. The minimum went up, though. The accuracy went from 99 to 115. The critical hit chance went down, so it went from 3.66% to 2.9%. The strength stayed the same, didn't re-roll. And the life leech went up from 6.61 to 7.36. So, I mean, I know it re-rolls. Divines always re-roll within the rolls.
Exactly.
But I
think,
then
this increases those rolls. So you can roll lower, but then you increase that lower roll by 80 or 120%.
I think he mentioned, let me re-listen to what he said. Oh, no, actually, no, it just shows it. Hold on. He showed it there for a second. He held his mouse over the sanctify.
Yeah, there's a
sanctifying an item will randomize the numeric values of its modifiers and then multiply the values of those modifiers by a random value ranging from 80% to 120%. Resulting item will now be sanctified. Most methods of item crafting and modification cannot be based on sanctified items. So yeah, it sounds like it's either reducing it by 20%, increasing it by 20%, or it stays the same. Because 80% would be less than 100%, so it's like 0.8. So it would go down by 20%, or it would go up by 20%. And it's probably doing every single value individually, not just the whole item as a whole. So that's probably why some of them went up tremendously, and then some of them went down.
Well, yeah, because it's going to act as a normal divine first. So say you have something that ranges from 75 to 100, and you rolled an 85. So it's going to roll that 75 to 100 range first, and then it's going to do that multiplication after. Yeah. So you can go from like 85 to 99, or you can go from 85 to 75, but then you can hit 120 on the 75.
Yeah, so even if like the minimum was say 75 and it dropped down to say 50, if it rolled the 120 on the 50, it could come right back up to where it was. Like basically adding it right back. Or you could end up with the maximum roll on that modifier, and then it rolls the 120, and then you end up with the highest amount possible. So there's a possibility that you take a godlike item and make it even more godlike, essentially.
It's going to be like another gamble. Well, actually, here's a question. Can you sanctify an item more than once, or is it locked in?
I don't know. He kind of said that it was locked. That's what it sounded like, but let me see.
Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this.
It said sanctified items
Another
cannot
is
be
the omen
crafted
of
just like
chaotic
corrupted
monsters,
items.
which will cause your next Chaos
Yeah, so
Orb
you can't
to
like
reroll
revolve
all
orbit, so you probably can't re-sanctify.
I mean, there are some items in the game that can be corrupted multiple times, right?
Yes, that is those are
Fires
special
on a
items for
waster,
sure.
allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers
Imagine that
are
there's a
not
unique
feasible
where you
for
can
your
just
build.
sanctify it unlimited. You just spam sanctifies.
All
It's a
right.
divine dome.
Aside trade.
So moving on to the last one on here, I'm not going to go over the supporter packs. So this trade system looks absolutely insane, by the way. Like double thumbs up from me for this trade system. This trade system looks nasty. Like it's probably the best
So
trade
excited
system
about it.
I've seen like in the world. The other thing is that it kind of rules out the whole like you know, when people spam the crap out of you when you put the thing up wrong. Like there's no more of that. Like if you put the thing up wrong, somebody's just going to show up at your store and they're going to buy it, and that's it. And there ain't going to be no like you're going to have like 30 people showing up at your at your hideout, like trying to get access to the item all at the same time. It's going to be kind of nuts.
The best thing is that they can do it while you're sleeping. You could be asleep and they just go to your hideout and get the item.
Yes, you have a little store. You can literally set up a little store of all your items, and people could just come browse your store. I mean, and that was the coolest thing in here, is that when they showed it, not only could you come and trade for that specific item, but you could like look through the stock of all
like,
the
what else
other
does this guy
items that
got?
they had out. You go like, oh, what else does he got? Like, oh yeah, I want that. Like, give me that. That looks good. And you could just sit there and go through all their items and see if there was anything in there that you wanted to buy. Like, that was just really neat. And then the other thing is that you don't have to be there for any of this to take place. And that was one of the biggest issues I had with the trade system, was like I'd be in the middle of a map trying to do the map, and the guy's like, oh, I'd like to buy your item for 1 divine, or like no, not even 1 divine. Let's go down lower. 1 exalt. Can I get your 1 exalt item? And like they don't even have the patience for you to like teleport to town, like kill the monster pack that you're doing, and like find a safe place to get out. For the 1 exalt, you finally get back to town, and then they're like, no, never mind, I got another item.
I do think that what it solves the most is a lot of the people pricing things ridiculously low, just trolling, right? Like, yeah, be my guest, price it that low.
Oh yeah, because
be my guest.
Then everybody's going to show up and snatch it. Like somebody's going to show up and just snatch it right out of their box.
Versus them just like trolling people, like doing this really nice item that's probably like 30 divine, but for like, 50 exalts or something. It's like, all right, go away.
I mean, it's very akin almost to an auction house, but not quite. And it's almost akin to setting up your own shop. Like, I mean, it would be really cool even if like maybe somebody could right click on you at some point and like see your shop. Like if you were walking around in town or something, and like somebody happened to see you walk by, or like they were in your hideout. Like, because I think that's basically how they have it, is like you can go into somebody's hideout and look through their shop to see what items they have for sale, which is pretty cool. I mean, I'm assuming that like I don't know if the guild he didn't mention anything about the guild being able to do it, but that would be cool if we could do like a guild shop. Just have like the guild set up so that we can like post items in the guild shop for sale. That'd be neat too. So I think that pretty much concludes everything. Like the trade system looks absolutely amazing. If you didn't see like the video on the trade system, it's great. Like here's kind of like a like the quick overview. There's going to be like a special NPC who's going to be specifically set up for trading. And you basically just show up, look at the shop, and you can just buy whatever's in the shop. You can post it just like you do now, except instead of it only being on the website, it's going to be actually in the game, which looks really cool. I mean, honestly, this is so good that other games should probably follow suit the same way, to be honest. That in-game shop feature is really neat. Of course, you still go to the website to search for the items, but, I mean, you literally click a button and it teleports your character to their base, and then you go to their shop and you get to look through their items, which is really cool. I imagine I'm probably going to be abusing this a lot. I'll show up at somebody's shop and start just browsing like it's an NPC. Like, I'm see what's here. What's going on here? Making fun of the prices. Like, boy, that's overpriced. That's way too expensive. All right, so let's go over the patch notes. I'm sure this is going to take some time. These look like really big patch notes. Blah, 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 blah. I need a sip of liquid for my throat before we get started. All right. The third Edict content update adds Act 4, the next chapter of Path of Exile 2 storyline. Continuing from Act 3, Doriani has agreed to help you find the ancient weapon. It can be used against corruption. The instrument of the third Edict, to journey to King's March, hire a ship, and set sail. That sounds really cool. They showed the, like, going to different islands, and it seemed really cool. Discover the archipelago, home to the Kauri tribes, the pristine beaches of the Wakapanu Island, to the volcanic shores of the Islekin. There are 8 islands to explore, each with their own dangers, and of course, bosses. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose. And then there's the interludes, which are the side stories. There's going to be 3. They said 3 side stories to, like, fill the gap between the remaining acts that are missing. And then here is the like the seasonal thing that we already went over. So I think we're just going to skip that because we already pretty much know everything about the seasonal stuff for now. The major character balance overhaul. And then we've got the support gem system overhaul. They talked about a lot of this stuff. So, like, one of the major limitations was not being able to do one support gem. Other than, yeah, so like they unlocked that so you can use as many support gems as you want, which is really cool. They added the tiers to the support gem, so that's the multiple tiers. There's 3 tiers on every support gem now. So the first tier is the lowest, the second tier is like a middle grade, and then the third tier has like a special effect that's added to it. They added 11 new support gems in 0.30, as well as all the grades. And then the lineage supports, these are unique support gems that do like very special things. They seem to be unique versions of those support gems, though. So when I was looking at them, it definitely seemed like it was like a unique version of, say, like Spell Echo. It was like a unique Spell Echo instead of like the normal Spell Echo, which was kind of cool. And it says they're only available in endgame. And number of support gems with simple effects have been renamed to obviously hint their function. Blood in the eyes, discombobulate, unsteady tempo, unbaiting, unbending, untouchable, and unyielding can no longer be engraved in the gem cutting menu, and existing gems will be deleted upon logging in. Interesting. Updated the wording for support gems, which add cooldown to supported skills. This has not resulted in a change of functionality, with the exception of Expanse, which incorrectly had a 6-second cooldown when it stated 8. It now correctly adds 8. Updated the description of last gas support to mention that supported minions die before the support's duration expires. If they take damage exceeding their maximum life while fatally wounded, this functionality was already present but not previously mentioned. Support gems which support skills you use yourself can no longer support persistent skills. They can still support gems that have both persistent component and manually activated component, such as Plague Bearer. In addition, we fixed a bug where numerous supports which support skills you use yourself could support skills used by totems or trigger skills. These no longer do so unless they specify otherwise. Clarified the wording of muster support to refer specifically to the number of different reviving monsters you have. This is not a functional change. Having a skill with a socketed support gem you do not meet the attribute requirements for now disables just those supports instead of disabling the entire skill. The Lightning, Cold, Fire, and Chaos Infusion supports have been renamed Lightning, Cold, Fire, and Chaos Attunement. New content and features. Added a new Strength skill gem, a Fortifying Cry, perform a war cry that grants guard and causes subsequent shield attacks to release empowered shockwaves when dealing damage. This skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge. Added a new Strength skill gem, Forge Hammer. Hurl a fiery hammer that slams into the ground and lodges there. While the hammer is lodged in the ground, reusing this skill recalls the hammer and resets the skill's cooldown. Alternatively, using a war cry near the lodged hammer causes it to shatter, releasing a number of molten fissures in a spiral. It literally just sounds like Thor's hammer. In the movie, remember they even shattered Thor's hammer, and then remember he later on they used it and it like exploded and all the pieces went everywhere, and they used it for shatter damage. Added a new strength skill gem called Ancestral Cry. Perform a war cry using glory gained from igniting enemies to turn you into an embodiment of Kaom. While embodying Kaom, your footsteps trigger volcanic steps. Melee strikes and slams are ancestrally boosted, and your melee attack triggers a volcanic eruption.
It seems like it goes hand in hand with that because you set it off with that, and then you get that buff going.
Added a new dexterity skill gem, Toxic Domain. Create an area of toxic bloom on the ground around you. While in the bloom, you have increased skill costs, regenerate life, and your projectile attacks cause toxic pustules, which can be poisoned. Pustules will detonate after a duration or when enough poison has been applied, dealing damage and applying poison in an area around it. These seem really good for any poison build. Like, it seems like that's a really good one for poison characters. Added a new dexterity skill gem, Ice Tip Arrows. Ready your active bow or spear, empowering your next barrageable bow or projectile spear attacks to create ice fragments on hit. The skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending frenzy charges. This looks really good for pretty much any like ice build if you just want to add in additional damage. Like it says barrageable bow skill, so it does need to be a skill that's barrageable, which there's not many non-barrageable skills, is there? I think I remember most of them you could use barrage in some way, shape, or form. Added a new intelligence skill gem, Frost Darts. This was like the basic skill. They said they added like a basic skill for ice characters. Conjures a number of icy projectiles that launch toward the target. Projectiles that hit a chilled or frozen target create chunks of ice that deal additional damage on impacting the ground. Consumes a cold infusion if possible to cause each projectile to lodge into the enemy and then explode. Added a new strength persistent buff gem, Iron Ward. While active, stores a percentage of physical damage that is prevented by your armor or other sources of damage reduction. Using this skill releases that stored damage as a nova of spikes. That's kind of cool. So the higher your mitigation and the more physical damage you're preventing, the higher the damage of the spikes. That'd be really neat. Added a new strength dexterity persistent buff gem, Mortar Cannon. Raises a cannon totem which uses socketed grenade skills with significantly improved cooldown recovery rate. We were looking at that. That's a really neat totem. It just fires off like the Gemling Legionnaire or the what's the other one? The crossbow grenades, like all the exploding lightning, the cluster grenade, and all the other cool stuff. Added a new dexterity persistent buff gem. Oh yeah, you could even use that for the gas grenade. There's like the one that does the gas and then you can ignite the gas. That one's pretty cool too. Added a new dexterity persistent buff gem, Mirage Archer. While active, dodge rolling will create mirages that use socketed ranged attacks for short durations and then vanish. You cannot create another mirage while one exists or for a short time after one vanishes. Dodge rolling while you are unable to create a new mirage will restart this timer. Oh, interesting. So if you dodge roll while there's already a mirage up, do they stay active longer? Is that what it says? So like the one that's already out will like reset and stay up for a little longer. Added a new intelligence persistence buff gem, Ravenous Swarm. While active and enemies are nearby, swarms of insects emerge from your body to pursue enemies. The swarms are untargetable minions that periodically attack and poison enemies within the swarm. That sounds kind of neat. Added a new intelligence persistence buff gem, Siphon Elements. While active, has a chance to create infusion remnants when you freeze, shock, or ignite a target. That has to do with the whole like infusion thing that we were looking at with the sorceress, and it looks really cool, to be honest. Like there's a lot of spells apparently that infuse with the random elements if you have one of the charges, and they all do really cool things. Could be a very interesting way to build a character there. Grim Feast has been completely reworked and re-enabled. Oh, so they brought back Grim Feast. Instead of granting Energy Shield, it now allows you to collect remnants from your dead reviving minions, and then activate the skill to instantly revive minions based on their maximum life. Added a new Keystone passive skill to the northwest of the monk starting location, a Hollow Palm technique. Keystone allows you to use quarterstaffs while unarmed and grants those attacks additional benefits while using unarmed. That's the one that allows you to be a hand-to-hand monk. Added a new Keystone passive to the northeast of the Witch and Sorceress starting location, Ritual Cadence. This Keystone changes your invocations to trigger skills every 2 seconds instead of all at once, but triggered skills consume less energy. Invocations are the ones where like you build up a bunch of them and then you use it and they spam all at once, right? I can't remember the difference between them. So that sounds like an interesting. So instead of trigger skill invocations, they become trigger skills and they just go off randomly. or every 2 seconds instead of all at once, because that's how the invocations work. So the invocations, you build up energy and then you press the button and then it shoots all of them at one time. Whereas, so it basically is taking your invocations and turning them into more of like a damage over time kind of a thing, where it's firing them off like every 2 seconds, like boom, boom, boom. Added a new keystone passive northwest of the Witch Sorcerer starting location, Black Flame Covenant. That seems really neat. I saw that one earlier. This keystone converts fire damage to chaos damage, with this damage contributing to ignite chance and magnitude. Ignites inflicted with fire skills dealing chaos damage. Added a new keystone passive skill to the east of the monk's starting location, Walker of the Wilds. This keystone causes mana leech to recover based on elemental damage types instead of physical. That's pretty cool. Added the following new currency orbs that start dropping from late campaign and maps: Greater Orb of Transmutation, Perfect Orb of Transmutation, Greater Orb of Augmentation, Perfect Orb of Augmentation, Greater Chaos Orb, Perfect Chaos Orb, Greater Regal Orb, Perfect Regal Orb, Greater Exalted Orb, and Perfect Exalted Orb. These greater and perfect orbs each have their own minimum modifier levels for the modifier, and they add to the item. I think this is a really great addition, because early on in the game you find an exalted orb, you feel like you don't want to spend it because you'd rather like use it on like equipment or something, you know, trade for something. But like what this does is it kind of opens up a little bit of options for you early on, so that you can just spend those exalts that you get early on, because you know that like the really valuable ones are like the greater and the perfects or whatever, right? And that way you're not like locked into hanging on to, you know, like specific items early on. It encourages you to spend early on so you can get equipment and not worry about the fact that you're spending a precious exalt on like a level 10 item or something, because it is not really going to matter. Like your exalts that you spend on your level 10 item are going to be level 10 exalts, so they're not really going to be worth, you know, that much anyway in the grand scheme of things later on. So you might as well either spend them or, you know, we'll trade them off early on. But I would imagine as soon as the game gets to the point where people start getting the maps and people start getting the greater and the perfect exalts, the regular exalts are just going to lose pretty much all value. But they're still going to be very useful for low-level characters. And it's a good distinction. That way the low-level characters aren't so worried about hanging on to currency. Like, they can actually use it, play the game, craft, and not feel like they're being punished, if that makes any sense. Added a new type of currency, Hinikora's Lock, which can be used to foresee the results of the next currency item used on it. Modifying the item in any way removes the ability to foresee. Added over 10 unique items. Added 50 new base item types. Added 20 new endgame maps and 15 new omens. Endgame changes. Currently, access to most pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and the most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at a maximum difficulty. To address this, each content, excluding the Arbiter of the Ash, will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters in the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, each with a different entry cost. As a result of this change, the corresponding Atlas passive trees no longer affect the difficulty of content and has been changed to purely affect the content in the maps on the Atlas. Existing simulacrums, breachstones, Audience of the King can be right-clicked to grant 100 of the relevant splinters. They can no longer be used in the realm gate. So that's an interesting tidbit there. So if you were to get a Audience for the King, for instance, it's essentially the equivalent of 100 splinters. And as we saw earlier, 50 splinters was the low tier one. So for essentially, you can run 2 of the low tier bosses for the same price as 1 of the high tier bosses. I kind of wish that was like, because the low tier ones are really low. I kind of wish that was 3-to-1. Like, honestly, maybe like 3-to-1 would have been a better ratio for like the lowest tier to the highest tier. And the middle tier is 75, which doesn't really seem as good. Like, I feel like I would have put it like, I don't know, like maybe not 33, because then that makes an odd number of splinters. Maybe like 25 for the baby monster, like 50 for the medium monster, and 100 for the top tier would have been a better split. I mean, it's still better than nothing. Like, having it 50, 75, 100 is still better than nothing, but like, I think it would have been better at a 25, 50, well, 25, like, something like that, like 25, 50, 100 or something, or 25, 75, 100. I don't know. I'm sure they'll get feedback on it. Like if it's not accurate, people will complain that the lower one is still not cheap enough, and then they'll probably lower it more if they have to. The Arbiter of Ash boss fight is now a static difficulty encounter with infinite portals. Previously only infinite portals at difficulty 0. The rewards of this fight now match the previous difficulty 4 rewards. The Arbiter of Ash passive skill tree has been removed, and some of the bonuses have become inherent to the Arbiter of Ash drops. Added Uber version of the Arbiter Ash boss fight, which requires the new Calamity fragments to access. These are obtained from the Citadel bosses, but the only one you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss atlas passive tree. The Arbiter of Ass. Oh man, not the Arbiter of Ass. That's the new Pornhub edition. That's what that one is. That's the Arbiter of Ass. I'm getting demonetized, guys. The acquiring the map boss atlas passive points has been adjusted. These are now obtained by slaying map boss in a 79 plus area that has at least 6 modifiers. I think these are important. I might need to screenshot these and put these.
Put them in the Discord.
I'll put them down here. Let me do this one. All 3 of these. Let's just paste these in here, so then we have these for the future, because I'm sure we're gonna reference back on it. Let's go. There we go. So acquiring map boss atlas points has been adjusted. These are now obtained by slaying a map boss in an area 79 plus map that has at least 6 modifiers. Slaying a map boss in an area 80 plus that has at least 6 modifiers. Slaying an anomaly map boss in an area that has 79 plus map that has 6 modifiers. Slaying a Citadel map boss in an area that is 79 plus and has 6 modifiers. And completing the Pinnacle of Flame quest. Allroth, Origin of the Fall, no longer spawns in logbooks. Mysterious anomalies can now appear on the Atlas. Modifiers on Waystones have been reworked. Now every modifier comes with a downside. Monsters deal 20% of damage as extra cold as a specific upside, plus 10% to monster pack size, and some amount of additional Waystone drop chance. Downside modifiers have been made weaker to account for the ability to have more present than before. Unidentified corrupted Waystones can now be used to access a corrupted Nexus. Corrupted Nexus. That was the ones that we needed for the progression of the Pinnacle of Flame quest, right? I think that was the one. Waystones can no longer have greater than 8 modifiers when corrupted. Items found in very high level areas that can have random quality can now have up to 30% quality. Quality currency still cannot apply more than 20% quality to an item. Items that can have a maximum of 2 sockets now have a very low chance of generating 3 sockets in high tier maps. Items that have a maximum of 1 socket have a very low chance of generating 2 sockets in high tier maps. This is really big, because I feel like what this is really going to do, honestly, is it's going to make it very, pay attention to your loot drops. Like if an item drops on the ground, even if it's just a white item or a blue item or a yellow item, and you look at it and it happens to have 3 sockets and it's normally only has 2, or it happens to have 2 sockets and it normally only has 1, then you're going to want to pick it up, because it could very well be worth crafting on at that point. I mean, I don't know exactly how rare these are. I mean, it does say very low chance. So my assumption is like when you find one of these, it's going to be like winning the lottery, essentially, if it's the right base. Like if you find like a 3-socket dual string bow, for instance, or you find like a 3-socket body armor with the right mods, people are definitely going to want to craft on those. The Abyss map has been renamed to Marrow. Atlas passive tree skill changes. The Detailed Records Expedition notable passive now provides +1 level of expedition logbooks found in your maps, and the expedition logbooks found in your maps always have 4 implicit modifiers, previously 3. It no longer provides 30% increased quality of logbooks by runic monsters in your maps. The He Approaches Ritual notable passive skill now provides revived monsters from ritual altars in your maps have a 40% increased chance to magic rare, previously 20, and it no longer causes ritual favors in your maps to have a 30% increased chance to contain audience with the king. They said they took a bunch of these away because they're changing it to splinters and it just wasn't needed anymore. I think the splinters are going to be a lot more common than we think. Like, I think you're going to find the splinters basically everywhere. It's going to be like a slow, steady progression instead of like a random, chance of obtaining it, which I think is much better. Because like if you do like 100 maps and, you even if you just get one splinter per map, that's one guaranteed audience with the king. But before, you might do 100 rituals and not get a single audience with the king, and that's pretty crappy. Like this is essentially just a way to give you a guaranteed way to get yourself an audience with the king, instead of, like hoping that you might get one and then not getting one at all, and then like Mr. Joe Smo over there gets like 3 of them, and you want to punch him in the throat. Essence rework. Essences now have 4 tiers: lesser, normal, greater, and perfect. Instead of adding a modifier of a certain tag, essences now add a specific modifier depending on the tier of essence and the type of item it is applied to. Lesser, normal, and greater essences can upgrade a magic to a rare, adding a guaranteed modifier, which is, it basically is going to make all the essences worthwhile. It might be a really good season to use your passive points and run with essences, because I feel like the essences are probably going to be worth a lot. I don't know how rare the perfect essences or the greater essences are, but like even the baby ones seem like they're going to be useful, but the greater ones are going to be even better. I think early on in the game, like when you're leveling a lot of new characters, those baby essences are going to be super valuable to, like just to get your gear up so you're, not running like crap. But later on, depending on how hard it is to get the greater essences, it might not be as good of a thing to run like full essences with. I guess you're going to find out one way or another, right? You're going to run it and we're going to see like how common the greater essences are. But those greater essences look juicy. They look really juicy and they look really good. So it might be worth it anyway, depending on what kind of value they hold. Perfect essences it's the perfect essences, sorry. Perfect essences and essence obtained through corruption remove a random modifier, and augments a rare with a new guaranteed modifier. So these are the ones, the perfect essences are the ones that are going to be really sought after. Added 7 new types of essences. Essence of Torment have been renamed to Essence of Abrasion. Essence of Hysteria now augments different guaranteed modifiers based on the type of item it is applied to. General improvements. Unique strongboxes now have their own unique minimap icons. That's cool. Added a minimap icon to the Rain Festival Beetle monster from the unique strongbox. Delwyn no longer appears alongside the Asmari Wisp during the campaign after the first time you encounter him. Asmari Wisps now start appearing from the hunting grounds and beyond instead of the Grell Wood. Skills and persistent buff gems now sell to vendors for gold based on their level and quality. The hooded one can no longer be placed in your hideout. You are still able to identify items from him in towns. Doriani will continue to serve as a source of identifying items in your hideout once you've completed the campaign. Certain boss arena entrances no longer have a teleport for party members to enter after the fight has started. These players can just walk in instead. You are now able to log directly into town or hideout by holding control while selecting your character, or left trigger plus AX when using a controller. That's kind of cool. So when you're logging in, you hold down control and it'll take you right to your hideout. That's neat. You can now use checkpoints to warp to the waypoint in an area, as well as other checkpoints. Omens can now stack with a maximum stack size of 10. Orb of Chance has received a new 3D art. Uncut skill, support, and reservation gems can now be traded through currency exchange. Interesting. That's actually really neat. So you can actually try and grab the gem types, and that'll be big for the, like the specific tiers, like the level 8 ones or something, or the 7 ones that you need for like specific builds for specific stat requirements. Those were usually pretty valuable because they were rare. Like, it'll be neat to be able to post those on there, or even just be able to buy them when you need them. Party members can no longer fruitlessly attempt to open expedition portals. NVIDIA Reflex has been re-enabled. Player changes. When holding down the dodge roll button, your character will now go into a sprint after they finish the roll. Sprint is available on the character classes, and there's no limitation to how long you can sprint for, except you can knock down. The primary purpose of the sprint feature is to make navigating around areas faster when out of combat, though if you do take a hit while sprinting, you will fall to the ground and get beat down like a big brown turd. Yeah, like a turd. You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill. into your main skill sockets. Skills not granted by gems and skill sockets into persistent skill buffs do not count towards this limit. You can still have multiple copies of specters or tamed beast, but only one of each kind of monster. Okay, so you can they've limited the multiple copies of any skill on your bar, so you can't have two of the same skill anymore. I guess the whole bell fiasco probably triggered this when people had like 10 bells in their inventory and they were just ringing the bell like bing 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 bing. Attribute requirements on all equipment items have been lowered, particularly at endgame. Endgame base types on average have around 20 to 25% less attribute requirements. Attribute requirements on skill gems also have been lowered, particularly at endgame. Endgame skill gems on average have around 20 to 25% less attribute requirements. You know, it's funny because I remember specifically one of these reveal trailers, right? They were doing a Q&A and they asked the main guy, was named Jonathan. They asked him, they said how will you make it easier to get access to lower tier gems on higher level characters? And he was like, why would you want to use lower tier gems on higher tier characters? Like, he had no clue.
Yeah.
He had no, just right over his head. Like, he had no clue that anybody would want to use a low tier gem on a high tier character. And this, honestly, this is probably a result of that. He probably ended up looking into it after he got that question and realized that, yeah, it was an issue, that the was too much of a stat requirement, and people were using low tier gems because they wanted to use an ability but didn't have the stats for it. Fire damage no longer inherently has a chance to ignite. Instead, it inflicts flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt. Flammability is a debuff that lasts for 4 seconds and grants all fire damage against the enemy, including the hit that applied flammability, a chance to ignite that enemy equal to their flammability magnitude. Interesting. So that means that, if I'm reading this correctly, and from what I understand of how it works, because it says right here, multiple hits can stack up flammability independently, meaning that a target being hit frequently and or hard enough will consistently have a 100% chance to be ignited. So basically, like, say you had like a really big fire damage attack. You hit the monster with this really big fire damage attack, but for some reason they don't become ignited. And then you hit them with a little fire attack, little fire attack, and that one lights them on fire. In the previous way that the game functioned, every fire damage ability could light a monster on fire. But the problem is that the magnitude of the fire ability was directly proportional to the effect that caused it. So if you had a big attack and it didn't light the monster on fire, but then you had a small attack that lit the monster on fire, the small attack would put a little tiny itty bitty bleed or a little itty bitty fire dot on the target, which wasn't what you wanted. So if I'm reading this correctly, like, all of the fire damage that you do is going to add to the monster's flammability. And it's going to be based on the damage that was dealt to the flammability. So it's going to make it so that you're going to be able to use even a small ability to trigger the fire effect, but it's going to trigger the big magnitude based on the total fire damage dealt to the target in that time period, which sounds a hell of a lot better than how it was before, which was that you would literally hit a monster with a little baby attack and they would get like a baby fire dot. This sounds way better on the whole, because then you can have multiple fire abilities and you don't have to worry about your baby fire abilities overwriting your big ignite from your big attack. As long as you're cycling in your big attack, the baby fire abilities should still be causing the large ignite as well, which is really nice. Multiple hits can stack up flammability independently, meaning that a target being hit frequently and or hard enough will consistently have a 100% chance to be ignited. Effects which don't hit but ignite targets as though they did, such as from incinerate or ignited ground, also inflict flammability, but are not able to ignite targets until the target has become 100% flammable. Anything that removes, consumes, or grants immunity to ignite does the same for flammability. These changes do not affect how Ignite itself functions or is calculated once it has been applied. These changes also apply to any other non-fire damage that becomes capable of igniting, and to enemies. Some enemies deal non-ignite fire damage over time, which is not affected by these changes. Shock now lasts for 8 seconds on non-players by default, previously 4, and it lasts for 4 seconds on players. Chill lasts for 8 seconds on non-players by default, previously 2. Wow, chill was only 2. We go to 2 to 8. That's massive, and it still lasts 2 seconds on players. Chill on any target are now discarded if their magnitude is less than 30%, previously 5%. Overflow effects on life, mana and energy shield can now overflow the maximum of up to 1.5 times from 2 times. Light stun chances of less than 15% are now treated as 0. Previously described as less than 10%, but actually less than 20% for monsters being stunned and less than 12% for players being stunned. Elemental exposure is now 15% less effective on magic monsters and 30% less effective on rare monsters and 50% less effective on unique monsters. Interesting. I think that one's worth taking a screenshot because that's something that we'll have to calculate in when we're fighting specific bosses. When we find the bosses. Unarmed attacks now have base critical hit chance of 5%, previously none. They gave it basically like a base crit chance. That's good. Glory now decays if you haven't gained any for the past 15 seconds. Previously 30 seconds. Oil grounds duration is now refreshed when it catches fire. Gaining guard while you already have guard no longer replaces the existing guard buff if the new amount of guard you would gain would be lower than what you already had. Instead, the duration of the existing guard buff is extended proportional to the amount of the guard in the new buff compared to the old buff. Interesting. Ice crystals will now instantly shatter from hits that could consume freeze, as this is now the default behavior. Glacial Cascade and Fragmentation rounds no longer specifically call out this behavior. Added a new mechanic from called Elemental Infusion that many elemental spells interact with. Some skills create infusions of a specific element as remnants on the ground, which can be picked up to grant you the infusion. Other skills can consume infusions in a specific type to grant additional bonuses depending on the skill. So some skills consume infusions that match the skill's element type, while others have cross-elemental infusions. It's going to have to be something that we explore. The following have been renamed to avoid confusion with the Elemental Infusion mechanic. Amazon's Infused weapon skill has been renamed to Elemental Surge. Spire of Ire's Chaotic Infusion unique skill has been renamed to Chaotic Surge. The Charge Infusion skill has been renamed to Charge Regulation. Reloading a crossbow and switching animation. Crossbow ammunition no longer reduces the player's movement speed. Blocking is no longer limited to strikes and projectiles by default. All hits that are not specifically unblockable with the red flash can be blocked. Big, huge change. Rage Shield and Parry now require you to face the enemy that is hitting you, rather than the direction from which the hit originates. Some monster skills for which directionality is unclear have been changed to be blockable from any direction using these skills. I actually noticed that sometimes, you were literally facing the enemy and it would still hit you, and I wondered why. So sometimes, I guess if the attack is originating from a different direction than the direction of the monster, it wasn't being blocked. That was weird. So that's a good change too. Player and minion monster base maximum block chance is now 50%, previously 75%. Each effects which set a maximum for volatility now properly do so instead of being additive with the default cap of 200. Players now gain +6 accuracy rating per level, previously 3, and each point of dexterity now grants 6 to accuracy rating, previously 5. Big buff for all the accuracy builds. The accuracy fall-off penalty now linearly interpolates from 2 meters down to 12 meters, the maximum penalty being 90% less accuracy rating at a distance of 9 meters or further. Previously, there was no maximum, and at 14 meters, you had 100% less accuracy rating. Player minions now always hit with their attacks. Player projectile skills now fire a minimum of 1 projectile, even if they should fire 0. Swapping project weapons is now instant. That was a big change. All charging consuming skills now pause their corresponding charges duration while in use. Elemental damage recouped as life and physical damage recouped as life now display in the life section of the character panel. Clarified on stun keyword that monster melee damage has a 30% more light stun chance and heavy stun buildup, and monster physical damage has 100% more light stun chance and heavy stun buildup. These bonuses are multiplicative with each other. Note this is purely a description change. Updated the ice crystal keyword to clarify that it blocks movement of smaller monsters, while larger monsters will destroy any crystals in their path. Updated the keyword pop-up for MAME to include its base duration. Ascendancy changes. The answered call notable passive skill now also provides +1 to maximum number of summoned totems. The ancestral spirit skill granted by the answered call notable passive skill no longer grants minions from this skill have 1% increased accuracy rating per 3 of your dexterity. Instead of minions from this skill now have 1% increased attack speed per 3 of your dexterity. The Great Wolf's Howl notable passive skill has been removed, and the Warcaller's Bellow notable also provides ignore warcry cooldowns. The Renly's training notable passive skill now grants 35% base block chance to block from equipped shields instead of shields value, previously 40%. The Turtle Charm notable passive skill. Cody, what are you doing, buddy? He's sitting on the power cord for the thing. That's what he's doing. Okay. The Turtle Charm notable passive skill no longer grants 25% less block chance or can block damage from all hits while shield is not raised. Instead, it now provides you take 30% damage from blocked hits and maximum block chance is 75%. Stacks of Jade granted by the Jade Heritage notable passive are no longer lost when taking physical damage from a hit. Ancestral spirits from the answered call notable passive skill have been improved. They now appear faster and start using skills sooner. Ancestral Jade Hulk no longer charges, instead uses a Warcry buff nearby allies to have a 50% damage increase. Their Leap Slam has also been improved. Ancestral Jadecaster had its spell casting range increased, the Pinning Jade Storm had its area of effect increased, and the delay between its forming and exploding has been reduced. Ancestral Warhorn's buff and Horn Slam have had their area of effect and duration increased, and Ancestral Spirit's Turtle Aura had its effect increased. Area of effect increased. Smith of Kitava. The Flowing Metal notable passive now causes body armor to grant 35% armor to also apply elemental damage from hits. Powerful. Previously caused body armor to grant 5% maximum fire resistance. That's going to be huge. The Leather Binding's notable passive skill now causes body armor to regenerate 3% maximum per second, previously 5. The Manifest Weapon skill granted by the Living Weapon notable skill passive no longer grants minions from this skill have 1% increased accuracy rating. Instead, minions from the skill now have 1% increased attack speed. So they switched it. Earlier they had one up there that was also the attack speed instead of the accuracy, and they changed it to the accuracy, and this one got changed from the accuracy to the attack speed, so they just switched them. The passive skills providing fire resistance now have values of 8%, previously 15. Small passive skill prior to Living Weapon now grants 5% increased strength instead of minions deal 20% increased damage. The Gemling Legionnaire. Looks like we're about to get the answer to my question I was asking earlier. The Advanced Thaumaturgy notable passive skill no longer grants 30% less cost of skill, or skill gems have 30% more attribute requirements. It now grants thaumaturgical dynamism buff, which while active causes you to passively generate a power, frenzy, or endurance charge once every 8 seconds. Oh, that's really cool. That's really powerful, actually. Man, that's that all you get one. Does it give you one of each, or does it just give you? Does it give you like one randomly per 8 seconds? Because that would be like a big deal if it gave you one of each versus one randomly. It doesn't really say. Oh no, it does. Maybe it does say. I'm an idiot. The type of charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirements of your socketed skill gems. The higher the total strength requirement of your total socketed skill gems, the more likely you will be to generate an endurance charge. Dexterity as frenzy charge, and intelligence as power charge. Okay, that's really neat, actually. So if you have a bunch of dexterity stuff in, you can get a bunch of frenzy charges. That seems pretty self-explanatory and very nice to be able to generate one charge every 8 seconds. What that really seems useful for to me is like bosses, where it's sometimes very difficult to generate your charges. Like you have to use like the marks and some of the other odd methods to get charges. This would give you like a guaranteed charge every certain number of seconds, which isn't bad. The gem-studded notable passive skill no longer grants you can use each type of support gem an additional time in different skills, which is the one I was talking about. Instead, it now provides for each color of socketed gems that is most numerous to gain certain effects. Red hits against you have no critical damage bonus. Blue skills have 30% less cost. And green, 40% less movement speed penalty while using skills while moving. Wow, those are all really good. I mean, red is really tanky. No critical damage bonus on skills is really nice. I mean, that's like one of those things that like you could pretty much at that point, you could use all those maps that come with like crazy critical damage modifiers where the monsters get like 50% extra crit chance and like 500% extra crit damage or whatever, right? You could just run those
You're
if you
basically crit immune.
yeah, you're just crit immune at that point. And then the blue one with the less mana cost, that's insane too. Like you could just run some of the most ridiculous abilities with 30% less cost. That's a lot. And then even the green one's not bad either with 40% less movement speed penalty while using skills while moving. Isn't there also a support gem that also gives that? You could probably combine them together and pretty much make it so that you could move almost at full speed while using an ability. Maybe. Combine that together with the buff, didn't they? Because they did like a change where they made it so that movement abilities that you use while moving were faster. So you combine that together with this and also the support gem, like all three of them probably just get you back to full speed. Tactician. The cannon's ready. Notable passive skill now provides +1 maximum number of summoned totems. The right where we want them notable passive now also grants projectile damage. Pins builds pin. The polish that gear notable passive now provides gain deflection rating equal to 20% of armor, and no longer grants 100% armor as extra stun threshold. Gain deflection rating equal to 20% of armor. I thought deflection rating was a evasion thing.
I think you can spec deflection.
That's interesting.
That's a scale.
So you can get deflection as an armor. So you can get the deflection and you can get the elemental thing as an armor class. That sounds like armor is going to be insane this season.
You need that node for armor.
Do you think that's the only one basically that gives deflection for armor?
That converts armor to deflection, probably the only one. But you can spec into deflection and evasion as an armor class. You just be a hybrid at that point, right?
Yeah. The suppressing fire notable passive skill now provides 40% more immobilization buildup instead of projectile damage builds pin. The supporting fire skill granted by Unleash Hell notable passive no longer grants minions from this skill have 1% increased accuracy rating. Instead, they have 1% increased area of effect per 3 dexterity. The death from above command for supporting fire now deals approximately 3 times more damage at all gem levels. Interesting. The whoever pays best notable passive now provides there is no limit on the number of banners you can place, and banners gain 5 glory per second instead of can place multiple banners. Interesting. So you make a banner build. I think somebody was talking about a banner build one season. Added a new strategic embankments notable passive skill which requires cannons ready. This causes your totems to grant embankment auras to players when placed, which grant a different effect depending on the variety of the totem. The effects are as follows. Ancestral Warrior Totem grants 40% increased glory generation. Artillery Ballista grants 40% increased immobilization buildup. Dark Effigy grants 40% increased damage over time. Mortar Cannon grants 15% damage gained as extra fire. Siege Ballista grants 50% increased damage against immobilized enemies, and Shockwave Totem grants a 30% increased area of effect. Those are all pretty neat. And I guess you could probably have like one of each. Like if you wanted to to like maximize. I don't know if they stack. I know they didn't necessarily say that they stack like auras. So maybe you're even encouraged to use different totems to get different auras. I don't know. Ritualist, the As We Whisper Ask notable key passive has been removed, and the Whispers Demand notable passive now also grants the Ritual Sacrifice skill. The Wildwood Persistent notable passive skill now grants 10% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing unreserved life, previously 5. Amazon, the Critical Strike notable skill passive now has a gain additional critical hit chance equal to 15% of excess chance to hit with attacks, previously 25%, and no longer specifies that it ignores hobble on the target. So it hobble was the thing that gave you extra crit, wasn't it? So is it?
I don't remember what hobble does.
I don't think that's a nerf so much as they were just trying to include hobble. Hobble PoE 2. I'm pretty sure hobble was the lowering the evasion by a specified amount, and they are hobbled. No, it doesn't have anything to do with crit at all. It's just evasion. So I guess they did nerf it by 10%. So it went from 15% excess to or 25% excess to 15% excess. So a little bit of a nerf to the Amazon Critical Strike passive. The Elemental Surge notable skill passive, previously Elemental Infusions, now grants 3 surges when consuming a Power Frenzy or Endurance Charge, previously 2. So a little bit of a buff there. They also renamed it, not to be confused with the Sorceress Infusions that they added. I was thinking the same thing when they added. I was like the Sorceress Infusions or like the what's his name infusions? Like, because there's a bunch of infusion stuff, and they renamed all the infusion stuff to Surge now instead of infusions, so that it's not confusing. It's still going to be confusing. Pathfinder, the Sustainable Practices notable passive now grants 50% evasion rating and also grants elemental damage reduction, previously 30%. Elemental damage reduction is nice. Poisonous Concoction, granted by the Poisonous Concoction notable key passive skill choice, has been renamed to Acidic Concoction, and this concoction consumes charges of your mana flask to throw a flask that explodes, dealing physical attack damage in an area. The thrown flask consumes poison on hit to cause an acidic burst, which deals damage based on the highest expected remaining damage of poison on the target. Acidic Concoction and Acidic Burst cannot poison. Acidic Burst deals unscalable physical damage equal to 150% of the expected remaining damage of the consumed poison, and has 30% more area effect per poison affecting the enemy. Fulminating Concoction, granted by the Fulminating Concoction notable passive, no longer inflicts lightning exposure on hit and now has 50% more shock effect. Quality now grants 0 to 40% more chance to shock, previously 0 to 20. Increased lightning exposure. Shattering Concoction, granted by Shattering Concoction notable passive skill choice, now inflicts elemental exposure on and hit instead of just cold exposure. Now freezes enemies on the hit that are primed for freeze. Quality now grants. Okay, so it looks like they basically just took away the elemental exposure on all of these. The Bleeding Concoction, granted by the Bleeding Concoction passive, now no longer has 200% more magnitude of bleeding inflicted. It now aggravates bleeding on target's hit, so it's such a guaranteed way to aggravate bleeding. That's kind of cool. Explosive Concoction, granted by Explosive Concoction notable key passive or passive skill choice, no longer has 200% more magnitude of ignite. Let me guess, instead it aggravates the ignite. And no longer inflicts fire exposure. Now fires up to 4 additional mini flash projectiles at ignited enemies. Quality gives you 2 additional mini flash projectiles thrown at ignited enemies instead. Explosive Concoction no longer grants the effect fire exposure. Instead granting up 2 additional mini flash projectiles thrown at the ignited enemies, and instead of 0 to 20% increased fire exposure. So it sounds like because they unified the exposures, they're kind of like nerfing some of the exposures as well. Which honestly shouldn't matter, because they're making it so easy to get access to the exposure now, through things like the curses and whatnot, which is how it always should have been. Instead of you having to go to like 7 different places to get your exposure, you can go to like 1 or 2 places and get your exposure, which is, I don't even know why you would want to use like 7 different abilities just to build exposure. It's really silly. Deadeye, the Avidity Noble passive no longer grants 30% chance to gain maximum frenzy charges when you gain a frenzy charge. Instead, it grants 50% chance to gain an additional frenzy charge when you gain a frenzy charge. It's kind of a big nerf, because you used to be able to just randomly get full charges. So now you're not going to randomly get full charges. So that's a pretty big hit. I mean, you're still going to get an additional frenzy charge, and they did up the percent chance that you would get an additional frenzy charge. But like, if you had a maximum cap of like 17 charges or something, this was huge, being able to just randomly get full charges, and that's not as good anymore. So it's going to be much less effective for people who are stacking large amounts of frenzy charges. But I would imagine it's much more effective for people who have like the minimum amount of frenzy charges. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword there. The Called Shot's notable passive skill no longer lets you apply an additional mark. Instead, it causes your projectile to chain to marked enemies and grants the new Called Shot's meta skill that repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limits.
That's cool.
Projectiles chaining to marked enemies is also cool. Like, you get, that's the Called Shot's meta skill. Repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit.
Yeah, so you can just mark everything.
Yeah. The Eagle Eye's notable passive no longer removes the distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead, it applies 20 stacks of critical weakness to the enemies when you consume a mark on them. That's kind of cool. Crit bonus. The Elemental Expression skill granted by the and scatter them to the wind's notable passive skill now deals 8 to 242 to 12 to 366 fire damage with fiery explosion gems at level 1 to 20. Previously 152 to 228, so a pretty big buff. 200 to 300 cold damage with icy wave, previously 125 to 187, and 84 to 477 lightning, previously 53 to 298. So pretty big buff to the damage on elemental expression for the invoker. The meditate skill granted by the faith is a choice. A notable passive skill now has a cooldown of 7 to 5.1 seconds at gem levels 1 to 20. Previously 10 to 8.1, so pretty big buff there. Meditate now provides 100% more energy shield recharge rate at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 0 to 28%. Acolyte of Chayula, the Chalupa monk. The reality-rending notable has been renamed to Sap of Nightmares and no longer grants chance of a percentage of damage with hits as extra chaos. Instead, it now grants leech recovers based on chaos damage as well as physical damage. The Lucid Dreaming notable passive no longer provides any benefits itself, instead now being a multiple choice notable with the following choices. Choice of life, all flames of Chayula you manifest are red. Choice of mana, all flames of Chayula you manifest are blue. Choice of power, all flames of Chayula you manifest are purple. The Into the Breach skill granted by the Waking Dream notable passive now grants remnants spawned by supported skills and have a 50% increased effect. The Grasp of Void notable passive has been renamed to Illusionary Void and no longer requires Embrace the Darkness. It no longer provides 1% extra chaos damage per 20 unreserved darkness and instead grants a new skill, Void Illusion. The Embrace the Darkness notable key passive has Darkness Reservation, lasts for 5 seconds, previously 10. The Inner Silence notable passive has been renamed to Deepening Shadows and no longer grants 50% reduced darkness reservation duration. Instead, it now grants 1% increased maximum darkness per 1% chaos resistance. The Ravenous Downs notable key passive skill has been renamed to Inner Turmoil and no longer grants mana leech recovers based on other damage types as well as physical. Instead, now it gains 1 volatility on inflicting an elemental ailment and take no damage from volatility. The Consuming Questions notable has been renamed to Unraveling. It looks like they completely reworked the Chalupa Monk almost entirely. Like, it's not even the same as what I used before. And no longer grants you cannot recharge energy shield, or mana leech effects also recover energy shield. Yeah, that's gone completely. Instead, it now grants chaos damage from hits, also contributes to ignite chance, magnitude, freeze buildup, and shock chance, changing every 2 seconds. Oh, okay, so that one isn't doing them all at once. It's doing them on a cycle every 2 seconds, so you get to switch between them every 2 seconds. That's neat. Blood Mage. The small life passive skills prior to Sanguimancy have been removed. The Sanguimancy notable passive is now free to allocate. The life remanence skill now grants spawns a remnant on hitting a target instead of on critically hitting. The Gore Spikes passive now grants 1% increased critical damage bonus per 50 life, previously 40, and it has swapped locations with the Sunder the Flesh notable key passive skill. The Between the Cracks, giggity, notable passive skill has been renamed to Sanguine Tides. Oh man, they took away the Between the Cracks name. And no longer provides critical hits, ignore monster armor. Instead, it now provides gain 1 life flash charge per 4% spent, and 50% less life recovery from flasks. It also now has, when your life flask reaches full charges, 40% of its charges are consumed, and gain 1% damage as physical for 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. The Open Sore's notable passive skill has been renamed to Whispers of the Flesh, and no longer grants you your curses have infinite duration. Instead, it now grants enemies affected by your curses have 15% of life reserved. That's interesting. So you curse a monster and they just lose 15% of their life like that? Just instantaneous. That's, I mean, reserved life means they just don't get it anymore, right? As long as they're cursed. And then I would assume once they're uncursed, it's not like they get it back. At least I don't think so. Infernalist. The Infernal Hound granted by the Loyal Hellhound notable passive now ignites enemies at within 2.5 meters, previously 1.5. The Pyromantic Pact notable passive now grants Infernal Flame equal to twice your mana, previously equal to your mana, but causes you to lose 25% of your Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any in the past 2 seconds, previously 50% per second. That seems like a pretty strong buff. So equal to twice your mana instead of 1 times, and you lose 25% per second instead of 50. That seems better. Well, yeah, that seems way better. Demon Form granted by the Demonic Possession notable passive no longer disables your weapons or has its own weapon set. It no longer grants levels of all spell skills while in Demon Form or increased spell damage per Demon Flame. It now grants 3% more spell damage per Demon Flame, and Quality now provides 10% increased cast speed while in Demon Form, or previously had no quality. The Lich. The Domain over Flesh notable passive has been renamed to Incessant Cacophony. It now grants your curses have infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hexproof enemies. The Eldritch Empowerment notable passive skills no longer provides non-channeling spells, cost additional 3% of maximum energy shield. Non-channeling spells deal 30% more damage, or spending energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Instead, it now provides spells deal 30% more damage when sacrificing energy shield. Sacrifice 5% of maximum energy shield when you cast a spell, and sacrificing energy shield does not interrupt recharge. The Price of Power notable passive skill no longer grants non-channeling spells consume a power charge if able to deal 25% more damage. Instead, it now provides spells consume a power charge if able to deal 40% more damage. Chronomancer. The Flood of Echoes notable passive skill has been renamed to Inevitability. It no longer grants the Unleash skill. Instead, it now grants a new skill, Inevitable Agony, which curses all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a portion of damage they take from hits to be stored in the curse debuff. When the debuff's duration expires, they can take that stored damage again all at once. Interesting. The Quicksand Hourglass notable passive skill no longer grants every 10 seconds gain 50% more cast speed for 5 seconds. Instead, it now grants Sands of Time, which grants 60% cast speed, scaling down to 1% over 10 seconds, at which point then will scale back up to 60%. Sands of Time also grants 1% increased area of effect, scaling up to 60% over 10 seconds, at which point it will scale back down to 1%. Yeah, I mean, that sounds cool, but it also sounds horrible at the same time. I had some boots on, like, Diablo IV one time that, like, it would give you this buff if you were, like, running away from the enemy, but then you would lose the buff when you were running toward the enemy. And, like, the yo-yo, like, the constant yo-yo effect, like, made a very, like, inconsistent tempo. And it really didn't feel good. Like, when you were running away from the enemy, you were the Flash, and then, like, if you turned around, you were like a turtle. And there was no consistency to it because Like how the game determined whether you were running away from the monster or moving toward the monster was very odd. And sometimes even if you were running away from the monster, it would count you as running toward the monster. And sometimes even if you were running toward the monster, it would count you as running away. And so you were constantly just like, it was like somebody kept like slamming on the gas and then slamming on the brakes and then slamming on the gas and then slamming on the brakes. Like, this seems interesting, but at the same time, that's what it's going to feel like. It's going to feel like you're going really fast. You're going to be like, and then all of a sudden it's going to be like, it's going to get obnoxious, I can tell you. Just from having played similar abilities and similar skills where your speed is constantly going up and down. Like, it's not going to be very fun to play with because your character is going to be constantly like going between like a really fast attacking character and a really slow attacking character, and it's going to be annoying. Maybe if you just increase your cast speed enough that like the difference between full cast and not cast isn't that big of a deal, maybe it would be a little less exaggerated. But like if you just rely on that as your primary cast speed, it's going to be very exaggerated and it's going to be annoying to play with. The Elemental Storm skill granted by Tempest Caller. This is Stormweaver, by the way. The Elemental Storm skill granted by Tempest Caller Notable's passive has had its cooldown lowered to 3 seconds at all levels, previously 5. The Rain Dancer notable passive has been renamed to Multiplying Squalls and no longer provides 150% more cooldown recovery rate for Elemental Storm. Instead, it provides +1 limit for elemental skills. The Force Will notable passive no longer grants 1% increased Arcane Surge on your 25 maximum mana. Instead, it now grants 20% damage taken from mana before life and 20% increased magnitude of Arcane Surge on you per 10% missing mana. The Scouring Winds notable passive has been renamed to Storm's Recollection and no longer grants exposure to you inflict lowered blah 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 blah. What? It says renamed to Storm's Recollection and no longer grants exposure. You inflict lowers affected resistance by an additional 12%. Instead, it now grants remnants you create reappear once 3 seconds after being collected. The Heart of the Storm notable passive has been renamed to Refracted Infusion and no longer grants 40% of elemental damage taken recouped as energy shield. Instead, it now provides 50% chance when collecting an elemental infusion to gain another different elemental infusion. Passive skill changes. Okay. Bro, I think we're not even halfway through these patch notes, by the way. This is horrible. The Elemental Equilibrium Keystone passive has been redesigned. It now causes infusion remnants you create to be random elements. The Eternal Youth Keystone passive no longer causes your life flasks to recover energy shield. Instead, it now causes your life flasks to have 50% less recovery. The Giant's Blood Keystone passive now halves the amount of life granted by strength. That's the one that allows you to use the two-handed weapons in one hand, right? I think so.
Yep.
Now halves the amount of life granted by strength. So instead of having the penalty, is that what they're saying? So instead of having the triple strength penalty, now it's having the amount of life that you gain?
I think that's the penalty now.
Well, they didn't specify that they were taking away the triple strength penalty, but that's what I'm going to assume. The Glancing Blows. Did you howl? Are you a howl monster, Cody Monster Dog? He said, Donald, there's too many patch notes. He said, me pee-pee doo-doos. Gotta go peppa doodus now.
These patch notes require a timeout.
All right, let's get to the skill changes first, and I'll take him out, and then we'll continue. The Glancing Blows Keystone passive skill now provides a chance to evade is unlucky. Chance to deflect unlucky. Is no longer provides block chances doubled or takes you 50% damage from blocked hits. That was that weird one that I never picked. Glancing Blows key passive now provides chance to evade is unlucky and chance to deflect is lucky. That's interesting. And no longer provides block chance is doubled or you take 50%. Okay, so they changed it from a block passive to a deflect passive is basically what I'm saying there. So that's going to add into the deflect chances. The Resolute Sneak Keystone skill now grants accuracy rating is doubled instead of your hits cannot be evaded. Added 8 new clusters between warrior and witch sorceress areas of the passive tree, 15 new clusters to the warrior area of the passive tree, 23 new clusters to the mercenary area of the passive tree, 17 new clusters to the ranger and huntress area of the passive tree, 17 new clusters to the monk area of the passive tree, 25 new clusters to the witch and sorceress areas of the passive tree. Sources of increased area of effect have been lowered by approximately 25%. Sources of daze buildup have been replaced with chance to daze on hit with adjusted values. Sources of reduced reservation of skills instead now grant increased reservation efficiency. Many existing clusters have also received updates. These changes may result in your existing passive tree being forcefully refunded if you had allocated nodes around the areas where the layout changed. A small attribute passive has been removed on all the outward highways between class starting locations. Skill changes. Okay, let's let me take him out to go to the restroom real quick before we start skill changes, so he doesn't peppadoot us in the room, and we'll be right back to start on the skill changes. Alright, back. Skill changes. Let's go. This is where things are going to get really fun. The base damage scaling of all player spell and secondary damage skills has been tweaked to scale better in the late game. Generally speaking, spells that do not have damage number changes called out below will have near identical base damage at low levels, roughly 5% more damage at gem level 20, and roughly 20% more damage at gem level 30. The mana cost growth of all skills has been rebalanced. Generally speaking, skills will have similar mana costs at low gem levels, potentially slightly higher mana costs at some intermediate gem levels, and lower mana costs, sometimes dramatically lower, at gem levels higher than 20. That's an interesting change, because most of the time when you get to the high tiers, that's where you get like massive mana cost on your ability, and it's like, do I want another level and potentially another ridiculous increase in the cost of my spell? Banners no longer gain Valor or have any Valor-related stats, but instead generate Glory. When you attack enemies, they require 200 Glory to place. Unlike Glory-based skills, banners can gain Glory while the banner is placed. Also, all sources of banner Valor gained have been replaced with banner Glory generated. Banners now have a global limit of 1 allowed to be placed, but there are ways on the passive tree or the Tactician Ascendancy to increase this. Curse skills and skills that apply elemental exposure can't apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher level than the skill's own level requirement. This requirement is fairly lenient and disappears completely by high gem levels. So, like, I guess what they're trying to do here is they're trying to prevent somebody who's like a really high level player from using, say, like a low-level version of a curse to bypass stat requirements. That's what that sounds like. So if you want to use the curse skills, it looks like you're going to probably have to use a higher tier curse skill for it to be effective. Although it doesn't necessarily say that they're completely ineffective. It just says once you hit a certain point, the debuff will not work at all. So, like, I guess it'll be pretty obvious when you try to curse a monster if you're too low, if the curse just stops working entirely. But up until that point, it should still function even if it's a lower tier gem, unless you hit that break point where the gem is too low level to curse the monster. I'm sure, like, with a moderate amount of testing, you could potentially figure out exactly what that level is and how high the curse needs to be. Blink, Convalescence, and Sacrifice can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. They are now required to be active in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if this is not possible. So no more swapping to get Blink, Convalescence, or Sacrifice. Higher rarity enemies are now less affected by curses. Curses have 15% less effect on magic monsters, 30% less effect on rare monsters, and 50% less effect on unique monsters. We saw that earlier. I mean, goes hand in hand with allowing the curses to work on everything, is you have to, like, make some penalties, which I'm perfectly fine with. I mean, Diablo 2 has plenty of penalties for, like, immunities, and, like, you know, it's only like 1/5 effective on a monster that is immune to the element, and, like, you know, there are specific penalties involved in Diablo 2, and so we got specific penalties involved in Path of Exile 2 as well. So same is same. It's just they're slightly different penalties. So 50% less effect on unique monsters. So, like, if you have, say, a negative 100 curse, which I know doesn't exist, but if you have a negative 100 curse, then that means it's only going to be 50% on that monster. Or if you have a 50%, that's only going to be 25% on that monster, and so forth and so on. Which does make it better to have the high-level versions as well anyway. So earlier when we were looking at the curse skills, the low-level curses not being able to work on high-level monsters, I mean, that's not really beneficial to you at all if unique monsters are taking 50% less anyway, right? So, like, if you have a monster who has, like, say 75% to a resistance, and you have a curse that only does like 25% reduction, and then it's cut in half on top of that, so you're down to what, like 12.5%. I mean, it's just not really effective, even if it does work to use a really low level curse. You are going to want a higher level curse, so it's interesting. The movement speed penalty inflicted by skills that can be used while moving now begins to fall off slightly more quickly while using the skill. The spirit cost of specters has been adjusted such that specters with high spirit costs are generally cheaper, while some of the cheaper specters are now more costly. So equalizing them, is that what they did? They equalized them to basically like the same cost. Spectres and Tame Beasts now deal 25% more damage at all gem levels. Instant skills such as Unbound Avatar are now usable while on the row amount. Mark skills are no longer spells. What's up, Steph? Reservation skills that had reduced reservation with quality now have increased reservation efficiency with quality instead. Killing Palm, Staggering Palm, Shattering Palm, Hand of Chayula, and Frozen Locust now deal damage based on your equipped quarterstaff. They no longer have a flat added damage or additional critical strike chance. Palm skills can no longer be used without a quarterstaff equipped by default. Or you can use the new ability, which makes it so that you can use your palm skills from your hand. The new hand-to-hand ability. I'm assuming that also works because technically it counts as a quarterstaff and it has its own base critical strength. So that's probably exactly how this works. Shockwave Totem, Ancestral Warrior Totem, Artillery Ballista, Siege Ballista now use your equipped weapons. They no longer have their own flat damage. That's actually really good because I remember when I was trying to use them, I couldn't get them to work properly because it felt like they had like no damage and they had their own base damage. They weren't scaling based off my weapon at all. I was trying to do like an ice, Gemling Legionnaire, and I was trying to use like the Siege Ballista, and I remember trying to get the Siege Ballista to do ice damage, and it was like impossible because the Siege Ballista wasn't going off my weapon and wasn't calculating any of my ice damage that I was getting on my character. So it became very difficult to set up any kind of ice abilities with Siege Ballista because of that. Seems like it would be a lot easier now, like if you're using an elementally aligned weapon, that the Siege Ballista will also be elementally aligned. So that's actually really cool. Siege Ballista might be a lot more fun this season. Ancestrally boosted slams now have a 25% chance, increased area of effect, 25% increased area of effect, previously 20. We've also fixed a bug where the area of effect bonus from ancestral boosted slams was described as multiplicative more instead of additive increased. The following skills found as inherent skills on wands, staves now deal approximately 12% more damage from skill level and 11 onwards. Bone Blast, Chaos Bolt, Decompose, Firebolt, Freezing Shards, Lightning Bolt, Power Siphon, and Solar Orb. Ancestral Warrior Totem now have no limit. Socketed Mace skills now have 50% less attack speed. So they increased the number of Ancestral Warrior Totems that you can have, but then decreased the attack speed of the totems. But I mean, I guess technically at that point, if you can have, so like if you have one totem and he attacks, like 2 times per second, and then you drop him to 1 time per second, but if you have 2 totems, now you're still at the same speed. And if you have 3 totems or 4 totems, you're at double the speed, right? So like the number of totems that you have is going to directly increase the number of skills that you can use. Makes them more spammy. I honestly, that's kind of an interesting observation there, is that they're definitely going to be more spammy with the way they have it set up, because they'll attack less, yes, but since you can have more of them, you're just going to put more of them on the screen to make up for the fact that they're attacking less. And theoretically, once you get to a certain point, you should potentially be doing more attacks depending on what the previous totem limit was. So I don't know. Arc is now a projectile. It no longer causes explosions against shocked enemies and is no longer a payoff skill. It now chains 6 to 9 times at gen levels 5 to 20, previously 5 to 8, and now has 50% more shock magnitude and can consume a lightning infusion to chain additional times and deal more damage. Now deals 2 to 39 damage at gem levels 5, previously 5 to 31, scaling up to 386 damage at gem level 20, previously 277. Quality now provides 10% chance to not remove an infusion, but still counts as consuming them. Previously 2% more damage for each remaining chain. That's interesting. Let's to play around with that maybe. Archmage now has a non-channeling spells, gain 4% damage as extra lightning for each 100 maximum mana. You have previously 3%. Artillery Ballista has been renamed to Siege Ballista. Now it is a duration of 8 seconds, previously 16. Bolt's attack speed is now 25% of base, and bolts now deal 25 to 66% attack damage, previously 30 to 79. Bolt explosion radius is now 1.4 meters, previously 1.8, and explosion now deals 132% attack damage, previously 185. It looks like a nerf, but it's probably not a nerf, because honestly, since they're tying the ballistas and the siege ballistas and everything else in with your weapon damage, you're going to be able to have a really crazy weapon, which means that technically the artillery ballista is probably going to go up in damage rather tremendously, and it's also going to align with the damage type that you're using, which is going to be pretty big. It didn't do that before. So like if you were a fire build and you were trying to get like a fire ballista, or a cold build and you were trying to get a cold build or ballista or whatever, like it didn't matter. It was whatever element it was, and in this particular case with the artillery ballista, it was going to be a fire. But you could potentially, like, at this point, change it to whatever you wanted. And since it goes off your crossbow, you know, you're going to get a lot more damage out of it than you did before. I imagine that this isn't a nerf, but so much as a, like, adjustment to try and rein in the incredible damage increase that you're going to get by being able to tie it together with an actual good weapon. Ballista or ball lightning can now consume fire infusions to leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end of its trail. That's interesting. Batter Shout Explosion now deals 50% more damage against unique enemies. Berserk grants 53 to 59% increased rage effect at gem levels 14 to 20. No longer grants 0.2% physical attack leached as life per rage. Blind Spectre quality now provides minions deal 20% more damage instead of 10% reservation for summoning specters. Blink. Using Blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. Now has a minimum gem level of 8, previously 14. Bone Offering. Spike duration is now 8 seconds, previously 5, while the explosion radius is now 2.4 meters, previously 2. The explosion now deals 917 to 1,375 to physical damage at level 20, previously 734 to 1,101. The buff now has minions take 25% reduced damage from hits while shielded, and also has absorbs first hit, dealing over 25% minions maximum life. Quality now provides shielded minions 30% less damage for 1 second after shield is lost, instead of 40% more physical damage on explosion. Bone Shatter. Shockwave now deals 100% more damage against unique enemies. I think they're doing this across the board, because I've been seeing this quite a couple times. Like, I think they're trying to make it so that, like, specific attacks versus unique monsters can do more damage, without essentially making them do more damage versus trash mobs, so that when we're fighting bosses, we're not like, because it's hard to balance, right? Like, if you have a monster and the monster has, you know, say like 10,000 or 100,000 health or something, right? And you can do damage to that monster, kill him relatively quickly, and then you go fight a boss, and the boss has like 10 million health or something. It's going to take you a lot longer to kill a monster with 10 million health than 10,000. So they want to give you ways to reward you extra damage without making you kill the trash mobs faster, so that the bosses are a little less of a pain in the butt for like specific abilities. So it makes sense. Cast on Freeze, Cast on Shock, and Cast on Ignite have been combined into a single gem. Cast on Elemental Ailments. This gem requires 100 Spirit, has a minimum level of 14, and combines the energy gain conditions of all 3 previous gems. Existing copies of these gems will be updated to Cast on Elemental Ailments when you load the character or stash tab holding them. Huh. So what does that mean for how they work? It says the... Oh, okay. I think I understand. Okay. So what they're saying is that the conditions of gaining energy for those specific things have all been put into the gem. So that means that, like, if you're a freeze character, you're just still using the same cast on freeze conditions. If you're a cast on shock character, you're still using the same cast on shock conditions, etc. Which is pretty simple. I would assume, though, that this also opens up the option of essentially having all 3, like the Chalupa monk, which has the ability to get all of the ailments at the same time. This could be an interesting option for him. Chaos Bolt granted by the Withered Wand now inflicts 1 to 3 stacks of Withered for 4 seconds at gem levels 1 to 20. Cluster Grenade, primary attack damage now deals 490% at gem levels 20, previously 327. Mini Grenade attack damage 286% from 225. Now fires exactly 18 mini grenades in a Nova, previously 14, and the mini grenades are fired over a 17% increased radius. That's a good change. Cluster Grenade was kind of weak and needed it. Cold Snap has been reworked and renamed to Snap. It can now be used on any orb, spell, or frozen, shocked, or ignited enemy, causing an explosion of the corresponding damage type and creating a remnant of the corresponding type from enemies. This explosion can chain to limited extent from enemies hit in that area are affected, are by the same element. Now deals 540 to 810 cold damage, 127 to 512 lightning, or 192 to 288 fire at gem levels 5 to 20. Previously 670 to 1005. So it looks like the cold damage actually went down a tad. Quality now grants 0 to 10% chance to spawn an additional remnant, not 20% chance to not consume freeze. Comet now deals 335 cold damage at gem level 11, previously 307, scaling up to 1,243 at gem level 20, previously 1,062, can now be fire infused to deal extra fire damage and gain base radius. Base radius is nice, because Comet does kind of have a, I don't know why, it's this big giant mega freaking ice chunk that comes from the heavens, and it's got like little BBs. That actually is kind of neat that it has a higher radius. I actually like that a lot. Contagion. Quality now provides contagion targets and 2 additional enemies when cast instead of 100% maximum debuff damage bonus from spreading. Defiance banner. Aura grants 30% more armor and evasion rating, previously 6 to 9%, and 30% increased movement speed, previously 5%. Now has a duration of 9.8 seconds at gem level 20 and previously 6.9. And banner is no longer removed when you leave the aura. That's pretty big, to be honest. Quality now provides 10% increased reservation efficiency and negative 2% or 2% more aura magnitude per valor. Despair. Curse now inflicts negative 41 to negative 49% chaos resistance at gem level 9 to 20, previously 20 to 24. It's a pretty big buff. It's literally like a 21% buff at low tier and a 25% buff at the highest tier. Yeah, 25. Huh. Disengage. Quality now provides 20% chance for an additional shockwave instead of 20% increased cooldown recovery rate. Dread banner. Aura now grants 0.5 flask recharges per second, previously 0.17, 60% more elemental ailment threshold, previously 15%, and now also grants 4% to all maximum elemental resistances. It no longer provides 15% more stun threshold, now has a duration of 9.8 seconds at gem level 20, and the banner is no longer removed when you leave the aura. Quality now provides 10% increased reservation efficiency, previously 2% more aura magnitude per valor. That's actually really nice. 0.5 flash charges per second is amazing for like a boss fight. 60% more elemental ailment threshold is huge. That means you're going to be a lot harder to stun, a lot harder to freeze, a lot harder to ignite, a lot harder to shock, electrocute, etc. Also, now grants 4% to all maximum elemental resistances. So that's kind of crazy too, because then you're a lot tankier while you're in there. I mean, that's like insane. Not only are you tankier, not only do you have better, like overall damage output, or sorry, not damage output, but like survivability, but you're also getting more healing too from the flash charges. I like it. Throat's getting dry. Dry as a Sahara desert. Earthquake. Jagged ground radius is 1.8 meters, previously 2.2. A little bit of a nerf there. Aftershock, it now has 580% attack damage instead of 468. A little bit of a buff. And the radius has a radius of 3 meters at gem level 20, previously 3.4. So looks like they brought up the damage a little bit, but also reduced the overall radius. Earth Shatter quality now has 6% more damage with hits for each spike, plus 3 to maximum spike instead of plus 3 to maximum spikes. Detonation now also triggers existing spikes. Electrocuting Arrow no longer is a movement skill. Now shoots an arrow forward that explodes, applying its electrocuting rod to all enemies hit. Quality now causes hits against targets with attached rods to gain 10% extra lightning damage, as previously arrow duration is plus 6 seconds. Elemental Sundering. Pulse now consumes up to 20 elements, previously 9. Cold Explosion now deals 40% more damage, and the Cold also now deals 100% more damage against unique enemies. Elemental Sundering. Pulse now can consume up to 20 ailments, Previously 9. 100% and more damage against unique enemies. I'm seeing that a lot everywhere. Like, this is a common theme. Like, I mean, I might as well just like screenshot like just this right here, because like there's a lot of abilities that I'm seeing this on. So like we're gonna see a difference between like attacking like a regular monster and attacking a, you know, like a unique monster at this point, because the unique monsters are getting a much like higher damage bonus for a lot of skills too. Might have to like look some of this up in the future when I'm looking at specific abilities to see if they get boss buffs essentially. Where was I? This one right here, yeah. Ember Fuselage can now be infused with lightning to cause each ember in an entire fuselage to create a beam that chains lightning damage to enemies. The infusion is consumed when the fuselage fires all embers in the fuselage. Fusillade now has a minimum gem level of 9, previously 3. Emergency Reload now reloads all of your crossbow ammunition clips, previously just your most recent, and empowers each clip's ammunition to deal increased damage for its duration until you expend all your empowered bolts. Now has a number of each clip's empowered bolts equal to the maximum ammunition of the clip. So Emergency Reload was kind of useless before. Because the problem with it is it only reloaded like one skill, and even then, like sometimes you didn't even need it to reload that skill if you built other things. Like if you built the there's a couple different ways that you could get like additional charges, or you could have it not spend a charge. And honestly, at a certain point, you could really get it to the point where you didn't need emergency reload. But this is more interesting because it now reloads all of your clips. So if you have multiple crossbow ammunitions going on, this could be an interesting way to like cycle through things and then hit the button and then refresh everything. It definitely seems a lot better. It seems a lot better than before. Also, it only kind of like gave you like a buff for like a limited duration, and now it's giving you a buff for, what does it say? It says it empowers each clip's ammunition to deal increased damage for its duration or until you expend all your empowered bolts. So it's not just a duration of buff, now it's actually empowering the bolts that it reloaded. And so until you expend all the empowered bolts, like you get to keep the buff the entire time as long as you're shooting one of the empowered bolts. I'm not sure exactly like how it'll tell you about the empowered bolts. It says now has a number of each clip's empowered bolts equal to the maximum ammunition of the clip. Enfeeble no longer has curse, makes non-unique monsters deal 26% less damage on curses, makes unique targets deal 16% less damage. Curse now makes targets deal 21 to 29% less damage at gem levels 3 to 20. Escape Shot now creates ice fragments in its area of effect, and these fragments explode after a short duration, dealing additional damage. Additionally, it now causes you to travel 6 meters back, previously 4.5 meters. Explosive Spear. The ignited ground created by the Frenzy Charge explosion now lasts 8 seconds, previously 4 seconds. Eye of Winter, when passing through the allied flame wall, the eye itself and now all the shards it subsequently released will receive the flame wall's added fire damage. Fangs of Frost, explosion now causes 150% more freeze buildup at level 1, previously 50%, and gains 9% more per level, previously 6. Quality now provides 15% chance to not consume parry debuff, and instead +4 melee strike range. Oh yeah, that's that crazy melee ability that I was playing around with. Fireball no longer creates secondary firebolt projectiles by default. Instead, it can consume fire infusion to do so. Now has a minimum gen level of 3, previously 9. Primary projectile and explosion now deals 22 damage at gem level 3, previously 14, scaling up to 362 damage at gem level 20, previously 202. Secondary projectiles now deal 22 to 33 damage at gem level 3, and 606 damage at gem level 20, previously 218. Big buff for the secondary projectiles. Interesting. Secondary projectiles can now hit the same target as the primary projectile. So big buff to Fireball, actually. Firestorm now has a base radius of 2.8 meters, previously 5.6, and creates 1 bolt every 0.2 seconds. That might be a buff for Firestorm, because Firestorm was kind of spread out over too big of a radius, and it kind of seemed like when I used it that it didn't really hit the target that you wanted it to hit. So maybe being on a slightly smaller radius actually might be a good thing, because then when you use Firestorm on the boss, it might actually hit the boss. Previously, every 0.1 seconds no longer consumes Ignite to create improved bolts. Instead, it can now consume every type of elemental infusion. Fire infusion causes a storm to double in size and create 3 times as many bolts. Cold and lightning infusions cause a storm to create additional cold and lightning bolts, respectively. One of each infusion can be consumed by a single use of the skill. Firebolt damage is now 56 to 83 at gem levels 11 to 20, previously 96 to 144. So they nerfed it a little bit, but then added additional functionality, made it smaller, but then gave the size back if you use a fire infusion. It'll be interesting. Flame Wall can now consume lightning infusions to grant additional lightning damage to projectiles that pass through it, as well as the fire damage. No longer causes projectiles that pass through it to ignite enemies. Now it deals 1.8 to 59.6 fire damage per second to all enemies in the wall at gem levels 1 to 20. Now ignites as though dealing 5 to 8 fire damage at gem level 1, previously 9 to 14. Scaling up to 181 to 271 at gem level 20, previously 299 to 448. Now has a base critical hit chance of 5%, previously 0. Flammability, conductivity, hypothermia, all curses. They have all been removed and put into one single gem called Elemental Weakness. Existing copies of these gems have been updated but will not receive an updated item art. Fragmentation rounds. Explosion from frozen enemies now converts all physical damage to cold damage. And will cause further explosions of any frozen enemies it hits, though this cannot propagate any further. Explosion radius is now 2 meters, previously 1.8, and hits against frozen enemies now have 100% more damage against unique enemies. Okay. Frost Bomb, one of my favorite skills. Now deals 7 to 11 cold damage at gem level 1, previously 16 to 23. Oh no, they nerfed it. Scaling up to 238 to 538 at gem level 20. Previously 467 to 701. No, don't nerf my baby. Now has a cooldown of 6 seconds, previously 3.5. Oh no, they doubled the cooldown. And now has a 4-second detonation time instead of a 3-second duration before exploding. Now chills enemies as though dealing 300% more damage and applies elemental exposure instead of cold exposure. It initially applies 20% elemental exposure and 2% per pulse, up to a maximum of 50%. Quality now provides plus 10% more maximum elemental exposure applied, previously 20% increased exposure effect. So, I mean, it's hard to tell whether this is a nerf or not. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's not a nerf. Because the thing is they're giving it more exposure, and then they drop the damage, but the exposure increases the damage that it does, assuming it can go into the negatives, which I think that ability does go into the negatives. So, I mean, theoretically, if you had it maxed out, it would be bringing the monsters down by 60%, which is huge. I can't remember what it did before, but I don't remember it was 60%. And, technically, that's pretty OP. Frost Bomb is going to be really good for a lot of builds. It does look like they kind of heavily nerfed it, though, in terms of, like, its detonation time went up, and its cooldown went up, and its damage went down. So, like, it's definitely in the ballpark of a little bit more of a slower ability, which is going to give you a really nice effect. Probably not something that you're going to use on like trash mobs that you kill in like 1 or 2 hits, but definitely very useful still against bosses, I would assume. And I'm not really sure about like how I set it up specifically on my character. I had done a Chronomancer with it, and I was basically spamming the crap out of it, which I could probably still do if I set it up properly, but interesting. Frost Wall now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. So you can't spam it anymore. That's a nerf to the spamming. So you used to be able to spam it on bosses, so you cast it on the boss and it would instantly destroy itself, and it would do like massive amounts of damage on bosses. It was a pretty easy way to do massive damage on bosses. This sounds to me like they have specifically and very poignantly nerfed its ability to do damage to bosses. Because if you cast it directly on the boss, it will instantly destroy itself, and if it instantly destroys itself, it will do 80% less damage than it normally would, which is going to immediately like nerf the overall damage damage output of Frostwall on bosses. Now you can still do full damage, but you just can't cast it directly on a monster and have it instantly explode and instantly do its full damage. That makes sense. I mean, it's a little disappointing because Frostwall was really fun to spam on bosses. It wasn't like OP or anything. There were definitely stronger abilities in the game, but I guess they didn't like that. Frostbolt base projectile speed has been lowered by 20%. No longer leaves chilled ground as it traveled. That's poopy. It chills as though dealing 195% more damage. Projectile now deals 14 cold damage at gem level 3, previously 22. So nerfed it up to 216 to 302, so double nerfed it. This change does not affect the explosion. I mean, that's kind of poopy. Frostbolt was never really like the most amazing ability in the first place. I kind of built a whole character around it at one point, and like, I mean, it was okay. It wasn't amazing. Like, I was spamming Frostbolts everywhere, and it wasn't like the most insane thing ever. It was just kind of poopy. It was a workable build, but it wasn't amazing by any standard. And like, I guess they just smacked that one in the ding dong. Frozen Locust, Ice Crystal now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of duration. Same thing for the same exact thing they did to the Frost Wall. Galvanic Shards ammunition no longer has 50% less reload speed and now has 1 bolt loaded per clip, previously 5. Projectile attack damage is now 54% from 31, so a little bit of a buff. While the beam attack damage is 272%, up from 156. Now fires 8 fragments per shot, previously 6, and has a mana cost of 48, previously 61. Quality now provides 2 fragments per shot instead of 2 bolts per clip. So not only did they bring down the clip size from 5 to 1, but they also lowered the maximum clip size from 7 to 0. So instead of having a maximum clip size of 7 with a normal clip size of 5, now it's a normal clip size of 1 with a maximum clip size of 1. They really don't want you to have more than 1 shot of galvanic shards, do they? That's really weird. I guess technically you could add some more like in through abilities, but that's definitely going to be very, I don't know why 1 specifically before you reload is what they chose. Like 2 maybe would have been like a better choice. I feel like 2 would have been a much better choice, honestly. It's really just because at least with 2 you can get off 2 shots before you have to do a reload. And the other thing is that you have the emergency reload skill, right? And so like, why would you even want to use the emergency reload skill if you just have 1 bolt? Like when you have emergency reload, it makes more sense if you have a large number of bolts, right? So you're like pow, 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 pow. Oh no, I'm out. Emergency reload. And then like everything reloads and you get a large number of shots back. But if all you're getting is 1 shot back, why would you even want emergency reload at that point? Seems kind of silly. Gas grenade no longer has special behavior, causing it to detonate as soon as it stops bouncing. Instead, it strictly obeys its detonation time like other grenades. Glacial bolts. The ice crystals now have 50% more area of effect if shattered. Ice crystals now deal 80% less damage to the first one. it's another wall skill, another nerf to the wall skills. Glacial Cascade no longer consumes freeze on enemies to deal 350% more damage. It now consumes freeze on non-unique enemies to deal 150% more damage, and it consumes freeze on unique enemies to deal 500% more damage. Interesting. Burst radius is now 0.6 meters, previously 0.5 meters. The final burst radius is 0.9 to 1.2 meters at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 0.7 at all gem levels. Quality now provides gain 0 to 15% physical damage as cold, previously 0 to 10. I'm a little bit conflicted myself about these like consume like abilities. I mean, yeah, 500% more damage sounds amazing, but like, I really don't like consume abilities. Like, I like to have my monsters frozen. I like to have them burning. I like to have them, you know, whatever. And I get what they're trying to do, but at the same time, you know, like it's kind of like anthema of what most of the characters and builds are trying to create. Like, they're trying to make a character that lights everything fire. They're not trying to make a character that lights something on fire and then pours a bucket of water over their head. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you want the unique effect that you're generating, and then, like, you consume the unique effect that you're generating. Sometimes it's not always easy to regenerate the effect that you just consumed. And so, like, especially in some cases, like with Armor Break, for instance. Armor Break gives you a huge amount of damage. So when you consume it, you lose damage until you rebuild Armor Break, unless you have a way to instantly rebuild it. And depending on the monster, sometimes it takes quite some time to rebuild the Armor Break, depending on your source of Armor Break. So why would you want to consume something that's going to lower your overall damage in the process? And the same thing goes with freeze. Like if you freeze a monster, there's a lot of bonuses that you can get for attacking a monster that's chilled or frozen. So during that time period, you're going to get a huge damage buff if you're attacking the monster while your monster's frozen. So if you consume the freeze instantly, you lose the damage buff, and then you have to rebuild it. So the 500% more damage seems really nice, but in the grand scheme of things, if you actually like ran like a DPS check or something like that, I bet you a lot of the times you would actually lose damage in these situations, because the amount of damage that you're gaining oftentimes doesn't counter the amount of damage that you would have gained if you just left the buff on the target in the first place. And like that's how I really feel about it. I feel like most of the time these consume abilities don't really work out to be very good. They can often give you a really high damage spike, but sometimes the high damage spike is completely nullified by the fact that you lost a bunch of damage like on the back end or the front end, like trying to create that effect in the first place, or after the effect is gone, the damage buff is missing. It's a weird situation that, like, I don't know if they're balanced correctly to really make them worthwhile, but I mean 500% certainly seems like a lot, so I guess we can test it and see. Hailstorm rounds. Bolts now fall in an expanding circle rather than overlapping with each other. Now has an impact radius of 1 meter, previously 1.2, and range radius of 4 meters, previously 2.5. One bolt now falls every 0.1 seconds, previously 0.3, and there is no longer a minimum distance the bolts can land from the firing location. Now deals 254% of attack damage at gem levels 11 to 20, and 204% previous. So a little bit of a buff, 50%. And has 157% more freeze buildup. Ammunition now has 100% more reload speed, previously 50% less. Herald of Thunder. Bolt impact radius is now 1 meter from 1.4. So there's a little bit of a theme here that I'm noticing. And also I remember Jonathan talking about this as well. He basically said that a lot of the AoE bonuses on the passive tree had been reduced. And I'm also noticing here that a lot of the AoE effects on the abilities are also getting reduced. So it seems like in general they're trying to attack the area of effect radius of most abilities in two ways. They're not just hitting it on one front, they're punching it in the gonards, and then they're punching them in the brown eye in the back at the same time. So they're reducing the base radius of every single ability from what I've seen so far, and they're also reducing the passive bonuses that you can get for the increase of the radius as well. So like across the board there seems to be a attack on area of effect radius on every single ability, which does rather drastically affect some abilities, like ability to be able to actually hit a target. Like one of the abilities that I used in the previous season had a very small radius, and just increasing it almost like 0.5 or like 0.6 was huge and allowed it to hit multiple targets, whereas before it could only hit the target that it landed on. And some of these abilities are getting a rather massive amount of reduction when you think about it, like across the board. I think you're going to notice that some of these abilities are just not going to do as good AoE damage as they were previously, and you're going to have a much harder time increasing them back to their previous levels. Hex Blast. Quality now provides 10% more damage per 1 second of remaining duration of removed curse, instead of 20% more chaos damage. High velocity rounds no longer consumes fully broken armor. Instead, hitting a fully broken enemy will apply a debuff to that enemy, which causes your attack hits against the enemy to deal additional physical damage equal to 5% of the physical damage. Hey, it was 5%. We calculated it out correctly. Of the physical damage dealt by the high velocity round that applied the debuff. So here's a good example of what I was talking about earlier, right? So like consuming the fully broken armor was stupid because you were lowering your overall damage for a small damage buff, but in the end it could potentially equal out to less damage overall, which made the high velocity rounds not very attractive. But here they fixed it So instead of removing the broken armor, now it's going to apply the special debuff that allows you to get additional physical damage equal to 5% of the physical damage dealt, which we saw in the video, which is actually really good, by the way. And it seems like the high velocity rounds combined together with the like the shotgun crossbows is really good. Like, it really seemed to me like that was a really good combination, and it's something that a lot of people might build this season because that damage was kind of insane. So you set up like a fully broken armor, get you the that one that also affects the fire damage one. Maybe use the fire shotgun or something, or the physical damage shotgun. I mean, I think this is just physical damage, but fully broken armor can apply to fire damage as well with that new passive. But I'm not sure if this particular ability can apply to the fire damage, so that might be a question mark. But definitely very interesting damage-wise. I mean, I watched the guy melt the boss. It was kind of a lower-level boss, but still melted the boss. Ice Nova can now consume Cold Infusion to deal and create an area of chilled ground. Ice Shards. Shards now deal 82% of attack damage at gem level 20, previously 33%, so pretty big buff. Arm after 1.5 seconds, and now deal up to 300% more damage after arming. They now deal 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of their duration, and they no longer deal 700% more damage after 0.5 seconds. Projectiles now deal 29% of attack damage at gem levels 20, previously 33. Now has an arming time before which will not explode, even if shot directly under an enemy. Quality now provides shards, chills enemies as though dealing 100% more damage instead of shards that have existed for at least 0.5 seconds and deal 200% more damage. Incendiary Shot now has ignites you inflict with this skill are 200% faster, and also has 30% increased ignite duration for each pellet that hits a target. Now inflicts 300% more flammability, previously 100%. Quality now provides 15% increased ignite duration for each fragment that hits a target instead of 20% increased ignite magnitude. Incinerate has been reworked and now requires fuel gained by spending mana to use. It no longer has a mana cost itself and no longer applies fire exposure. Its cast speed is now fixed and it gains a stage every 0.25 seconds. Its cone length is now 5.8 meters, previously 4.6, and it now has a maximum of 12 stages, previously 8. It no longer creates burning ground by default. Instead, a fire fusion can be consumed to cause it to create ignited ground. Ignited ground radius is 1.4 meters, previously 0.8, and its minimum gem level is now 13, previously 5. Beam now has 50% less ignite duration, previously 25%, and deals 30% more damage per stage, previously 40. Beam now ignites as though dealing 519 to 778 fire damage at gem level 20, previously 314 to 470. Seems like they just completely buffed Incinerate across the board. Like, looking at it, like they brought it up to 12 stages from 8. They did decrease the amount per stage, but since there's more stages, it should technically be at a higher percentage for maximum stages. That's not the button I meant to press. Even if we run it in a calculator real quick, should be pretty easy to see. So like 40% times 8 is 320, and 30% times 12 is 360. So at maximum stages, you're going to gain an additional 40% damage on the top end. And then they also increase the base damage as well. So that should be considerably stronger from what I'm seeing. It goes further, 5.8 meters. It has a larger ignited ground radius when using the infusion. It gets more of a charge up because of the higher stages. It also has more base damage. Like overall just much stronger than it was before. Infernal Cry now empowers 1 attack per 10 enemy power in range, counting up to 50 power, previously 1 attack plus an additional attack per endurance charge consumed. It no longer has a 4 to 38% Warcry speed while empowered. Attacks now gain a 49% of a damage as fire, Previously 5% per 5 power of enemies in range, up to 100%. Infernal Cry's Combust now deals 9 to 167 fire damage at gem levels 3 to 20. Previously 17 to 180. Barely a change at all. Though it now deals significantly more damage, gem levels past 20. Now allows you to expend an endurance charge to bypass the cooldown, rather than consuming endurance charges to empower additional attacks. Quality now provides empowered attacks gain 10% of damage as fire damage. Previously gain 10% of damage as fire damage per 5 power of enemies in range, up to 50%. Killing Palm now grants 1 power charge when culling a normal or magic monster, 2 when culling a rare monster, and 3 when culling a unique monster. Okay, that's kind of cool. Lightning Bolt, granted by Choir of the Storm unique amulet. Now correctly typed as a trigger skill, this means it will scale off of increases and reduction to trigger skill damage, as well as other similar stats, and also means it will no longer be capable of generating energy to trigger other skills. Lightning Conduit no longer consumes shocks from target's hits, but now has a 6-second charge cooldown. Now deals 208 damage at level 13, previously 123, scaling up to 568 at 20 from a 297. Now has 2 additional bolts if a shocked enemy is in the target area. Previously 1 to 4 bolts hits the target if at least 1 shock is consumed. Quality now provides 5% more damage with hits per 5% shock on enemy, instead of 20% chance on consuming shock on an enemy to reapply it. Lightning Rod quality now provides 20% chance to cause an additional burst on impact instead of increased radius. See what I mean? They're reducing radius across the board. Lightning Spear now fires 5 secondary bolts at all levels, previously 3 to 8 at gem levels 1 to 20. No longer deals more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. Living Bomb and Solar Orb have swapped places. Living Bomb is now a tier 5 elemental skill gem, while Solar Orb is an inherent skill to the Pyrophyte staves. Existing items are not affected by this change. So Solar Orb is no longer a skill? It's a staff ability? That's interesting. And Living Bomb is now a skill, not a staff skill. So Living Bomb is now on the skill bar, and Solar Orb is now not. Interesting. Living Bomb no longer explodes at the end of its duration. Instead, it explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to the enemy or just killing it. It now drops a fire infusion remnant on exploding, and it has a base duration of 5 seconds, previously 2.5. Magma Barrier now passively increases your chance to block. While active over time, it charges up with lava. While fully charged, your next block with your shield raised will spray lava in front of you and grant you an endurance charge. Now grants 25% increased block chance. Magma Spray now has a 6 to 8 added fire damage per 15 evasion on shield, and has a radius of 2.8 meters. Ew, why is it evasion? Blech. Blech. Why is it evasion and not block chance? It's a block item. I guess you can get evasion shields, but that's stupid. Magma Spray deals 103 to 155 base offhand fire damage at gem levels 20. Previous through 65. 227 to 684% attack damage. Previously 471. Mana Drain, granted by Attuned Wands, now leeches 408 mana at gem level 20, previously 136, and now has 70% reduced mana leech rate at all levels. Quality provides 90 additional mana leech to previously 30. Mana Remnants grants a 281 mana at gem levels 20, previously 208. Quality now provides each remnant grants 40 mana, previously 30. Mana Tempest now has a minimum gem level of 7, previously 9. Molten Blast now steps backward instead of forwards if used while moving in the opposite direction to where you're targeting or attacking in place. Now inflicts 200% more flammability and has 100% more ignite duration. The secondary projectile count can no longer be modified. Quality now grants 30% increased chance to inflict elemental exposure on hit, previously fire exposure. Orb of Storms now triggers from casting any spell in its radius, previously only lightning spells, but incorrectly described as all lightning skills. It now creates lightning infusion remnants of it. All of its bolts are used up or its duration expires. It now has a maximum of 8 bolts at all gem levels, previously 12 to 29 at gem level 20, and it now has a base radius of 3.6 meters, previously 2.8. It deals 19 damage at gem level 3, previously 12, and scaling up to 353 damage at gem level 20, previously 190. It now fires bolts every 4 seconds, and when you use a lightning skill near the orb, previously every 2.55 seconds, orb duration is now 12 seconds, previously 10. I'm so confused with what they did with this ability. Like, they decreased the maximum number of bolts, which I think I understand, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it so that when it runs out, it creates a infusion. So I think I understand what they're trying to accomplish by making it a shorter duration, because it needs to exhaust all of its bolts to create the infusion. But then at the same time, they decrease the frequency of the bolts firing. So it's not much of a decrease. Like, I don't know. Let me do a little math here and see if they actually accomplished what they were trying to accomplish, because it doesn't seem like they did. If you assume that it fires 1 bolt every 4 seconds, and it has 8 bolts total times 4 seconds, that's a total of 32 seconds to completely exhaust the Orb of Storms, according to what it's saying, right? So now fires a bolt every 4 seconds, and when you use a lightning skill near the orb. Okay, so I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get you to use skills near the orb to force it to degenerate faster. But according to this, it says it used to be every 2.55 seconds, and the orb duration is now 12, previously 10. So they increased the duration of the orb by 2 seconds. So assuming 2.55 seconds, let's say it had 29 potential casts times 2.55 was 73 seconds to use all the orbs. What about at its base number? So, like, what about at 12? So 12 times 2.55. I mean, it's weird. It's like it has far less bolts. The bolts are doing almost like double damage. I don't want to say exactly double, but like 353 divided by 190 is 1.8. So 1.85 times damage. Pretty close to 2. It's approaching 2 times damage. I mean, the only thing really that seems to be that they added here is, and I'm pretty sure in the thing they said it was any skill, not just lightning skills, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong, but I can go back and take a look at it. I'm pretty sure they said if you cast any ability near the attack that it will use up its bolts. So if it only has 8 bolts, and it's going to use at least one of those bolts within 4 seconds, I'm assuming that you can cast 7 abilities within 4 seconds, probably, maybe close to 4 abilities, depending on what your attack speed's at. So, like, it should theoretically, like, burn out relatively quickly, or you just make it expire. I'm not really sure that, like, any of this really makes it all that much faster. I mean, except for this. This is, like, the only thing that makes it faster. These actually seem to make it slower. It's weird. I mean, I get it. Like, I get what they're trying to do, but it definitely seems like they really kind of muddied the skill and changed it all up just to get the infusions out there, and I'm not really sure if it's going to be a better skill because of it. Like, it'll give you the infusions, and you'll be able to burn the skill quicker by casting near it, but I'm not entirely sure it's going to be a better skill for it. Overwhelming Presence, Withering Presence are now described as aura skills and have the aura tag. Okay, that's okay. So I like Overwhelming Presence. That's a good one. That's one of my favorite ones. Perfect Strike now has an attack damage of 1,029 at gem level 20, previously 1,310. So A bit of a nerf there at the top and a bit of a buff there at the bottom. Because it went up at the bottom tier, but down at the top tier. A perfect strike now has a plus 35 to melee strike range, previously 14. That's a lot of melee strike range. Does that pretty much just turn it into a range skill at that point? Permafrost Bolts now has 504% more freeze buildup at gem levels 20, previously 80% at all gem levels. Now has 49% attack damage at gem level 20, previously 62. Okay, seems like it's designed to do what it's actually designed to do now. So it should be freezing things. Plasma Blast, the big boy, the chonky boy, now has 50% more magnitude shock inflicted and no longer has 30% more chance to shock. Projectile now covers 80% of physical damage to lightning, previously 70. Poison Burst Arrow quality now provides 20% more magnitude of poison inflicted, previously 20% increased magnitude of poison inflicted. What? What? Oh, okay. They changed it from more to increased, which more is the multiplier and increased is the additive. So it's an overall nerf to Poison Burst Arrow because it got changed from a multiplier to a additive. My brain was about to explode there for a second because I couldn't pinpoint exactly what the hell they changed. Quality now provides arrows fall 20% faster instead of fires 10 projectiles. Okay. Raised Zombie quality provides 25% increased effective empowerment on raised zombies instead of 20% more minion movement speed. Rake is no longer incorrectly tagged as a travel skill. This tag was left over from an earlier version of the skill that traveled much further without a target, whereas a released version of Rake does not meet the criteria for a travel skill. Please note that this is not a balance motivated change. Consistency is the primary goal of gem tags, and we would have nerfed the Rake plus Stomping Ground interaction in a different way instead if it was appropriate for Rake to retain the travel tag. Rapid Assault. The spearheads left by the final strike now last for 30 seconds, previously 10. That's pretty neat. I always thought that was a neat ability, the one where you attack the target and it leaves spearheads in the target. That sounds pretty neat. And then you can stack more spearheads that way. Rapid Shot no longer has a delay before firing bolts, 50% less reload speed, and now has 100 maximum ammunition at all gem levels, previously 87, 50 to 87, 30 to 45 maximum heat at gem levels 5 to 20, previously 17 to 24, and now deals 37 to 94% of attack damage at gem levels 5 to 20, previously 21 to 47. So kind of a buff all around. Quality now grants 15 maximum heat, previously 5. Heat no longer grants rapid shot damage gained as fire. Instead, reaching maximum heat prevents you from using the skill for 10 seconds. It now generates heat once per attack instead of once per 0.25 seconds. Heat now begins decaying after 4 seconds without gaining heat at a rate of 10 heat per second. Heat no longer grants grenade skills damage as fire. Instead, explosive grenade and cluster grenades consume 15 heat to gain 50% of damage as fire damage, while incendiary shot consumes 30 heat to gain 50% more ignite magnitude. I mean, it sounds like you get more heat, which is good, to spend on the abilities which you're trying to spend on. They did change it so that the abilities that you're spending the heat on require the heat to be spent. So you can basically use like explosive grenade and cluster grenade to consume the heat and gain damage as fire, which, I mean, it's an interesting change. I mean, they're trying to like broaden it, bring up the damage, and make it more useful as a combo skill. They seem to really want us to use combo skills, guys. I don't know if you like combo skills. I don't know if you've heard about combo skills, but our Lord and Savior combo skill is going to save your life. And if you listen to the combo skill in your heart, you will also be saved by the combo skill. You just have to let the combo skill in, okay? Just let the combo skill in and give up. Row mount now grants 15% increased movement speed while mounted. However, it now grants 80% less movement speed penalty while using skills, previously 100%, approximately canceling out the bonus while using a skill. Ripwire Ballista has been renamed to Artillery Ballista. It now fires a hail of bolts in the air, landing in an area and hitting all enemies within that area a number of times equal to its projectile count. Bolts now fire 4 projectiles, previously 5, and deals 40% attacks damage at gem level 7 to 20. Bolt's attack speed is now 25% base, previously 100. And Ballista now has a duration of 12 seconds, previously 16. Quality now grants an additional 200% more pin damage, previously 50. Rolling Slam now has 1.5 second total attack time, previously 1 second, but no longer has an attack speed penalty. Quality now provides 100% increased stun threshold while using the skill, instead of causing days buildup equal to 50% of physical damage dealt. Scavenged Plating. I actually like Scavenged Plating. I thought it was a good ability. Let's see how they changed that. Now has 4% more armor per Scavenged Plating at all gem levels. That's nice. Previously 3 to 5% at gem levels 4 to 20. Now has 6 to 8 thorns per Scavenged Plating at gem level 4. Previously 8 to 12. Scaling up to 43 to 64 at gem level 20. Previously 60 to 90. So they kind of nerfed the thorns but buffed up the armor. Quality now provides Scavenged Plating duration is plus 0 to 2 seconds. Previously 0 to 2% more armor per Scavenged Plating. So I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Now has 4% more armor per Scavenged Plating at all gem levels. Previously 3 to 5. Okay. So a buff at early levels, a nerf at higher levels of 1%. They also took away the 0 to 2% more armor per Scavenged Plating, which means technically you're losing 5, 6, 7. So 7 would have been the max previously, which has been brought down to 4. So 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've lost 3% per Scavenged Plating. Which I can't remember how many stacks of Scavenged Plating you can have, but that sounds like a pretty big nerf to Scavenged Plating overall, because you're losing 3% per stack up to the maximum number of stacks, which could be like, I can't even remember how many stacks you can get. Was it like 10 or 20 stacks or something? So I can't even remember how many I could get. I think it was like 20 stacks you could get. So like times 3%, that's like 60% total armor nerf on there. I mean, I guess technically you might be able to stack a little higher with the duration buff. So if you have the plus 2 seconds, maybe that'll give you the ability to stack a little bit higher. But I don't know. Not entirely sure on that one. Siege Cascade. Impact now deals 145% attack damage at gem levels 20. 91% previously, while the explosion now deals 543% attack damage, previously 398. No longer deals 200% more damage against mobilized enemies, and no longer has a hidden 100% less stun buildup against enemies. Converts 80% of physical damage to fire damage, or has... Yeah, no longer has the physical damage to fire damage, or has the payoff and fire gem tags. Payload radius is now 0.4 meters, previously 0.5. Another little nerf to the radius of things. While the bolt explosion radius is now 0.8 meters, previously 1. Another nerf to the radius of things. The delay between the payload and bolt explosion is now 0.6 seconds, previously 0.3. Seismic Cry. Cooldown is no longer reset if it doesn't empower attacks. Now heavy stuns enemies that are primed for stun, and empowers enemies attacks it hits if heavy stuns a target, as well as if it hits a heavily stunned target. Now empowers 1 slam per 10 monster power in radius, previously 1, plus once per endurance charge consumed. No longer has 200% increased knockback distance, 400% more stun buildup, or hits ignores enemy physical damage reduction. Now allows you to expend an endurance charge to bypass cooldown rather than consuming endurance charges to empower additional attacks. Quality now provides empowered attack aftershocks that deal 10% more damage, previously 40% increased war cry speed. I mean, it seems to me like they completely changed the ability. They took away basically everything it did before, maybe minus a couple things, and added a bunch of new things that it didn't do before. So it seems like they just kind of converted it into a new ability while keeping the name the same. Shield Charge. The skill's base movement speed has been reduced by 25%, but it no longer has a cooldown. It now has a base attack time of 0.6 seconds, previously 0.5, and now deals up to 100% more damage based on distance. The area of effect now deals 94% attack damage at gem level 20, previously 254. Actually, it looks like they beefed up the low level. So 30% at level 3 up to 85% at level 3. And then, oh no, previously. So they nerfed it. Oh, they nerfed it a lot. Dang it. That's that. They nerfed it. They hit it hard with a baseball bat. Yeah, they nerfed the minimum. They nerfed the maximum. That's like, man, that's a huge nerf. I love my shield charge. That's rude. While the collision now deals 217% attack damage, previously 906. Oof. Quality now deals up to 40% more damage based on the distance traveled, previously 10% increased cooldown recovery rate. I mean, the more multiplier could make up for a lot of the damage lost here, but like, I don't know, what's like the maximum distance traveled that like makes that actually work? I don't know. Don't be messing with my shield charge ability. I mean, I guess since they allow you to spam it, like I can understand. Like before, it had a cooldown on it, so like they had made it do a lot of damage because it had a cooldown on it. But then again, I was like abusing that, and I had ways to bypass the cooldown. So, and I don't know. Like now, it's going to be less damage but more spammy, I guess. Although it has an attack time of 0.6 seconds, which you still have to like find a way to bypass. I can't remember what you use to bypass attack time. Is it just skill speed? I think it's skill speed that does attack time, right? Shield wall curative has been reduced. Curvature has been reduced, and the wall is now approximately 40% longer by default. Now has a base explosion radius of 4 meters, previously 3. They said they increased this one. And additionally damages enemies in close proximity to the wall in all directions when exploding. You can now use shield charge to bash through the wall. When the wall is destroyed by your own skills, the entire wall is destroyed at once rather than only nearby segments. However, this can only deal damage to each enemy once, and now has 235% attack damage, down from 281. And now has 100% more damage if destroyed by your skills. So if it's kind of a buff. So if you destroy it, it does 100% more damage. Whereas if you let the monster destroy it, it does less damage than it did before, essentially. Now it is 80% less damage if destroyed by enemies in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. They did this for every single wall ability because people were using them to cast on top of bosses and stuff, and then they instantly explode, and then they were doing massive amounts of damage. Every single wall ability so far has had that line in it. Quality now provides 40% more damage if destroyed by your skills, instead of can have plus 0 to 2 shield walls active at a time. So an additional 40% more on top of the 100% more. That's pretty cool. That's not bad at all. Like I think that's going to be really fun to play around with. Slap down the shield wall, wait like about 1 second, use your shield charge to go through the shield wall, do the explosion damage, hit them with the shield wall charge. It should be fun. Using shield wall within your target location out of sight will now cause you to use the skill towards that direction rather than fail. Shock burst rounds. Pulse explosion attack damage has been lowered by approximately 15%. Shockwave totem. Slam now has an attack speed of 50% base, previously 100. Slam now deals 66% attack damage, previously 211. While the jagged ground eruption now deals 237% attack damage, previously 53. So lowered the damage but increased the jagged ground damage. No longer has a physical tag. Quality now has plus 4 seconds to totem duration, previously to base attack time. Shockwave totem can not itself create jagged ground, and supports no longer apply to shockwave totem. What? Oh, okay. So you need jagged ground on the ground already. And then the shockwave totem can cause the jagged ground to erupt. Again, combo. They want you to combo it. So they want you to combo the shockwave totem with something else that creates jagged ground. That's basically what they're saying. They lowered the damage of the shockwave totem itself and increased its ability to do massive amounts of jagged ground eruption, which technically should make up for the fact that they lowered the damage, but they don't want the damage to come specifically from the shockwave totem. They want it to come from a comboing effect, essentially, is what they're telling you here. Siphoning Strike. Shockwave now takes the size of monsters into account. Quality now provides 50% chance to daze on hit instead of 40% more stun buildup. Skeleton Arsonist. Explosive Demise is now an attack instead of a spell, dealing 300% attack damage. Now deals additional fire damage equal to 8% of the minion's maximum life, previously 12, and can now target minions with 1,096 life or less, previously 913. Skeletal Brute has a new command skill, Shattering Roar. Shattering Roar is a war cry that intimidates nearby enemies and consumes freeze on enemies and allies to deal damage in an area around those targets. When they say allies, there are some monsters that are basically counting as frozen. Oh, it's down here. We'll get to that. Skeletal Cleric. Quality now provides revived skeletons are immune to damage for 0 to 3 seconds after being revived, instead of 30% more maximum minion life. Skeletal Frost Mage has a new command skill, Ice Armor. Ice Armor coats the minions in an area of frost, reducing the damage they take from hits. It causes enemies that hit them to take cold damage and counts as a frozen monster for other effects and skills. Qualities now provide minions deal 20% more damage and has 10% instead of 10% reduced reservation. So this right here is kind of interesting, and I'd love to see how this interacts with other abilities like Snap and basically anything that requires a frozen monster. Like, essentially, the Skeleton Frost Mages are going to count as a frozen monster, and you can essentially shatter them with abilities like this. But then again, this ability does specifically say that it works on nearby enemies and allies. So, like, I'm not entirely sure if, like, an ability needs to specifically say that it can work on allies. So, could be interesting. You have other people shattering your skeleton mages. You're like, hey, stop that. Like, stop shattering my mages. Just keep popping their mages and laughing. Snipe Explosion is no longer a guaranteed critical and doesn't have increased critical damage bonus. Explosion now deals 1,092 attack damage at gem level 20 and from 343%. And has a radius of 2.8 meters, previously 1.6. So they actually beefed the radius of that. Perfectly timed arrows that hit frozen or heavy stunned enemies now cause a larger explosion that deal much more damage, and the quality provides a 0.4 meters to the explosion radius. Solar Orb is no longer has a mana cost. Pulse now deals 149 to 240-24. Previously 134 to 202. The Ignite now ignites as though dealing 577 to 866 fire damage. Previously 562 to 844. Spark can now be cold infused to fire a larger number of icy sparks in a circle, dealing both cold and lightning damage. Spear of Solaris. Initial hit now deals approximately 29% less damage, while the pulses now deal 50% more damage. The ignited ground now gains up to 100% radius of the ground spear's lifetime, previously 30%, and now deals 67% more damage. Quality now provides 25% chance to retain 40% of glory on use, instead of 40% more magnitude of ignite inflicted. Spearfield. I had a lot of fun with Spearfield. Now deals 204% attack damage at gem level 20, previously 49%. Pretty big buff. It now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. It no longer has an unintentionally hidden 300% more damage after 0.5 seconds. Huh. I mean, I was utilizing it, and I'm pretty sure it said that on the ability, that, like, you got more damage if you waited. I distinctly remember that. So they beefed it up, but then gave it the penalty, but then took away the hidden thing, which also gave it more damage. I guess, honestly, it really doesn't matter. It seems like they kept it exactly the same. Storm Wave now additionally hits targets slightly to the side of either side of your character. Storm Blast Bolts. Explosion now deals 470% attack damage, gem levels 9 to 20, previously at 388%. Charge bolt duration is now 10 seconds, previously 8. Sunder no longer has a plus 9 second to total attack time, but now attacks 35% at 35% of attack speed, previously 65%. No longer consumes fully broken armor to guarantee critical. It looks like they're removing the consume fully broken armor. I think they realized that was a mistake. Instead, it inflicts sundered armor on a fully armored broken targets, inflicting an additional 20% increased physical damage taken for a duration. Adjusted the damaging area to more closely match the visual effects. I am so glad that they realized that the fully broken armor consumption thing was stupid. Because it looks like they've removed it from just about every single ability so far that I've seen that had the consumes fully broken armor effect, which honestly just never made a lot of sense to me. Because your entire character is physical, and your entire character is based around dealing damage to these monsters. And then you consume the effect, which then ruins all of your damage until you renew the fully broken armor. It just never seemed like a good strategy to me from like any perspective. Unless you were just like one-shotting the monster, I guess. I guess at that point, if you're one-shotting the monster and the monster is no longer alive, then you don't have to worry about dealing additional damage, and losing your broken armor status doesn't really matter. But like, it just didn't seem like a good idea to me to remove the thing that was giving you all your damage just so you could get a little bit of extra damage. And it looks like they agree, because pretty much all of them have disappeared. Supercharged Slam. Attack damage is now 254% at gem level 20, previously 156. And now has 40% more damage with hits for each stage, previously 60. Tempest Bell. What did they do to Tempest Bell? Quality now provides 3% more damage per hit when active Bell has taken, instead of Bell is destroyed after 2 hits. Quality now provides 3% more damage per hit the active Bell has taken, instead of the Bell is destroyed after plus 2 hits. So I guess that means they're removing the Bell being destroyed after a certain number of hits? So basically you just keep getting more damage if you smack the crap out of the Bell. I'm assuming there's still a duration on the Bell, so maybe you're just trying to hit the Bell as many times as possible. I mean, they don't really elaborate. And it might be a previous change that I missed. So, I mean, it still seems kind of cool. Temporal Chains now has a minimum gem level of 7, previously 13. Now has a curse slows targets by 59% at gem level 20, previously 28%. Thunderous Leap quality now provides 30% chance to leave shock ground when detonating spears, instead of 0.5 meters to shockwave radius. Time of Need attribute requirement ratio of now 75% strength, 25% intelligence, previously 100% strength. Toxic Growth pustules deal 100% attack damage at gem levels 20, previously 42% at all gem levels. Okay, so it's a buff on all levels, from even the lowest level to the highest level, and a really good buff at the high levels. Now a rain skill no longer causes you to leap into the air on use. Now has the barrageable tag. Okay. So you can barrage your toxic growth pustules. Trinity now applies to all elemental damage instead of elemental attack. Quality now grants skill speed instead of attack speed, and it now has dexterity intelligence skill instead of a pure dexterity. Unearth can now be used on dead skeleton reviving minions once per death to create a bone construct. Bone constructs created by Unearth now have a dash attack that they can use to close distance with the enemy. He called it a jump attack. Quality now also increases bone construct movement speed. The description has been updated to indicate their larger corpses can create more than one bone construct. Vaulting Impact now allows you to jump over enemies and small amounts of terrain. To support this, a number of changes to camera movement have been made that result in smoother camera movement during skills. Now deals 499% attack damage, up from 405. Now escalates days, causing a portion of the damage to be dealt by Vaulting Impact to be taken by all sequential hits until the days expires. Volcanic Fissure now creates 2 branches that emerge from either side of the main fissure. The length of the fissure is now affected by the area modifiers. Now has a minimum gem level of 7, previously 9, and now has an 80% physical damage converted to fire, previously 60. And now deals 145% attack damage at gem level 20, previously 163. Aftershocks cannot trigger more than once every 0.2 seconds. Quality now provides 20% chance to cause aftershock instead of 4 seconds fissure duration. Allied slams now trigger volcanic fissures. Re-triggers are now created as aftershocks and will scale with aftershock specific effects. Oh, thanks for joining Ghosting Podcast. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Something I wanted to talk about here. So, like, this is something I noticed across the board too. So gem level of 7, previously 9. They seem to have rearranged a lot of the gems too. So I wouldn't be surprised when you get into the next season that a lot of the gem levels seem to be kind of moved around. like some a little bit higher level than what you expected from, remember from last season, some a little bit lower level than what you expected last season. It definitely seems like they've been playing around with the gem levels of the things, and they've been moving stuff around a lot. I mean, I honestly am gonna like go in, and I'm probably gonna see like everything moved around all over the place, and it's gonna be kind of a new learning experience, because I've seen this a lot on a lot of the abilities of like, move this item here, or like this item became this item, or like we took this one off completely, put it on a staff, and took this one and put it onto the skill tree. I mean, it looks like the skill tree is going to be very different from what we remember when we hop in this season. Voltaic Grenade now applies an electrocution debuff to enemies on hit for 6 seconds, and now has 340% more electrocution buildup from hits with this skill gem at 20. Previously 50% all gem levels. Now has 327% attack damage at gem levels 20, previously 714%. And so they turned it more into an electrocution still, and less of a damage skill. So they took a lot of the attack damage away, but increased its ability to electrocute, because they want it to be an electrocute ability. That's basically what I'm reading there. Vulnerability Curse now inflicts negative 382 to negative 19,210 to total armor at gem level 7 to 20, previously 191 to 9605. So they basically doubled that. That's kind of crazy, right? Like 19,210 divided by 9605. Yeah, they literally doubled it. It's exactly double. So they doubled the amount of negative armor that vulnerability causes. I guess if I end up doing a physical build this season, I'll have to really take a look at vulnerability, because that seems insane. War Banner. Aura now grants 25% more attack damage, previously 5 to 6. 50% increased accuracy rating, previously 30, and also grants 25% increased attack speed. Now has a duration of 9.8 seconds at gem levels 20. That actually looks usable now. Like that actually looks like something I might actually put on a character at this point. It no longer removes the aura when you leave remove the banner when you leave the aura. Quality now provides 10% increased reservation efficiency. Previously 2% more aura magnitude per valor. Waves of Frost now freezes enemies that are primed for freeze. Nice. Whirling Slash movement is now able to pathfind slightly, making it less likely to get stuck on small obstacles. Whirlwind Lance Collapsing Whirlwind now deals 20% more damage. Whirlwinds created by Whirlwind Lance now have a limit of 6 whirlwinds, previously 5, and a duration of 15 seconds, previously 8. That's a pretty big buff for Whirlwind Lance. Whirlwind Lance, I tried it, and I just didn't like it. And one of the problems is that the whirlwinds, number one, they just didn't really last very long. So increasing from 8 to 15 is a pretty big buff. That's nearly double. 16 would be double, so it's close. And they're also doing more damage, which is also good. And they increase the total number that you can have active, which is also good. I mean, I don't know if it's enough to make Whirlwind Lance usable, but I just really didn't like the way that it functioned before, and this sounds like a solid improvement on Whirlwind Lance all around. Wind Serpent's Fury no longer causes shockwaves when enemies are hit into wolves or larger enemies. Quality now provides 30% more knockback distance instead of 30% increased knockback distance. So they added a multiplier to it. Wind Blast now dazes enemies hit instead of causing daze. Build-up equal to percentage of physical damage dealt. Quality now provides 20% more damage to enemies within 1.5 meters of you. Scaling down to no bonus at 4 meters or further. Previously 30% increased knockback distance. Updated the description for Raging Spirits to clarify the Flaming Skulls do not follow player commands as they are busy raging. Clarified the addition to radius per stage for Whirling Slash, and Whirlwind Lance skill descriptions. Updated the wording and presentation for Plague Bearer to be more simplified. Updated the descriptions for Thunder Asleep to mention that it detonates spear skills. I've been reading this since 1 p.m. No, I've been doing like everything in the world. We did Diablo 4 PTR to begin with. We also watched Gamescon. We waited for the PoE patch notes or reveal, which was at 4 p.m. We watched the reveal and went over the notes, and then at 7 p.m. the actual patch notes came out, and I've been reading the patch notes since 7. Okay, so actually like 7:05 or something. I don't know, something 7:10 or something. I was a little bit late on the patch notes because I was still going over the video. Lots of changes. Really good patch. I think everybody's gonna like it. And we're not done yet, so stop interrupting me. Unique item changes. The Bearer's Anguish unique charm. It creates ignited ground for 4 seconds when used, igniting enemies as though dealing fire damage equal to 500% of your maximum life. It no longer ignites enemies in your presence on use. The Black Braid's unique body armor now has 80 to 120% of armor applies as elemental damage, previously 100%. Existing versions of this item can be made better or worse with a Divine Orb. Good luck. That's the armor I was talking about when I was talking about the effect that they added armor. This is really good. It's a really good early armor, but honestly, now that you can get it as like almost like a baseline for your armor ability, that's really nice. The Bones of Ullr unique boots now provide 30% increased reservation efficiency of skills, which create undead minions. Instead of undead minions, have 20% reduced reservation. Existing items will have reduced reservation efficiency, but can be updated with a Divine Orb, and it also now has 15% increased movement speed. Brisk Wrap unique body armor now has gain deflection rating equal to 20 to 30% of your evasion armor. That's really nice. That might be something to look for early on for the evasion builds. The Death Harp unique bow now has a 25% critical damage bonus, previously 40%. Existing items can be made worse with the Divine Orb. Effigy Cruelty unique focus now has a critical hits with spells apply 1 to 3 stacks of critical weakness, previously 3 to 5. Malagro's Virtuosity unique gloves now have your critical damage bonuses at 250%, previously 300%. This change affects existing versions of this item. The Nazir's Judgment unique quarterstaff now has days on hit instead of causes days build up equal to 100% of the damage dealt. It also deals 50% increased melee damage against stunned enemies. The Pariah's Embrace unique body armor now deals 40% increased. It provides 40% increased mana cost efficiency across 20% reduced mana cost skills. Instead of 20% reduced mana cost of skills. This change does not affect existing versions of the item. The Quattle Molt unique body armor now has a gain deflection rating equal to 40 to 60% of evasion rating. That's a very high amount of deflection rating. I mean, assuming that you're an evasion character, 60% that's a pretty solid amount. I assume you could probably work out the remaining amount with your like passive points or something. The Tangle Tongue unique spear now has 5 to 8% critical hit chance, previously 10 to 20. Existing uniques can be made worse with a Divine Orb. The Whispering Ice unique staff inflicts cold exposure on hit, lowering total resistance by 20 to 30%. Modifier now applies elemental exposure instead. Nice. The Zoph's Blood unique amulet. Enemies in your presence have fire exposure. Modifier now applies elemental exposure. Anything that was a fire, ice, or lightning exposure should be converted to elemental exposure now. The following uniques can no longer drop in the game and will be introduced at a later date. Inferno Clasp, Forbidden Gaze, Thunderstep, the Wailing Wall, the Fallen Formation, Wyland Stake, the Deepest Tower, and the Remembered Tales. The Red Blade Banner unique shield now has 10 to 15% increased block chance from 20 to 30. Existing items can be updated to made worse. The Lycosade unique shield has 10 to 15% increased block chance from 10 to 30. The Merit Service unique shield has 20 to 25% block chance from 30 to 50. They pretty much nerfed all these block chances on all the items. The Alchem Era nerfed block chance. The Oak's Horn nerfed block chance. The Dunkel Halt also nerfed block chance. The Blood Barrier also nerfed block chance. And the Doomgate unique shield, 80 to 100% increased block chance from 80. So they actually buffed it up a little bit. That's the only one that got buffed. And now has you take 20 to 40% of damage from blocked hits from 20. Existing items can be updated. So the Doomgate actually got buffed, but all the other shields got nerfed a little bit on their block chances. Item changes. Distilled emotions have been renamed to liquid emotions. Sounds like something that happens after you eat Taco Bell. I just had Taco Bell, guys. I got all sorts of liquid emotions going on right now. I need to get myself to an emotion depository. The lowest tiers of liquid emotions are now called diluted liquid emotions. That's when you have the really bad Taco Bell. You get the diluted liquid emotions. While the 3 highest tiers are now called concentrated liquid emotions to better distinguish between tiers. Man, this just sounds like multiple trips to Taco Bell to me. Diluted and concentrated liquid emotions also have received new 2D art. Orb chants are now more likely to succeed on amulets, rings, belts, and charms. More Val orbs now found during the Trials of Chaos and less often from other sources. The following omens can no longer be obtained in the game: Omen of Greater Annulment, Omen of Dextral Alchemy, Omen of Sinstral Alchemy, Omen of Destral Coronation, and Omen of Sinstral Coronization. The Talisman of Ishtar now provides 10% increased cost efficiency, previously 6%, reduced cost of skills. I don't know what the difference is between cost efficiency and reduced cost of skills. Like, what is the translation there? Like, is 10% increased cost efficiency the same as 6% reduced cost of skills? Or are we talking about, like, some sort of nerf? I don't really remember them explaining that very well. Items with inherent skills now rarely drop with skill levels up to 20 in higher tier maps. Rarely drop with skill levels. What does that mean? Items with inherent skills can now rarely drop with skill levels up to level 20 in high tier maps. Okay, so like if you find a staff that has like well, not Living Bomb on it anymore because they took Living Bomb off and made it into a skill. Solar Orb, if you find because they made Solar Orb a staff skill. So if you find a staff with Solar Orb, it now randomly rolls between up to level 20 in high tier maps, I guess is what they're saying. So like it has like a skill level randomization thing there for the staffs. Modifiers on martial weapons now roll to 25% critical damage bonus, previously up to 39%. Existing items can be made worse. Corrupting implicit on martial weapons is now 10% critical damage bonus, previously 15. Existing items are unaffected by this change. War Pick, Battle Pick, Strife Pick, and One-Handed Mace implicit modifiers are now 10% critical damage bonus, previously 15. Looks like they're hitting critical strike damage in this patch all over the board. The implicit modifier on the Construct Hammer, Structured Hammer, Fortified Hammer, One-Head Maces now provides 40% chance to daze on hit. Previously caused daze buildup equal to 100% damage dealt. Looks like they just kind of like are changing how daze and a lot of the abilities work across the board. So a lot of this stuff is just changes to those effects. Reduce the number of increased block chance modifiers on shields from 7 to 3. The highest tier modifier now has up to 30% increased block chance, previously 81%. These changes do not affect existing items. Wow. So they really are hitting block chance across the board. Like so like the highest shield according to this that you're going to be able to find is going to have a 30% increased block chance. That's going to be max. Whereas before it was 81% was the highest block chance increase that you could get on a shield. That's kind of crazy. The corrupting implicit on shields is now 15% increased block chance, previously 40. Wow, why are they smacking block chance in the wiener so hard? Like, what is going on here? Poor block chance. Leave block chance alone. Don't smack it in the wiener like that. Iron runes now grant up to 18% increased physical damage on martial weapons, previously 25. Iron runes now grant 18% increased armor, energy shield, previously from 25, so they nerfed those. Desert runes now grant 10% extra fire damage, they nerfed that. Glacial rune, 2% nerf there. Storm rune, 2% nerf there. Mind runes, buff to the maximum mana. Nobody uses those anyway, for the most part, as far as I know. But they buffed it from 35 to 50 maximum mana. Stone runes, 80 stun threshold from 50, so buff there. Sequal rune of the sky now grants 5% damage taken as extra damage of all elements. Grants 5% of damage as extra damage of all elements, previously 6. Tiny little nerf there. Soul Core of Jaquani, 3% maximum life, previously 2, a little bit of a buff. Soul Core of Zatal, 3% increased maximum mana, previously 2, a little buff. Tazamato, martial weapons gain 30% freeze buildup, previously 20, a little buff there. They changed the Tazamato 1% maximum cold resistance from armor to helmets. They changed the Hota grants 1% maximum fire resistance on gloves, previous armor, and maximum lightning resistance on boots from armor to boots. Soul Core of Kappa, 10% increased quality of gold drop by slain monsters on gloves, previously 5% on all armor. They kind of swoopy swapping around a lot of this stuff. Grants 25% increased elemental threshold on boots, previously armor. 20% increased charm charges gained on helmets, previously armor. 15% increased slowing potency debuffs on your boots, previously armor. They're taking a lot of the modifiers away from armor and swapping them over to the boots and helmets and whatnot. Like the Soul Core of Tikaba, 20% reduced critical bonus on body armor and shields, previously only on armor. Soul Core of Heat Proofing, 25% armor also applies cold damage taken from hits and helmets, previously 20% on body. So 5% buff there and move to helmets. Grants 25% of armor applies to fire damage taken from hits from gloves, also buffed a little bit, and then move to the gloves. Insulation, same thing, move to boots from armor and give it a 5% buff. Soul Core of Retreat now also applies to foci. Little bit of a nerf to Citiquaddle's Soul Core of Foulness, little tiny. Oh no, buff. They buffed it. I'm sorry. They increased the chaos damage by a little bit. Fox Talisman increased the presence area of effect by 10%. Owl Talisman increased the cooldown recovery rate by 5%. They also moved it to foci from boots. Stag Talisman, 50% increased Thorn's critical strike chance on helmets. Previously increased exposure effect. Ox Talisman, 10% block chance on shields. Previously increased presence area of effect. Cat Talisman, 15% accuracy rating on gloves. Previously 15% reduced critical damage bonus. Talisman of Ralakesh now grants 8% increased reservation efficiency of minions. Minions have 5% reduced reservation. Soul Core of Tikaba, 5% critical damage bonus. Previously 12. Yeah, and then nerf and crit across the board. Added a new suffix modifier that can only roll on strength armors from level 33 that grants a percentage armor to apply elemental damage. Added a new suffix modifier that can roll on dexterity armors from level 33 that grants a percentage of your evasion rating as deflection rating. And added a new suffix modifier that can only roll on intelligence body armors from level 33 that grants a faster start of energy shield recharge. The existing modifiers for increased energy shield recharge rate that roll on foci now also roll on intelligence helmets, gloves, and boots. The lowest tier modifiers granting levels to all skills of a specific type on two-handed weapons now have a value of +2, previously 1 to 2. Existing items can be updated. The lowest tier modifier. Okay, so there's not going to be any more +1 skill two-handed weapons is basically what they're saying. So all two-handed weapons will be either +2 or higher. Because I'm pretty sure you can get like +7 on a two-handed weapon, right? Yeah, it just says the lowest tier modifiers granting level to all skills of a specific type of two-handed weapon now have a value of +2 previously. 1 to 2. So I think it's just that lowest tier is now no longer capable of rolling 1, which essentially means that the higher tiers are going to roll higher than that, obviously. But at least you'll no longer be able to get 1. 1 just doesn't exist, which sounds good overall. Damage gained as extra elemental damage, increased mana regeneration rate, increased critical hit chance for spells, increased spell damage bonus modifiers on staves now have higher values than the corresponding modifiers on wands and foci, 50% on average. So they beefed up all the staves, basically. That's essentially what I'm saying there, right? Yeah. So like the stave should be 50% higher, making it much more likely that you actually might want to use a staff now. I mean, it's essentially how it always should have been. Like, you know, if you can use a wand and then you can use a foci, and the damage is essentially greater than using a staff, then why would you use a staff, right? So like they have to give you some specific reason why you might want to use a two-handed weapon over a shield. That's Diablo 2 has the same exact problem, and they never really like did it properly. They never really set it up so that the staves could be better than a shield and a weapon, or a shield and a wand or whatever, or focus and a wand, or orb and a wand or whatever. Doesn't matter how you look at it. Increased critical hit chance for spell modifiers or on wands and foci now span from 27 to 73%, previously 10 to 109. Existing items can be updated using the orbs. Jewels and time lost jewels can no longer roll minion accuracy modifiers, because of course minions don't miss. The melee minions don't miss anymore. Scepters can no longer roll allies in your presence, have additional accuracy rating modifiers. Stag talisman socket in your scepters now grant allies in your presence 1 to 40 attack lightning damage, previously attack accuracy rating. Lesser Adapt rune now correctly provides +6 to dexterity when socketed into martial weapons instead of 5. The embroidered gloves base type, not the one used by Leopold's Applause unique gloves, have been renamed to embellished gloves. The weapon swap speed, jewel, and corruption modifiers can no longer roll because they made weapon swapping instant, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. Monster changes. Lowered the growth on monster evasion rating with level. This results in 80 monsters, level 80 monsters having 30% less evasion rating. Failing to collect the hourglass during the Zarko temporal boss fight no longer fails your trial in the Sekimas. Now instead only damages your honor. If you fail to collect the hourglass, Zarko the temporal now enters a secondary phase where the hourglasses and slow debuff persists, but at a much slower rate. Just give the staff to the ninjas. How about Splinter? Splinter can use the staff. That's actually really good. This is a really good change. So basically, the Trial of Sekimas has a boss at the end, and he puts down these stupid hourglasses. And if you mess up the hourglasses, you just die. That's it. It's just over. Just instant KO. And it's the stupidest thing ever because it takes you like freaking like an hour or 2 hours to get there, depending on how your build's doing and like what buffs you got and all sorts of other stuff. Of course, if you're overpowered and you have like, way more damage and way more tank ability than you need, you might get there a lot faster. But like in general, it's just really stupid to have the last boss in the thing have a one-shot ability. So it looks like they finally fixed it, and they made it so that the last boss doesn't instantly one-shot you if you mess up the hourglass mechanic, which, by the way, super easy to mess up depending on how the hourglasses spawn, especially if you're by yourself, because you have to run between the hourglasses, and the slow effect is just really freaking weird, because it slows some abilities way more than it slows other abilities. And like one time I tried to use a leap effect, and the leap effect got like super duper slowed while I was in there. Should have just used like shield charge or something, probably would have worked better. The life of most Act 3 bosses has been reduced by approximately 15%. Rogue Exiles now get an additional life scaling from level 65 onward, resulting in roughly 30 to 70% life increase from Tier 1 Waystones to Tier 16 Waystones. Treant Foulspawn can once again be found bound as a specter. Interesting. Non-unique items on Rogue Exiles are now affected by increased rarity of items found in the area. Monsters in the Viridian Wildwood unique map now have lower aggro range while in the darkness. The map version of the Rattle Cage, the Earthbreaker boss, has been renamed to Volcar, the Emberborn, to better distinguish between the two fights. The periodic invulnerability or a monster modifier now only makes things immune to damage from enemies. I'm assuming that was on, like when you try to sacrifice your minions and stuff, it makes them immune and you can't sacrifice them. Reduces the number of river hags that spawn in the drowned city. Thank you, for the love of God. Hate those things. Incrementally improved monster behavior. It's not like they're hard to kill or anything, but like, oh my God, that literally will spawn that stupid like bubble right on your face, and then they'll spawn that little tornado thing that slows you down like right on top of you. Like I've died to them before just because they spawned the bubble right on top of you, and like you can't do anything about it. Sometimes you just get stuck in it and you can't get out, and they just instant KO you because they spawn the bubble on your face. Reminds me of that Yu Yu Hakusho reference for you. There was a character that could control water, and like all he did was just like put you in a bubble and then start shoving water down your throat. Like, I mean, what are you gonna do about it? Like, you're in a bubble, you can't get out. Like, he's shoving water in your lungs. Guess you get to die. The hunt begins must now be completed in a single instance. You still only have to complete the quest once per league. Zarka in the Ardra Cavern now offers earning the passage quest reward if you didn't take it from her in the Vastiri outskirts. User interface changes. The party member revive UI now displays whether you're too far away to revive a dead party member. The ritual favor UI now displays the number of rerolls available. The modifier ranges on items now show a positive sign if the modifier range spans both negative and positive values. Wisp minimap icons no longer removed from your minimap if you run out of range of them. That's good. If you're able to respawn at a checkpoint from escape menu in the Trial of Sekimas and Trial of Chaos, which will take you back to the entrance of the respective trial, you are now able to respawn at a checkpoint from the escape menu in the Trial of Sekimas and Trial of Chaos, which will take you back to the entrance of the respective trial. So you don't instantly just lose. I mean, technically, I never understood why you lost in the Trial of Sekimas when you died. I always thought that was stupid. You're supposed to lose when you lose all your honor, not when you die. So, like, if you still have honor left, you should be able to go and try again. You know, obviously with however much honor you had left when you fell down. But, like, you shouldn't immediately fail the Trial of Sekimas because you haven't technically run out of honor. Now, the Trial of Chaos was always supposed to be one death and that was it. So I guess they're allowing more than one death now. When you're using, I mean, I'm not against that at all because I feel like one death is just way too punishing, and you can easily make a mistake and ruin your entire run. Just one little mistake and the whole run's gone. Like I didn't. If I wanted to play hardcore, I would go play hardcore. Like I feel like Trial of Sekimas and Trial of Chaos is nothing more than hardcore forced on players who don't want to play hardcore. It's like, oh, you don't like hardcore and you don't want to play hardcore? Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. Well, here's a hardcore mode that you have to play. What do you mean? Yeah, you're like, we got like a really cool buff in here that you won't be able to get unless you come play here. And if you die, that's it. It's like, but I don't like playing hardcore. And it's like, well, too bad. Just too bad. Plus, it never made any sense. Like Trial of Sekimas, it was supposed to be when your honor runs out, you lose, not when you die. And Trial of Chaos, like that one made sense because they specifically said if you die, it's over. But like, you know, like none of it is very fun, especially when you're a new character and you're a new player and you have no clue what you're doing, and they shove you in here at like level 15, and they're like, "Yeah, go die." I'd like imagine if you had your friend and you're like, "Hey, you want to play some Diablo 2?" And you're like, "Yeah, sure." And you boot him up a hardcore character for his first character that he ever played Diablo 2 in. And you're like, "Yeah, go have fun." And he like dies to like a monster in the Bloodmoor and you start laughing at him. Like none of it really made any sense to me. Like they should have set the Trial of Sekimas up differently, especially at least for the new characters who were playing. Like it shouldn't have been an instant death scenario. And on top of that, with Trial of Sekimas, you need so much honor resistance. And you have none when you start. So at level 15, you've got none of the tools available to you to actually make the Trial of Sekimas passable, and you also die instantly. So like it just never really made much sense. When you use controller, you can now remove debuffs from your buffs from your character when the game is paused. Improved management of cache files on consoles to avoid running out of temporary space. So should fix issues with the minimap being reset on leaving and re-entering an area, and online item filters failing to load. You can control left click or controller equivalent on an item in your inventory to fill I have section in the currency exchange. Added support for import keyword for item filters, added support for multiple custom sounds in the item filters, added bindable action that allows you to zoom in when using a controller, updated the stash UI for a controller. Looks like they were adding a bunch of microtransactions. I'm not going to read off all these, but if you want to go over and look and see if any specific PoE 1 microtransactions that you're looking for are in here, looks like they're adding a bunch of them to PoE 2. Bug fixes. Fixed a bug where additional shock and additional chill from strike twice in heavy snowstorms, Stormweaver ascendancy passives were not being considered as shock or chill respectively. Fixed a bug where costs for skills failed to be paid over short duration appropriately based on cast speed, which could result in skipping part of the payment in extreme cases. Fixed a bug where electrocute support was able to inflict electrocute with skills that were also supported by elemental focus. Fixed a bug where siphoning strike was not creating an aftershock when supported skills impact shockwave. Fixed a bug where perfusion and support was not functioning correctly when using the magma barrier. Fixed a bug where Twister could become invisible when passing through an empowered stage 4 whirlwind lance. Fixed a bug where temporal rift where returning was not resetting your overcapped life, mana shield, or energy shield. Fixed a bug where curses and ground effects from support such as burning inscription could sometimes fail to be placed on the ground if cast too close to a wall or in a narrow area. Fixed a bug where vaulting impact did not create shockwaves when supported by stomping ground. Fixed a bug where consecrated ground effect support more area damage was not affected by on Earth. Fixed a bug where the modifier that provides every 10 seconds gain a random non-damaging shrine buff for 20 seconds on the Hammer of Faith unique mace was not displayed on the item. Fixed a bug where ice shards damage bonus after 0.4 seconds was applying at half the intended value. With description for ice shards has also been updated to clarify that the damage bonus of 0.5 seconds is gained smoothly over time rather than being binary. Fixed a bug where the second wind and ingenuity could support minions with commandable skill but have no effect. They can no longer support these skills. Fixed a bug where some skills were still granting debuff immunities to enemies after failing to consume those debuffs from them. Immunity is now only granted on successful consumption. Fixed a bug where the spirit cost into the breach was not correctly being affected by socketed supports. Fixed a bug where the increased jagged ground duration from the perforation notable passive was not functioning properly. Fixed a bug where spells could gain critical hit chance from Amazon's critical strike ascendancy passive skill under certain circumstances. Fixed a bug where the skill stat panel of this estimated critical chance gained from the Amazon's critical strike ascendancy passive skill wasn't calculating properly. Fixed a bug where time and need had a minimum gem level of 10 instead of 8. Fixed where the concoction skill stated they had a radius of 1.5 meters when it was really 1.8. Fixed a bug where frozen locusts could not generate energy for metagems. Fixed a bug where cluster grenades, mini grenades could not generate energy for metagems. Fixed a bug where multiple instances of ancestral boosting for a single strike would add more and more additional targets. Fixed a bug where the elemental army was able to support undamageable minions that it didn't, not that it did anything while supporting them previously. Fixed a bug where strike skills could sometimes have their animations canceled at unintended times. This fix was previously applied to Rake and Rolling Slash in 0.2H, but has been applied to all strikes. Don't worry, canceling after part 1 of Rolling Slam is fully intended and still possible. Fixed a bug where Lightning Bolt skill granted by the Choir of Storm unique aim that was not considered a triggered skill for damage modifiers. Hey, thanks for Gandalf the Red for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Fixed a bug where multipliers to stun build up for physical damage and melee damage were additive with stun build up multipliers instead of multiplicative. Fixed a bug where some spells incorrectly had barrageable tag. Fixed a bug where Earthquake was being affected by area modifiers twice. Fixed a bug where ignited oil ground wasn't igniting whirlwinds. Fixed a bug where the muster support did not grant to temporary minions. Fixed a bug where staggering palm wasn't considered a melee skill. Fixed a bug where cooldown recovery, formerly ingenuity, was unable to support blink. Fixed a bug where you could not change your targeting direction while using Glacial Cascade. Fixed a bug where you change your targeting direction at any time while using Stormwave, rather than only at the beginning of the skill. Fixed the bug where tablet modifiers applied to maps could sometimes display incorrect value at endgame map. Fixed a bug where Omen of Secret Compartments was consumed when clicking on the Rain Festival Beetle unique strongbox. Fixed a bug where the ritual words were sometimes offering waystones to tier below the current map. Fixed a bug where artillery ripwire ballista couldn't target stone pillars and Zyclusian at Chimera boss fight. Fixed a bug where stone pillars and Zyclusian Chimera boss fight were not scaling their life with additional players. Oh, thank you for the bits, Savage Slothcore. I appreciate it. I've been spending hours reading these patch notes, and I think I'm actually approaching the end. This is great. And then I get to summarize them all. Fixed a bug where monsters with Soul Eater were getting more skill speed and damage reduction than was specified on the keyword. Fixed a bug where explosive fungus on the seepage map boss arena could fail to explode in some situations. Oh, you play Call of Duty together? Nice. Fixed a bug where Perfect Strike skill incorrectly had the duration tag. Fixed a bug where some endgame map nodes such as the Feld Hideout were incorrectly affected by some tower, tablet, and modifiers. Fixed a bug where marks that trigger an explosion when the marked enemy was killed, not triggering if you swapped weapon sets after applying the mark. Fixed a bug where some items from the Rogue Exiles were dropped identified. Fixed a bug where more recovery if used on low mana fast modifier was not functioning correctly. Fixed a rare bug where map's return portal could lead to an incorrect area if the realm had been recently restarted. Lucky dip portals. Fixed a bug where expedition encounters could not generate a minor map. Fixed a bug where the tablet modifier delirium fog in your maps lasts additional seconds before dissipating and was not applying correctly in maps and could display incorrectly when hovering over areas with this modifier applied. Fixed a bug where omen reinforcements was being triggered incorrectly. Fixed a bug where Gloam Gown unique body armor was not affected by modifiers to start energy shield recharge. Fixed a bug where Perfect Strike's visuals did not match the damaging area. Fixed a bug where refunding Ascendancy passive the skills that a skill would destroy any support gems that were socketed into that skill. Wow. These skills will now stay visible in the skills menu until all supports are removed. Fixed a bug where one of the tutorial chests in the riverbank could be missing if you left the area before opening it and returned. Fixed a bug where Trial of Chaos could sometimes be inaccessible in couch co-op. Fixed a bug where player 2 was unable to view trial progress and the trial second was couch co-op. Fixed a bug where player 2 was unable to re-roll ritual favors in couch co-op. Fixed a bug where player 2 unable to cancel trade requests in couch co-op. Fixed a bug where the Crowbell could rarely jump out of the arena. Fixed a bug where you can enable a scepter in your offhand with a disabled main hand item. Fixed a bug where removing the main hand item from your second weapon set would not put the offhand item in your main hand when it should. Fixed a bug where the trade invitation audio notification was not playing when using a controller. Fixed a bug where clouds created by gas arrows missing some of their effects. Fixed a bug where shard scavengers effects sometimes wouldn't play. Fixed a bug where some visual effects were displaying incorrectly. Fixed a bug where the Archon of Atlas body armor microtransactions was missing its effects. Fixed a wonky interaction between Luminary Charge skin and Planetary Orb character effect microtransactions. Fixed bugs in cosmetic users where the Reclaim MTX window would not be displayed in some situations. Fixed a bug where desync could occur where casting Firebolt moving with Dusk Vigil unique staff equipped. Fixed a bug where Burnibus unique belt would incorrectly spell Brinabos. Fixed a bug where hide life mana reservation option was not hiding reservation on many life bars. Fixed some bugs with the Trinity buff visuals for controller couch co-op. Fixed a bug where you're unable to use the hideout music player when using controller. Fixed an issue where the hooded one in Ardura Cavern didn't always identify as items and refund passive options available. Fixed 2 client crashes. Alright, we finally finished reading the patch notes. Yay! So, let's do a little bit of a recap here of the patch notes, and let's see if we can... Yes, that's exactly what I meant to say. Let's summarize up some of these notes, shall we? So first off, let's start with like some of the really obvious and really amazing things. So the new trade shop, amazing. So let's just get that out of the way right now, like super amazing. Essence changes are amazing. I think the essence changes are really good. They're going to actually make the essences like worth using. And quite honestly, just really good. It looks like they took a really good pass on essentially buffing up like a lot of the mitigations. So the deflecting, which is tied to evasion for the most part that we've seen, is amazing. It basically gives you the ability to like do 40% physical damage reduction, which is really nice. The elemental armor is really good too, so that's also amazing. That's going to basically allow the armor classes to get a really nice amount of bonus mitigation for their elemental damage by stacking armor. So you just stack armor to the moon, get your elemental resistance as well, and it's going to be like a huge win for the elemental armor damage characters. In general, it kind of looks like they're making a pass, let's call it a lower, trying to think how to phrase this. So a pass to make lower level crafting, bosses, etc. Less of a choice of trade versus use. So they're kind of upset, and I'm kind of upset with it too, is that a lot of the items that you would potentially get in the game at lower levels are also the same items that you would get at higher levels, and this is particularly worrying when it comes to crafting or fighting bosses or doing like specific tasks, right? So like if you find an item that you would rather use, right, but then you realize that that item is worth a lot if you just traded it off, you're not actually using it and you're not actually engaging in the system, right? And they want you to engage in the crafting system. They want you to engage in fighting the bosses. And so it's not really a good idea for them to have these like currency items essentially that are kind of preventing you from being able to engage in the systems. So they did a pass over all of them essentially to try and encourage people to use those currency items at earlier levels by making lower level versions essentially, so that when you get that lower level version, you're not necessarily, you know, like upset at using it. Which I think is a really good change overall, and like I think it's going to do a good job encouraging actually playing the game. Which is good. Like it's going to encourage players to actually play the game and, you know, engage in the things that they're supposed to be engaging in, like the crafting system, fighting the bosses and whatnot. They're not going to immediately go straight to, you know, hey, like let's just trade this off for money, because it's worth more in money than it is for me to actually like go fight this boss, or it's worth more in money, you know, for me to just use this exalt to buy myself a piece of equipment than, you know, like actually use it to regal a piece of gear, right? And it's kind of silly because you shouldn't be completely avoiding like the crafting system or the boss system just simply because you can get more money for the boss token, right? So it makes sense for them to do this pass in general, just to kind of make the game easier for, you know, like to lower level characters to engage in the content without have to worrying they're wasting, you know, the money essentially on those items. I mean, there's obviously tons more than this. They seem to have taken a nerf pass on crit again, so crit was nerfed. They took a nerf pass on overall block chance. And this, of course, seems to be in response to the buffing of block in general. So I think it's important to put that there as well, that they buffed block / parry by allowing it to block everything but specifically designated anti-block abilities. So like if the ability is specifically designated as a no block, then that's the only ones that you're not going to be able to block. So I can understand why they did this, because they did a really nice buff to block and parry, allowing it to block and parry just about everything in the game, which is a huge buff in general. So like while block chances might be lower overall, what you can actually block has increased tremendously. So you'll probably still see more blocking than you would previously, despite the lower block chance. And you're probably still going to want to build your block chance really high. They just made it harder for you to do. They also seem to have added some really neat effects. So like they obviously have the Sorceress Infusions are huge. The Sorceress Infusion system, like that whole system that was added into the game is definitely big. And then they also added in the or like unified, let's say unified the negative resistance options. That was another good one that they did there. I think that's a really good thing, because honestly, it was silly. Like you had so many different items reducing resistances in so many different capacities, like, you know, like 3 different or 4 different curses, all reducing resistances, like multiple different skills with like random different, you know, like cold, you know, weaknesses and fire weaknesses and all sorts of other things. And it was just crazy. And they were very low numbers too. So like you would need like 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 different abilities just to bring down the resistance to like, you know, 0 or -%. Like it never really worked right. I'm not really sure. Like I'm not against having negative resistance on specific pieces of equipment, but then at the same time, like it just seemed kind of excessive. And the unification of the negative resistance options, I think, is an overall good thing. I think most people are going to like it. But because they reduced the negative resistance options overall, they also kind of reduced the damage on some stuff as well, expecting that you're going to use those negative resistance options. So, yeah. Trying to see if I can Chalupa Monk. Chalupa Monk got a complete overhaul. Looks much better than previous. Like, I think it was probably like a really horrible character. I tried to play it. I didn't like it. I don't think most people used it. They actually said in the video that it was like one of the least played characters, or like ascendancies, like bar none. So like it's not, you know, it's definitely not something that is a unique opinion. It's just not really a good class. It does look like the overhaul that they did looks good. It looks good. Probably going to be a really powerful like Chalupa Monk after this. I guess we'll see, especially with the buffs to evasion, which of course are going to help the Chalupa Monk as well. So we'll see. A lot of really good changes to like just in general, like moving while using an ability. Buffs. They basically made them much faster. So let's put speed buffs. This was a huge change for a lot of the moving while using an ability buffs, including blocking. So including blocking and parrying. So you know, and including block / parry, which basically makes it easier to block / parry now because you don't slow down as much while you're doing it. You still slow down a little bit, but it's less than it was before, which is nice. They also fixed some other blocking related like stuff as well. Like overall looks like they did a pretty good job trying to fix most of that stuff. The seasonal, so the seasonal content does look interesting. It's the abyssal content with the green buttholes in the ground. It's basically pretty standard seasonal content. You know, fight monsters, kill stuff, get rewards. It looks like there's a specific power involved, which they didn't really reveal. But overall, it looks okay. I mean, it looks like a decent seasonal content addition. I know I'm forgetting like a million things. I'm trying to like summarize it all up here, and it's gonna take me forever to get everything summarized. There's a lot. It's a lot of change. I mean, the overall feeling of the patch is good, and I feel like that's also something that like I should put up here. Like the overall changes are extremely good. Like just very, very good. I feel like there was very little negative in here. I can't say none because once I read the patch notes, I did find some negative things. Like I think they kind of like smacked my shield charge around a little bit, and I didn't really much appreciate that because I like shield charge. But overall, it looks very good. The support gem changes are very nice. So like they did a lot of like support gem overhaul. And what they did basically was they added tiers 1 through 3, and the tiers basically allow you to get access to at least the tier 1 versions a lot earlier. Because it seemed like to me a lot of the problem with the support gems was that number one, you really couldn't get access to the gems you wanted, and number two, like a lot of the times you couldn't add more than one of any specific gem. So another thing they did is they allowed the use of as many copies of gems as you want. They did lock to 1 copy of a skill though. That was a specific change that they made. I guess they were tired of people putting like 16 Tempest bells on their bar as like a Gemling Legionnaire and like smacking all the bells, which did happen for a while. So I guess that kind of nips that in the bud. No more putting multiple versions of skills on your bar and having it set up like in different ways. I think maybe you could probably still put a different skill on like a swap maybe. I don't know. I don't even know about that. What else? There's like 1,000 things, and of course, I'm only going over like some of them. So like you got the interludes, the Act 4. Of course, they added Act 4. Yep, Act 4 finally here. Looks good. They also have the interludes, which are side stories. Instead of Act 4, 5, and 6. So they have 3 interludes, which look kind of fun too. They basically just look like like filler arcs. Like they literally just look like filler arcs, which is kind of funny. The Rise of the Abyssal League, major character balance overhaul, new content features. The Atlas Tree passive is kind of goes along with the like pass to make lower level crafting bosses less of a choice. Like it kind of goes right along with that, as they also did like the Atlas Tree rebalance, same as above. They're basically just trying to make it easier for the lower characters to actually engage with the content, which it's because basically as of current for this patch, essentially how it works is you don't really want to engage in the crafting system or the bosses or any of the other Atlas Tree stuff really, because you can't. You don't really get good rewards, from doing it early. You kind of want to wait until the end where your rewards are going to be good, because the cost of entry is the same, right? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to decrease the cost of entry at lower levels, so you actually want to engage in that stuff. And the same thing goes for the Atlas Tree. They're just rebalancing it so that the entry is a little bit easier into the Atlas Tree, so that you can get started doing your bosses and different things earlier, which I think is really good, because that way once you get into your first maps, you're starting to work on these things earlier, as opposed to waiting till you're like a tier 15 or something before you start working on this stuff. So you can actually start fighting the bosses at lower levels, which is good. Essence rework, yep. Ascendancy changes. I mean, we could put ascendancy changes in with the Chalupa Monk, as well as other, like, minor changes. There's other changes, but they're not really, like, super crazy. The passive tree skill changes, so that's pretty huge. Like, huge additions and changes to the passive skill tree. Looks like the passive tree got like a massive buff, and like the number of total effects on there. And make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's pull up the original video real quick, because I feel like the original video summarizes it a little bit better than the patch notes do. And so I can go through to refresh myself just a tiny bit here. So we've got the free weekend. Oh yeah, the free weekend. I totally forgot about the free weekend. Free weekend, which I believe is coinciding with the launch, right? August 29th. Yeah, starts August 29th. Ends September... What is that? September 5th? September 1st. So free weekend 29th to 1st. All content available and progress saved. And apparently it's on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. So PC, Xbox, and PlayStation 5. PS5. You don't get long, do Jinx. We covered the interludes. Oh yeah, sprinting. I forgot about sprinting. Ability to sprint holding down the spacebar. Also can get knocked down and beat down. Also very important. Don't want to get knocked down and beat down. It's definitely not good. The skill changes. I mean, we covered like the sorceress stuff. We covered like the crossbow moving skills. There's a lot of individual skill changes that were kind of interesting. Like, I mean, in general, a lot of complaints just fixed across the board. Like, I feel like it would be easier in a summary, because of course we're not going over everything. If anybody wants to go over everything, they can of course watch my entire patch notes video. We go over like everything for multiple hours, okay? let's put this like in the infusion system like area. So let's do like multiple complaints fixed about multiple skills, such as moving during what's that one? Lava spray. I think it's called lava spray. Or it's crazy. Like there's so many of them that have like tiny fixes to them, and it's kind of hard to summarize all of the tiny fixes they did to the skills. But I mean, there's a lot of skills that were fixed in various ways that definitely is going to make them a lot better to use. As I went through them and where they kind of went over each one of them, they're just really well done. Like a lot of the changes are things that honestly I've complained about many times, like magma spray, that magma spray activation, the lava, or magma. I think it's magma spray and lava. I can't remember what the other lava ability is. Let's just put lava mace attack. And then of course the magma spray activation, and then there was also the crossbow skills. There was a couple very good fixes to the crossbow skills. Good fixes across the board, like all the way across the board. The elemental infusion, which we already covered. Really, really like it. The end game changes, I mean, they got a lot of additional, like, Act 4 stuff. So, like, alongside the addition of Act 4, there's also, like, the addition of Act 4 end game boss. So they have, like, a version of each boss that's in that particular act as an end game boss. And they definitely added that to the end game. New crafting items and tiers, which is a whole lot. There's even a new omens as well. Omens. Honestly, a lot of the stuff that they added to the crafting system is essentially the same thing as what we talked about earlier with this. So it kind of just goes into the same category. Like this is literally the same as the above. Like they added a lot of very good like tiered items so that you could potentially spam lower level stuff, and then you have higher ones which you actually feel rewarded for having. But it makes like a lot of that like work more properly for lower level characters, so they're not constantly saving exalts just to spend them on gear later instead of using them when they actually need them, which is kind of silly. The new trade system is absolutely amazing, by the way. Like, I don't know if I said that already, but I'm super excited about the trade system. You basically get to set up your own little shop, and like, I mean, it looks ridiculous. Ridiculous. And you can like browse like random items like in the shop that the person has and like look at all their stuff by going to their area. Like if somebody buys something from you, they can come look at everything you got, and they might buy other stuff in your shop. I mean, I might buy other stuff in your shop. Honestly, I'm pretty excited about this, and they even talked about like adding this to Path of Exile 1 potentially if it ends up being a success. So I would assume that if this does well, you could potentially get it in, another game as well. Trying to think if I missed anything. I want to do a quick recording of the overall changes, but oh yeah, I forgot about unique. Unique. What did they call them? They called them. Well, that's terrible. What are you even doing open, sir? I don't care. It's close. Get out of my face. What are you even doing open? The unique support gems. Those were kind of interesting. I can throw that in the support gem overhaul area. So let's do. Also added a unique. They called them something else though. I think they called them like Legacy or something. I think that was what they called them. Legacy. Support gems with unique effects. So that's pretty good. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. New currency items, new crafting. Okay, I think we're ready to do a little recording here. Let's do it. I'm gonna record the the overall, like, yeah, part. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum. Let's take a big swig of some drink real quick before we record the abbreviated version. Trade was one of the biggest overall weaknesses. I mean, I don't necessarily think that trading is bad in the current version, but it's definitely not the best that it could be. And this new version definitely seems a lot better than the version that we currently have, which I definitely would say that's really good. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So, Path of Exile 2, content update 0.30, the third edict, is going to be coming on August 29th, and I just finished going over all of the reveal information, and it took quite a long time. I don't know exactly how long, but it was like 4 p.m. to like, what is it right now? 11? So like 4 to 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8 to 9, 9, 10, 10 to 11. So that's like 5, 6. I've been at this for like 7 hours, basically. And there's a lot to go over. I'm going to try and abbreviate, like sum all this up for you guys. But if you'd like to see the full version and go over all the patch notes, of course, you can always watch the live stream. I go over everything and examine everything like bit by bit and really like pull out all the nitty gritty. But this is going to be a quick overview of the changes and honestly what I think of them. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to start off with the overall feeling of the changes. How are the changes? Really good. At first, I was pretty sure that there was almost like no negative changes whatsoever in the patch notes. It seemed like everything that they were doing was very good. But as I read the full version of the patch notes, there are some minor things in there that kind of like are nerfs. But I feel like for the most part, like I'd say like 94%, let's say 94%, all of the changes that they made are extremely good, and I think you'll agree. They're going to have a free weekend on the 29th to the 1st, so if you've never played Path of Exile 2 and you'd like to hop in and just give it a try, they're going to be having a free weekend on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation 5, and they said it's going to be full progress, so you can do everything that you want to for the weekend, and then I guess if you want to buy the game, you can buy the game at that point, or maybe just never play again because you already got your money's worth. They're adding an ability to sprint by holding down the space bar, which is mainly going to be used for travel. They specifically have this thing in there that if you get hit while you're sprinting, you're going to get knocked down, and then you're going to get beat down because the monsters are going to be able to wail on you. So imagine you fall down on the ground, and then all the goblins jump on top of you and make a dog pile. It's pretty nasty. But it is a very nice ability. Like, you're going to be able to run around faster while you're traversing the map, and especially if all the monsters are already dead. And specifically, they did state that if you use a skill, it would break you out of the sprint, which would prevent the knockdown. So if at any point you think that monsters are going to be nearby and they could potentially attack you, you just simply use an ability to break yourself out of the sprint. It does look like it's a good addition to the game. The new trade shop. The new trade shop looks absolutely amazing. Like, I cannot explain how good the trade shop looks. It literally looks bonkers. Basically, how they have it set up is there's a new NPC, and the new NPC is going to come to your base as soon as you get a hideout. You have to have a hideout first. Once you get to the hideout, the NPC is going to allow you to set up a shop. If somebody sees your item on the web page, the same trading web page that we've been using, there's going to be a button that they can teleport to your hideout and they can look at your shop. And not only can they see the item that they want to buy in your shop, but they can also see other items that they potentially might want to buy as well, essentially making it so you have like a little mini shop set up, and it looks absolutely amazing. I honestly think that this is going to be a huge buff for the trading community in general, and they have also talked about potentially setting it up in PoE 1 if it does well in PoE 2. So definitely give them some feedback on it if you think that it's good or bad or whatever. I'm just excited to try out the new trading system. Like, it sounds like it's a solid upgrade from the current trading system that we have. It also sounds like it works offline, so if you're not online, they can still teleport to your hideout and take a look at your shop when you're not there, and potentially buy items when you're offline, which is already a huge buff over the current system, which only works when you're online. On top of that, they also said that you don't have to be present for anything to happen, so that means that when you're in your maps and you're doing your content, or you're fighting a boss, or you're in the middle of the Trial of Sekimas, or you're doing your Chaos run or whatever, and you can't really leave, or leaving is kind of a hassle, and then you don't have to leave because they can just teleport to your shop and buy the item from your shop without needing to interact with you, which does kind of remove a little bit of the interaction and the fun of it, but at the same time also frees you up to actually play the game instead of having to constantly interact with people on that stuff, which is nice and bad from two perspectives. I think it's probably more good than it is bad, to be perfectly honest. Essence changes are amazing. So they did an overhaul on the essences, and they basically made it so that the lowest tier essence, which they admitted has always been rather useless, is now going to be actually useful. It's going to function kind of like a regal orb, and it's going to have specific stats that it's going to view on the item. There's multiple tiers, all the way up to a perfect one, which is going to give some very unique and very awesome effects to your items. And I'm assuming that the essences are going to have, you know, their own rarity. But at least the base essence, the baby essence that you get, is still going to function as a regal orb, and it's going to be very useful for lower level crafting. And then the higher essences, which we'll hold on to for higher tier crafting, are going to be obviously worth a lot more. They added some very amazing bonuses to both evasion, and they added an amazing bonus to armor. For evasion, they added a 40% mitigation known as deflecting, which is going to scale based off your evasion rating depending on like buffs that you get on your armor and on the skill tree. It's going to make it so that if you evade an attack, you take no damage. If you don't evade an attack, like if an attack is unevadable, for instance, you're going to roll a deflecting chance, which is going to be based off your evasion percentage, depending on how much deflecting percentage you have. So if it's like 50% of your evasion, then you're going to get 50% of your evasion rating as deflecting. You can get up to 100% of your evasion rating. They stated that. So like you get essentially like a 100% chance to cut the damage by 40%, which is really, really nice and fixes a lot of the problems with evasion not working against certain abilities, and also gives you some sort of mitigation, whereas evasion generally gives you none. Absolutely amazing. I think it's going to be a solid win across the board for most people. Anybody that's using evasion is going to love it. Elemental armor. So basically, there is a unique item in the game. I can't remember the name of it right off the top of my head. It's actually in the patch notes here. If I click on unique item changes, I'm pretty sure it's in here. It's called Black Braid Unique Armor, which comes with a special effect. It's called Armor Applies to Elemental Damage. And what this does is it essentially allows you to take your armor rating and apply that to your elemental damage instead, which allows you to use your armor to mitigate elemental damage, which is actually really effective. I've used Black Braid Unique Armor on several level ups with armor-based characters, and it was actually surprisingly effective on all of those characters, at least for the early game. Well, they're going to be adding an elemental armor bonus exactly the same as this that comes in smaller forms like 10, 15, maybe 20 or 40%, depending on the armor or the stat that you're adding in, which is going to make it so that your armor is going to utilize, for your elemental mitigations, which is going to make your armor-based characters a lot more tanky because they're going to be able to block a lot more elemental damage through stacking armor, which is also amazing. So both evasion and your armor mitigation layers are receiving significant upgrades, and I even saw one armor bonus that was on one of the ascendancies which gave armor deflecting, which was also pretty cool. And that this one is a 40% flat reduction in any damage that comes in if you roll the deflecting. So very good changes across the board on these. They also made a pass to essentially all of the effects that were kind of like not set up properly for lower level characters. Let me set up a scenario for you and see if I can make this as simple as possible. So imagine you're a low level character and an exalt drops. Do you use the exalt? Do you hold on to it until later and maybe trade something for it? If a good essence drops, do you use it or do you wait till later and trade it? What they're trying to do with the pass that they made to all of these things is they're trying to set you up so that instead of holding on to these items to trade them later, you're encouraged to more actually use them while you're playing the game. So what they did was they kind of split up a lot of these items into tiers and made it a little bit easier for you to use these items at lower levels without feeling guilty that you're not holding on to that rare piece of currency that could potentially help you later to purchase some item. So for instance, when you find like the base level essences or like a lesser exalt or a low level boss, you know, like you have a small amount of boss mats and not really enough to summon like the really big boss, but only enough to summon a smaller boss, they're generally just made a pass on everything to make it an easier decision so that using that stuff at lower tiers is actually good. They really just want you to play the game. That's really all it is to it. Like the crafting system, they want you to engage in the crafting system. You know, like the bosses, they want you to actually do the bosses and not have to wait till tier 15 to do them. You know, overall, it's pretty much seems to be across the board, and even the currency items are also modified in this way, where there are lower tier currency items which are specifically for lower tier characters so that you can use those as you're leveling up, which is going to be good for you. It's just going to make the game more fun, to be perfectly honest. And of course, you know, there are higher tier currency items and higher tier essences, and there are higher tier bosses even now as well. So there's like an Uber version of one of the bosses that requires special Uber mats, and most of the bosses have been converted from, like, for instance, the Invitation to the King. Instead of that, you're going to get shards, and it requires, I think it was 50 shards for the low tier boss, 75 for the medium tier boss, according to the screenshot they showed anyway, and 100 shards for the high tier boss, which essentially allows you to run at least 2 lower tier bosses for every 1 high tier boss, so you can actually go in and, like, you know, fight them. On top of this, they also added a checkpoint to the Trial of Sekhmet and the Trial of Chaos, so that when you die, you can respawn at a checkpoint. I'm not exactly sure what that means as far as those go, like how many times you can die. I'm assuming maybe probably only like 1 time or something. They didn't really give like specific details on that, but they did specifically say that there would be a checkpoint that you could respawn at inside of those places, which is interesting. They also added new omens, which are quite interesting. There is an omen that allows you to guarantee that a chance orb will give you a unique item. You can't guarantee the unique, but you can guarantee that it will give you a unique item of that type. There's also a couple more new, good omens that you can potentially play around with, would do all sorts of interesting things. One of them is a omen that you can use on your divine orbs to cause the item to reroll either at a 80% to 120%, either decrease or increase to the item stats. And once doing so, it can no longer be crafted on at that point. It's kind of like a corruption. But it has the potential of making the item a lot better. And it has the potential of making the item a little worse as well. It's kind of strange in the way that it works because it re-rolls the affixes, and it also increases the affixes or decreases the affixes at the same time. And so you could end up with a increase by re-rolling to a higher number, but you could also end up with a decrease by lowering the higher number a little bit. And so you could end up at a wash. Or you could end up with the 120% increase and also roll a higher amount, which can potentially have the item roll way higher than anything else. So it's going to be something that you would do as a last step, similar to corruption. You wouldn't do something as a first step. Another thing that I forgot to put in here is exceptional items. So exceptional items can roll with either 30%, up to 30% quality, or an extra socket. So this is something that you really want to pay attention to as you're in the higher tiers, because that is some pretty crazy value that you could potentially get while you're playing the game. So, like, for instance, if you are playing as a high tier character and let's say a dual string bow drops, it's just a white dual string bow, nothing special, but you look at it and it has more sockets than it would normally. The extra socket that it can roll with potentially means that that bow can have even more sockets than any other bow in the game, right? Because if the maximum number of sockets is 2 and you found one with 3 and then you corrupt it and it gets 4, right? Now you have an item that has an exceedingly high value, and it's something that you're definitely going to want to keep an eye out for is these beautiful exceptional items that could potentially drop at higher tiers. So don't just ignore all the white items. Make sure you're keeping your eye out for these new exceptional items that probably are going to have really good value. It's going to depend on the base, and it's going to depend on obviously what it rolls. But if you happen to get like a specific item that everybody's looking for, you know, like during the season of the Huntress, everybody was looking for spears, right? So imagine you find that magical spear that can now get like 3 sockets. You know, that's a base that's going to have some value, and people are definitely going to be interested in. I did notice that they took a pass on nerfing critical strike chance across the board. It definitely did seem like they nerfed it. They also took a pass on nerfing block chance, which I think is really just due to the fact that they made block better overall. So they made block much better overall, but then also reduced the overall block chance to try and like compensate for the fact that they really buffed nerf like entirely. I also noticed with a few exceptions that they took a nerf pass on area of effect. In general, they kind of lowered the radius of just about everything as far as I could see, with a few notable exceptions that they actually buffed. But just about everything got like a tiny little AoE nerf, and they also stated in the reveal that they also nerfed a lot of the passive nodes for AoE as well. So it seems like they had attacked the range of explosions, the radius of specific abilities all across the board as far as I could see. So it's definitely going to be a little bit harder to get that AoE damage and hit as many targets as you were hitting before. They buffed block and parry by allowing it to block everything, but specifically designated anti-block abilities. So before, when it came to block and parry, there were certain attacks that you just could not block. Like no matter what you were doing, no matter what attack you had, you just couldn't block anything, right? It was just they would come in and it would just go right through your attack. If it was like a slam or some sort of ability that like hit behind you and like other things, there's just a lot of abilities that just weren't being blocked. They fixed it so that basically block and parry now block and parry everything that is not specifically designated as an anti-block ability. And those are usually like a big red attack, and it's really obvious, and they're like, no, you can't block this. This is like a mega slam, and you got to get out of the way, right? And that's one of the reasons why it seemed like they took a nerf on block chance, because they buffed up essentially everything that block could potentially apply to. They also fixed another issue, which was sometimes like when an ability comes from a different direction than the monster. So like if you've ever had an attack that, like, say for instance somebody casts Frozen Orb on you, or whatever it's called in this one, Eye of Winter, and it goes through you and then it's behind you, right? Well, technically the monster that cast it was in front of you, but the ability is behind you, and so it wasn't being blocked because the ability was behind you, even though you were technically like blocking to the direction of the monster. So they made it so that instead of the ability being blocked by where the ability is at that particular moment, it's instead where the monster is. Which could also fix a lot of the problems too, because a lot of the times, even though you were facing the monster, and that is potentially where the hit was coming from, and you should be blocking that hit, you were not blocking that hit. And this comes from the passive effect, by the way. Not the passive effect, the active blocking, like holding your shield up. A lot of the times it wasn't blocking the effect because the direction of the monster and the direction of the skill were like two opposing things, and so there was a problem there. So they also fixed that as well. Multiple complaints fixed about multiple skills, like all over the place. We were actually very surprised because there were so many things, I can't even list them all, of like little tiny details on skills that a lot of people really just complained about. Like magma spray, or magma shield or whatever, the one where you block and it does like a magma spray. Like that one never really worked properly because you had to like block the attack and then let it go like right when the monster blocked, and it was very difficult to use. Now it just sort of, if you're holding down the button, it will just automatically activate. I think within like 8 seconds or something, it will automatically do the spray if you block an attack within that time frame. Things like the lava mace attack, which I can't remember the name of right now, they made it so that you could actually not move during the attack if that's what you want to do. I mean, across the board, it seemed like a lot of the skills got the quality of life updates that they needed to actually function properly. And I'm super excited about a lot of them. Warrior got a lot of good changes. The Gemling Legionnaire slash oh, I can't even remember all the ascendancies on him. Very good changes across the board for the crossbow skills. The sorceress infusion system that they added in looks really interesting. It has to do with adding in additional effectiveness to a spell by collecting infusions, which are generated in a variety of ways. Like, for instance, you can grab a lightning infusion to add lightning damage to your firewalls, which will imbue your attacks with fire damage as well as lightning damage. And then, like, there's other things like adding in the ice infusion to your sparks can cause them to freeze things and adds extra ice sparks that come out. A lot of very interesting things with the sorceress infusion system, and I think a lot of people are going to enjoy it. Unified the negative resistance options. So there's a lot of negative resistance options in Path of Exile. You get the curses. There's like the fire curse, the lightning curse, the ice curse, the chaos curse, the frost bomb elemental weakness, the blah 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 blah. There's like 3,000 negative resistance options. So one of the things that they seem to have done is they unified all the curses into one elemental weakness curse instead of having like 3 or 4 different curses. I can't remember if the chaos one is included. The chaos one might not be included because they usually don't include that one. They also took a lot of the exposures, like fire exposure, lightning exposure, ice exposure, and unified them into a kind of a unified elemental exposure. Basically just taking a lot of those like ridiculous numbers of options and decreasing them a little bit to a, more acceptable level of options. And also they seem to have increased the amount of negative resistance that you can get from those options, to account for the fact that some of the options kind of disappeared as well. So in general, like, you can get, at least seems like, the same amount of negative resistance just with not having to use like 7 different sources of elemental weakness to obtain it, which is much better. They completely reworked the Chalupa monk, the Chayula monk. I played the Chayula monk like when it first came out, and I was very unimpressed. I did not like it. I tried to set up several different versions of it, like energy shield, life stealing, or mana stealing, or energy shield stealing, all sorts of various things with chaos damage, and I just didn't really like how it functioned. The changes that they've done to the Chalupa monk do look a lot better. Like, I think I haven't, obviously I haven't tested it yet, but from what I've seen on the outside, the superficial bonuses that it currently has, I think it looks very good, and I think people are going to enjoy it now. As well as, tons of other minor changes. Like, there's just so many little minor changes all over the board. And like I said, I highly recommend if you want to see the full patch notes. I mean, I sat here and read them all for like multiple hours. So there is tons here. And I'll link the patch notes in the video as well if you want to go look at it yourself. Moving while using ability speed buffs, including block and parry. So across the board, any ability that has any kind of movement to it, while using ability, they have kind of removed a lot of the restrictions of those. There still is a penalty, but it's a lot less than what it was before. So when your crossbow skills and like blocking and all sorts of various things that allow you to move and actually, like use the ability at the same time, seem to be better. Seasonal content is the Abyssal, which is essentially a loop of killing monsters, causing the abyss to spawn, killing the monsters that spawn out of the abyss, getting specific, like bones and items that pop out of the abyss and using them to upgrade items. There's also a boss involved, which looks pretty cool, and this really cool pit that you throw your items into to upgrade. It definitely seems really interesting, as well as a kind of like hidden sort of like potential upgrade for yourself. That seems kind of nice. Support gem overhaul. They kind of overhauled a lot of the support gems. I was actually surprised to see all of the support gem changes they made, and more than you would think. So what they did is they added tiers to the support gems, tiers 1, 2, and 3. Tier 1 being the lowest support gem, and tier you know, 2 being a middle ground, and then tier 3 isn't better than tier 2, but it does come with a special effect that tier 1 and 2 don't have. So tier 1 and 2 are upgrades. So 2 is a direct upgrade to 1 in its effectiveness, but 3 is not a direct upgrade to 2. It comes with a special sort of like ability that the other ones don't have. Like it might give you the ability to reload your shots in a specific way by like heavy stunning enemies, or it might offer you like additional like burn chance or something along those lines. It's definitely interesting. The tier 3s are interesting, not necessarily mandatory. The 2s definitely seem to be the best ones, but the 3s offer additional support that you might be interested in. They also added unique, they call them Legacy, I think was the name of them, support gems with unique effects, and they're definitely very interesting. Like, for instance, there was a Spell Echo one, which instead of echoing once, it actually echoed twice, which was really cool. There was a huge number of these, and I can hardly go over them all, but they were covered in the video if you want to check out the full version. Allowed the use of as many copy of the gems as you want. This was a huge change, absolutely massive change. So in the current Path of Exile 2, unless you were a Gemling Legionnaire or using a specific item, you could only use 1 copy of any gem at any time. So like if you wanted to use Brutality, for instance, you could only use 1 Brutality gem. But now you can use as many as you want. They kind of like sold this as essentially artificially limiting people's build freedom, and that it didn't really make a lot of sense because then you were locked to essentially 1 ability because some of the gems were kind of like mandatory for your build. Like, for instance, if you're a poison character and you want to set up multiple poison skills, well, there was only a couple poison gems, and well, you really couldn't set up multiple poison skills because you didn't have access to multiple poison gems. So the goal of this isn't really to like ruin the build freedom. It's actually to kind of increase the build freedom more than what we currently have, allowing you to actually maybe make a character that has multiple poison skills, you know, instead of just having like just 1 little baby poison skill. Which I think is much better than what we currently have. Speaking of damage overtimes and things like that, they seem to have also done a pass on dots. Which I don't know if they did this to poison, but they definitely did it to fire, which is where they added a modifier called flammability. Flammability seems to be this feature which allows you to get a I'm terrible. I'm sure I typed this wrong. Flammability, which basically allows you to get it's probably just 2 M's. There you go. Get this interesting effect, which is essentially where you apply a buff called flammability to the target. Depending on how much damage you did, when the flammability hits the target gains like more and more flammability until eventually they're ignited. Well, the damage that you do is calculated into the flammability so that when you hit the target with, say, like, let's pretend you hit the target with some big giant explosive grenade or something, right? But it wasn't enough to ignite the target. But you did like, 5,000 damage. It's going to calculate in that you did 5,000 damage so that if you hit the target later on with something like, say, Firewall for like 5 damage or something, it doesn't give you like a little baby ignite. And instead of giving you a little baby ignite, it's going to base the ignite magnitude off of the flammability. So the flammability specifically is going to determine the ignite like magnitude instead of just simply the skill that actually causes the ignite to happen. And hopefully what this would do is would allow you to actually run multiple fire skills without having to worry about causing a little baby ignite on the target instead of a giant mega ignite like you would want, which seems to be a relatively good change overall. Another very good change that they did in a similar vein is they essentially removed almost completely armor break consumption. So armor break consumption was something that I just never really thought worked very well. In fact, it was kind of like antithema of actually like playing a melee character, because why would you want to remove the armor break, which is giving you more damage? And yes, removing the armor break would buff up at least the skill that you were using at that particular point, but then every single skill afterward was losing damage until you rebroke the armor. And they seem to have completely removed armor break from the game as far as I can tell. Every ability that had armor break no longer has armor break, and instead has a different ability, which I can actually probably type in armor broken. No longer consumes fully broken armor, and instead hitting a fully broken enemy will apply a debuff that causes the enemy to take physical damage equal to 5% of the physical damage dealt by high velocity round that applied the debuff. And they call it, where is the... They had a name for the debuff here. I think it was called like fragmentation or something along those lines. I can't remember the name of the debuff, but there is a debuff. And as you can see here, it also does a very interesting mechanic. So in this particular case, it says equal to 5% of the physical damage dealt by the ability, right? So in this particular case, when we're talking about the way that they've changed it, it actually is really cool. I saw a kind of like a demo of it. Essentially, imagine that you did, and we'll pull up a little calculator here so we can do a calculation. Imagine you did 5,000 damage to the target, okay? And then you subtract 95% of that. Every time that you tap the target, you're going to deal 5% of that 5,000 damage to the target with any ability that you touch him with. It's going to dish out more physical damage to him in return. So take, for instance, an ability like a shotgun, crossbow skill that has, say, like 10 pellets. You multiply that by 10, and you're going to do like 2,500 damage for 250 for each pellet every single time you shoot your crossbow at the target that has this debuff on them, for the amount of damage that you did with your high velocity when you struck. Which means that if your high velocity does like 50,000 damage, then you subtract 95% from that, then you're going to do 2,500 damage per pellet times 10, and you're going to do like 25,000 damage per crossbow shot, which is pretty dang impressive considering that your high velocity only did 50,000 damage to begin with. Which means in 2 crossbow shots, you're going to immediately do the same amount of damage as your high velocity round. The goal of this apparently is to reward you for breaking the armor without taking away the armor break, and I think it's a pretty good, fair trade. They did, however, lock you to 1 copy of a skill. So back during, I think it was the Huntress season, or was it a season before that, they were doing silly things like adding like 13 Tempest Bells to their skill bar, and then like dropping every Tempest Bell, and then hitting them all at the same time, and having all these Tempest Bells go off at the same time, right? And, like GGG didn't like that. Well, apparently they really, really didn't like that, because now they've locked everyone to 1 copy of any skill on your bar. So you're no longer allowed to have 2 copies of a skill on your bar and do the silly stuff like we used to do with all the Tempest Spells. I tried it out too. It was kind of OP, to be perfectly honest. And they already nerfed that, and then apparently they're also locking you to 1 skill on your bar at any time, like 1 of every skill. It's funny because they took away the support gem, 1 support gem per character, and now they added the 1 skill per character, essentially, right? I don't know how that's going to work if you have like swaps. I don't know if you have another weapon. Can you have like a second skill with a second weapon? I don't know. I'm assuming not. Act 4 is finally here. Looks really good. It's not really much to say about it because I haven't played it. But of the information, of the visuals that they showed us and the storyline that they kind of shared with us, it looks very good. I'm actually very excited to not have to play Act 1 again in Cruel Mode. Cruel Mode is gone, by the way. So Cruel Mode is no longer in the game. Now that we have Act 4, they have just removed Cruel Mode, and they are going to give us some additional things to do in the process. Because Act 4 has been added, and they also have an Act 4 boss, we're also going to get that Act 4 boss in its own unique kind of like boss room, similar to the way that we have the current Act bosses in the end game, where you're going to look for a specific item to be able to do that particular boss as well. So that's going to be fun to fight that in the end game version. After Act 4, there's supposed to be Acts 5 and 6, but we don't have Acts 5 and 6 yet. And instead of adding cruel or making us repeat the same things again like they did before, which definitely would have been cruel, they gave us the interludes, which, if you're familiar with anime, is basically just interlude arcs. Or filler arcs. It's essentially filler arcs. They're side stories that don't really have anything to do with the main story. They're going to be fun to do to get our level 65 by the time we're done with them. But eventually they will go once the Acts 5 and 6 are added. But it's going to give us something interesting and fun to do in the meantime for these little filler arcs. I think it'll be fun to like play around with. They've also made huge additions and changes to the passive skill tree. There was a screenshot of it, but it's absolutely massive. They added 8 new clusters between the warrior and the witch, 15 new clusters in the warrior area, 23 new clusters in the mercenary area, 17 new clusters in the ranger and huntress area, 17 new clusters in the monk area, 25 new clusters in the witch sorceress area. They also added a bunch of crazy things and changed around some abilities, crazy changes to the passive tree. If you look at a picture of the before and the after of the passive tree, definitely some massive additions. They definitely did some Chongus level additions to the passive tree. Overall, I'm feeling pretty good. I think this is going to be a good patch. I think Warrior and Sorceress look like really fun builds this season. They did do a couple nerfs to the Warrior, but they did a lot of buffs and a lot of fixes to the Warrior also. And I think overall the Warrior looks like it's in a better place than it was before. The Sorceress definitely has some very fun things that you can potentially do with it, and so does the Mercenary. The Mercenary seems like it has a lot of very fun things that you can potentially do with it as well. They also added some very interesting ice mechanics to the mercenary skills that allow the mercenary to get all these little exploding little ice baubles that fall all over the place, and a lot of interesting interactions with those little ice baubles as well. So a lot of good changes. I think that I've already got a couple builds floating around in my head here. The ascendancy changes weren't really too ridiculous. There were definitely some ascendancy changes. Because they allowed all of the support gems to be used by all the characters any number of times you want, they did fix the Gemling Legionnaire passive and the unique item that allowed that particular effect. They changed it to something else because, of course, the Gemling Legionnaire used to be unique in the ability to use multiple support gems, and now he is no longer unique in the ability to use multiple support gems. So, interesting. But they did give him a very interesting, temporary, a buff in its place, which is if his support or his skills are mostly red, he gets hits against you have no critical damage bonus. If his skills are mostly blue, he gets 30% less cost, and if his skills are mostly green, he gets 40% less movement speed penalty from using skills while moving, which are all very interesting buffs for the Gemling Legionnaire. They also added an interesting totem, which is a crossbow totem. And it's a totem that essentially allows you to fire grenades, which is really neat. Another interesting buff to the basically the tactician, really. You could probably even use them on the warrior totem as well. Not a lot of changes to Amazon, but a little nerf to the critical notable passive, which probably was needed. It is pretty powerful. I played Amazon during the launch, and it was such a powerful character, so I can't even really complain. They did a complete overhaul on the concoctions as well. I'm not really sure exactly what to think about the concoctions, but definitely something to worth check out. Little bit of a nerf to some of the Deadeye skills, mainly in the form of the avidity, which gives you a chance to get your maximum frenzy charges. It no longer does that. It only gives you a 50% chance to gain an additional charge, which is a pretty big nerf for anyone who was stacking frenzy charges, but not as much of a nerf for those people who were not stacking frenzy charges. I think you actually get slightly better if you weren't stacking frenzy charges, and a lot worse if you were stacking frenzy charges. If you had 17 frenzy charges, a 30% chance to gain full frenzy charges is massive. But if you have like 3 frenzy charges, a 50% chance to gain an additional charge is way better than a 30% chance to gain maximum charges. You kind of see what I'm saying? It seems like they tried to balance it more around people who were actually using small amounts of frenzy charges than those people who were using maximum frenzy charges, which I've done both. And they're both valid builds, but the maximum frenzy charge got a lot of attention with the barrageable stuff, because of course you get all the extra bonuses from having multiple barrage frenzy charges for your barrage. These are the changes for the Acolyte of the Chinchilla. I'm not going to read every single one of them, but I am going to point out some of the more like important ones. Like this one right here, now grants Leech recovered based on chaos damage as well as physical damage, which is really cool. Also, there's this one here, which changes your Flames of Chinchilla color, which was kind of interesting. And then one of the coolest ones that I saw in here was this one, which is... instead, it now grants chaos damage from hits to also contribute to ignite chance and magnitude, freeze buildup, or shock chance, changing every 2 seconds. So your chaos damage will be able to freeze, ignite, and shock on a rotating pattern of every 2 seconds, allowing you to build a very interesting multiple ailment build, which could be extremely powerful. And I think there's definitely some fun to be had there with a multiple ailment Acolyte of Chinchilla, which could be very fun. Trying to think if there's anything else. Oh yeah, banners. I did forget about banners. Banners have been like kind of the poopiest things that ever existed, I swear, ever since they were invented in the game. And it's really sad because I really love like the Captain in Lord of the Rings Online, which had like amazing banners. And I thought the banners in this game were like absolutely trash. They did a pass on them and they buffed them up significantly. And they also removed the Valor mechanic and instead added a different mechanic called a Glory mechanic, which doesn't seem to function the same way as the Valor mechanic. And I guess that's why they, you know, gave it a different name. It definitely seems like they're a hell of a lot stronger than they were before. I took a look at some of the banners, and some of the banners had way stronger buffs than the previous versions. And let me like go down to some of these. So here's the Defiance banner. Aura now grants 30% more armor and evasion, previously 6 to 9, and 30% increased movement speed, previously 5%. Now has a duration of 9.8 seconds, previously 6.9. So as you can see, kind of very interesting. Like it gives a lot more than the previous version. The Dread banner down here gives 0.5 flash charges, previously 1.17, 60% more elemental threshold, previously 15%, and now grants 4% to all maximum elemental resistances. Very interesting as well. And like all the banners seem to have been buffed significantly. The War banner down here grants 25% more attack damage, 50% increased attack rating, and 25% increased attack speed. All of these look like they might actually function in a build now. Like I might actually be interested in putting some of these on my character. Another one of the big changes that they made to the banners is before the banners used to disappear if you left the circle of the banner, making it so that like casting them was really stupid because you're moving really fast. A lot of the times you don't have time to stand still. Sometimes you have to dodge out of effects, and it just never really made a lot of sense that the banners would constantly disappear when you just like stepped your toe outside of them. Well, they made it so that they don't disappear anymore. If you walk outside of them, they're not going to disappear, which is very good in my opinion, and just like a much needed change. They also limited them to only one allowed to be placed at any given time. But on top of that, there also are some passive tree or tactician ascendancies, which can increase the total number of banners if you're interested in doing that. Just a good change overall, which I think is definitely going to be very nice. Other than that, they also have the weapon swap, so I almost forgot that. So they made weapon swapping instantaneous, which was a really good change. I should probably throw that down here. So weapon swap is now instant. So for those of you who like to do weapon swapping builds, but weapon swap always felt a little bit clunky, like going back and forth between, you know, like two turds or whatever, like you like they displayed it and it was instantaneous. Like you press the button and it's just doot, 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 doot. Instantaneous now, it's going to feel a lot better if you want to try and do like a swapping build. I think it's going to be pretty cool. They did, however, nerf some things that had to do with swapping, like apparently Blink and a couple other skills. Let's see if I can find it real quick here. So before you get too excited, there's the swapping weapons is now instant right there. There is a change in here about specific skills. Where is the specific skills? Is it swapping? There is a list of specific skills. I do believe that Blink was one of them. Yes. Okay. So Blink, Convalescence, and Sacrifice can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. They are now required to be active in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if this is not possible. So they did limit Blink, Convalescence, and Sacrifice to essentially not be swappable. I guess they decided that they didn't like the fact that Blink, Convalescence, and Sacrifice could be put on an off weapon and then not actually used, and so you like swap over and then use it on the off weapon and then swap back to your main set. They didn't like that, so apparently they're just taking that away entirely. So if you want to use Blink, you got to have it active on both weapon sets, or it doesn't work. If you want to use Convalescence, you got to have it active on both weapon sets, or it doesn't work. And the same thing goes with Sacrifice. Spirit cost of specters. So this was a big one for the Huntress patch. There was a big thing with specters, and on some specters got turned off. Some specters got like deleted from existence. Some got rebalanced and like nerfed and a bunch of other things. They rebalanced all the specters. So rebalanced the specters to essentially cost kind of like the same amount. So those with high spirit costs are now generally cheaper, and those with low spirit costs are generally more expensive, and they should be about the same now, is what they're trying to say. They also increased the damage of both the Spectre Beast and the Tame Beast by 25% on all gem levels, and they also reactivated some of the Spectres that had been disabled. I don't remember all the ones they reactivated, but I could potentially just search for Spectre. Bind Spectre, not that one. Treant Foulspawn can once again be bound as a Spectre, so that one's there, right there. They also added some penalties for lower resistance. So this was something that I noticed. It was a very specific change. Here it is. So this is the more specific change. So elemental exposure now has 15% less effect on blue monsters, 30% less effect on the yellow monsters, and 50% less effect on the unique monsters. So this means that if, for instance, you have negative 50% to a specific negative, elemental exposure, then it's only going to be 25% on that unique monster instead of 50. And this is across the board for a lot of this stuff, so it's definitely something that you want to pay attention to. They also kind of nerfed it in another way. So a lot of people in the past may have been using, like a relatively low-level curse, right? So you might have been using a curse that has like very, very low level, like maybe a level 8 curse or something, or a level 9 curse, just to get away from stat, reductions, because you don't have enough stats to actually use the curse, and you're just trying to squeeze it in to make sure that it actually works. Well, they also added a kind of a penalty here, and this is it right here. Curse skills and skills that apply elemental exposure cannot apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher level than the skill's own level requirement. This requirement is fairly lenient and disappears completely by high level gems. So basically what this means is that if you had a relatively low tier curse, like say like a level 8 curse or something, and you try to use that on a relatively high level monster, it just will not work. They seem to be very upset with people using low tier gems to get away from stat requirements, and they're trying to prevent that from occurring. However, conversely, on the other side, one thing that I did forget to mention is that they also lowered stat requirements across the board. So they lowered stat requirements of skills and gems. I believe it's also support gems. And I think also some equipment. I can't remember the full amount of it, by about 25%. They lowered essentially the stat requirements by a lot. They saw that a lot of people were having trouble like getting access to pieces of equipment. I wonder if that's actually in here. 25%, 25%. There's so many 25% in here. Good job, Ginger. That is definitely not the correct thing to search for, sir. Sources, no, sources of area of effective and low by 25%. Yeah, I remember that one. There's so much to go through on these patch notes. They were absolutely massive. Just like my head. I'm just kidding. Just like my dog is more like it. Yeah, many supports have multiple tiers as you progress, providing different stat values. It's in here somewhere, but you just take my word for it. I don't really need to find it. It's about 25% reduction across the board. So if you were looking at something that had about, say, like 212-ish like stat requirement before, it's probably somewhere around like 150, 140 at this point. Which is going to help a lot in using the gems. So even though you can see that they're trying to prevent you from using the low tier gems, they also reduce the stat requirements so you shouldn't have to use the low tier gems. It should make it a lot easier to reach that point. One of the things that they were trying to say was that with this stat in decrease is that they felt like a lot of people were spending most of their passive points on essentially stats, right? So like when you're in the passive tree, most of the points that you were spending were on strength, dexterity, or intelligence. And you weren't really spending a lot of time spending those points on the things that actually made your character special or strong in any way, shape, or form. You just, let me get my, 200 strength, or let me get my, whatever. Speaking of 200 strength, they also changed the passive that gives you the ability to wield a one-hander and a two-hander in one hand. It seems like they might have removed the stat requirement, but I'm not sure. It was kind of like, it was kind of vague, but it definitely did seem like they changed the penalty in some way. So it might not require triple strength anymore. I mean, that's something that I'm going to have to check when I log in. I think that's pretty much it. I tried to remember everything, and even though I tried to surmise this as much as possible, it still took me like 50 minutes to go over all these notes, and that just par for the course. I mean, since it took me literally like, what was it? 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, like 5, 6, 7 hours to go over all these notes. I guess 50 minutes isn't that bad. And you can always play me on 2 times. I think this is going to be a really good patch. I'm excited for it. A lot of good changes. A lot of things that I complained about, like personally. Like I was complaining about a lot of these things, like individually, and like block not working against everything, and evasion, like all the things going through evasion and you're getting hit anyway, and like how evasion just didn't really protect you against damage when you did get hit. Now evasion does protect you against damage when you get hit. You can actually block everything now. Like a lot of the small things, like the fact that the lava spray, like, would always move whenever you did it. You can actually stand still while you're using it. The magma barrier actually allows you to like block properly now and hold down the button, and you don't have to release it all the time. Like there's so many good changes that I think that this patch is going to be absolutely amazing. Another little tiny thing that I did forget was they moved around a lot of the levels. Around a lot of the levels of the skills. Some went up, some went down. So when you log in and you see like the skill panel, it might look a little bit different than you remember, because like some of the skills might be a little bit higher level than others. Some of the skills might be a little bit lower level than the others. It might take a little bit of getting used to. In fact, it's kind of crazy. There's so many changes here. So many changes that it honestly probably might even feel like a different game when you log in. Between the support gem changes, the essence changes, the skill changes, the movement changes, like the freaking player changes, the ascendancy changes, the passive changes, the unique changes, just one after the other. Like the Act 4, the interludes. It's going to be like a whole new freaking game on August 29th. I will be there, of course. It's August 29th off at 1 p.m., I think, PST. It's going to be fun. I hope you enjoyed this little, little patch note covering Doojank. If you want to see the full version, I'll put the link for that video down in the description as well for you. And as always, keep watching. All right. That's a really good summary. 50 minutes. Let's go. Oh, man. I feel like I did a good job summarizing everything, too. And 50 minutes is just... That's still a lot. That's still a lot. Okay? That's still a lot. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, boop, beep, boop. I'm uploading the file right now. I don't think I missed anything. Cooking with bacon grease? That's right. Cooking with bacon grease. Cooking with bacon grease. All right. So Path of Exile to 0.3 patch summary. The third edict. Yeah, if you didn't watch the patch note video, you missed me. Calling that one skill the ass skill. That was amazing. And also the Taco Bell jokes. Those were pretty funny, too. Those are very funny. There was a whole bunch of, like, really silly Taco Bell-ish names in there. I don't know what the hell's going on with those. Like, diluted, what was it? Diluted liquid or, like, liquid butt cheeks? Something about butt cheeks in there. There was definitely butt cheeks. I know there was butt cheeks. Butt cheeks. Come on down some butt cheeks. Beep, 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 beep. This ain't hard work, man. I need some, like, ultra hydration doojanks. That's what I need. Sometimes my voice be cracking and, like, I can feel it. Like, it's dying under the strain. It's like, you can't make it. And then I drink so much water trying to keep my voice box hydrated that, like, it don't work. Like I be getting like the extra dry throat from extra dry land. I'm not sure which character I want to play. There's a lot of exciting stuff to mess around with. Like I feel like the support gem thing on its own, like even if you just look at the support gems being able to use in multiple things. I think they have opened up so many fun builds just with that. Like that alone has made me more excited than anything else. I remember like when we first played and I was telling Leon I thought my favorite ascendancy was the Gemling Legionnaire because I could use more than one support gem. Like I absolutely loved using more than one support gem and like that was really fun to me. And now that every single class has access to the very same like support gem stuff, that's insane. I love it. Now everybody can use multiple support gems. Not that I want to use the same support gem like 13 times or anything, but like they explained in the video, like if you're a poison character and you have access to, you know, like the poison things that actually make your abilities poison targets. Like, and you want to use more than one poison ability, you're just SOL because you only have one support gem that poisons, and you need the other support gem with that one to make everything function right. And so you're just screwed. You only get one poison ability, and that's it. And it's just kind of boring. Like, at least now you can have two poison abilities or three poison abilities, you know? Like, you can actually have more than one poison ability, and I think that's honestly really freaking cool. I like it. I like the change. I think it's a good change overall. I think most people are going to enjoy it. I do think that it's going to lead to a little bit of like, you know, like best choice scenario where a lot of the times people are going to be using just the best option because the best option is the best option. But that's something that they can potentially, what's the term I'm looking for? That they could potentially build around. Like they can start balancing the support gems so that there's not obvious winners. Which is something that I think a lot of developers do worry about, is they worry about having obvious winners where like this option is just obviously better than that option, and why would I use that option when this option is better? And then you end up going with the, you know, the best options overall, right? But they can balance around that eventually. It would take them a little bit of time, but I think it opens up more to be able to do that. I like it. Let's delete these. I'm trying to get like most of the stuff set up here. Yes, okay, save you. Upload it. Upload it, okay. We got it, upload it. Do I not have the third edict thing here? Like, what the hell? I thought I had that in here somewhere. It's too much going on. I got the D4 PTR. We got this awesome thing happening here. I kind of want Theorycraft for Path of Exile now, but I mean, like, it's not like I have access to everything, so probably can't do it as well as I would like to. You ran over two guys. What the hell? Why'd you run people over? Don't run people over. Do not do the run it over. This is the bad. Don't do this. Do not do. Do not do. Do not do. Any specific builds got you excited, Leon? Or are you
I have no clue.
I can't believe I'm even saying this, but the Chalupa monk with the multiple ailments does seem really interesting.
Yeah, he looks cool.
It does look interesting. I mean, you don't have to be a monk, right? You could be something else. You don't gotta run quarter staves, and you don't gotta run like evasion armor. You could try something else.
There was another ascendancy that gave infusions besides Sorc that had nothing to do with Sorc. So I think infusions are going to go more than Sorc related skills.
That's what I would assume. It seemed like it was spells specifically, like spells. I don't know exactly like how many spells, but it seemed to be spells more so than anything else.
I was thinking warrior, but I don't know. I'm not big on dot damage. Like I'd have to think about igniting.
So don't do dot damage.
I mean, I could convert fire to shock. I mean, there's ways to do that.
Yeah, there's ways you can convert just about any skill if it's weapon damage based. As long as it's weapon damage based, you can convert it to basically anything. Spells are a little bit more difficult because you need like items to potentially pull it off, but
sometimes it's nice to dive out of your comfort zone to learn about other ways. So I might force myself to do it. Some of the new bow stuff looked interesting as well. I was a big snipe fan. Like I made a snipe build and PoE 1 a long time ago, and I like snipe.
the armor changes are amazing. The armor break and removing the armor break change
Yeah.
to the other thing, that looks really cool too. I'm actually kind of excited about that because I never liked the armor removal mechanic, and like changing it to the way they got it now looks really fun. It's more than just one ability too. I noticed it was 2 or is it 3 abilities? I can't remember.
There's a couple in there.
Broken high velocity rounds is 1, and Sunder also does. Sunder looks really good. Sunder looks amazing. It has like a physical damage increase on it or something, 20% increased physical damage taken during the duration. That looks really nice.
I was thinking about just leaning into the armor break thing because the fire inherits the armor break, but then I assume you can do exposure on top of that and negative res on top of that. Like it seems like it'd be crazy damage.
All right, cheesy thumbnail engaged. I knew today was going to be a big day, but I didn't expect a 12-hour live stream. You love Diablo, Savage Slothcore? Ah, well, you found the right channel, my friend. Your brother has led you to the correct place because I play it like every single day, my friend. You should check out my YouTube channel. I literally have like thousands of videos for Diablo. Look at this, look, playlists. Check this out, look. I'll show you what I got for Diablo. I got Diablo 4. I got Diablo Monster Families, Diablo 2 Monster Families. I got a bunch of them videos. There's 20 of them videos. And then I got, look at this, 19. Oh, that's Path of Exile. Hold on. Let's go down some further. I got D2 Super Unique Monsters. There's 5 videos of those. I got Seed Variable Manipulation for D2. Yeah, that's pretty good too. I also got Diablo 4 Season 6 videos. And then I got even more videos on here. Look at this. Diablo 2 Season 6. I got Diablo 2 Single Player Series. 34 videos there. I got Season 5 videos for Diablo 2. A whole bunch. I got even more. That's not even all. I got Season 4 videos. I got solo self-found videos. That's my solo self-found druid. I got a solo self-found run for every class. I got Season 3. There's the Sunder Charms, the Ladder 2. There's my son, little song parodies and crap. Paladin skills, assassin skills, barbarian skills, this Amazon skills, item bases. I got unique charms, unique staves, unique pole arms, unique belts, unique helmets, unique gloves, unique armors, rings and amulets, spears, boots, shields, scepters, swords, Hathorgor items, wands, axes, bows, crossbows, daggers, everything you could ever want. I even can walk you through installing D2R on your Steam Deck if that's what you would like. I mean, honestly, I have like literally thousands of Diablo 2 videos, as well as tons of other videos too, if you really want to check out some cool content. A lot of them are live streams of Diablo 2, which are many hours long and are very fun. And you can always hang out with me while we're playing. When we play new seasons, we always play together, by the way. So if you want to join us, you're more than welcome to join us. We do season starts, and when we do season starts, we usually group up and everybody hangs out together. Right now, we are not on a Diablo 2 season, and I don't know when the next season starts. But if you'd like to see one of my season starts, this was the latest season start right here. And I will link that for you. This is the Season 11 launch day. This was only a month ago, by the way. So if you're really interested in Diablo 2, I have tons and tons of Diablo 2 content. I also have Diablo 4 content. I do not have Diablo 3 content. I do not like that game. In fact, when it comes to ARPGs, I have tons of content. In fact, the developers of Diablo 2 are working on a new game. A lot of them are. It's called Moonbeast Game right now, but they are coming out with a actual official name later. And Moonbeast Game is looking really, really good. Looking absolutely amazing. And like, this is essentially a game made by the original Diablo 2 creators. It's currently in pre-alpha, but if you want to check that out as well, this is looking really good. It's got a freaking Herodra cube in there. It's got runes. It's got gems. It's got much of the same things that make Diablo 2 great, and I'm actually pretty excited about it. There's also Titan Quest 2, which is also really amazing. That's a really good ARPG that only just recently came out, and I'd highly recommend that one as well, because that one's really fun. If you want to join the community, you're more than welcome to join the community, hang out with us. We got tons and tons of like people in here already. They show up when they want to, though. I can't guarantee you that anyone will be in line at any given time. At the beginning of a season, though, when a season launches, like when Path of Exile 2 launches, or when Diablo 4 season launches, or when Diablo 2 season launches, a lot of people will be in here, and that's usually when the most people are hanging out together if you want to have fun. Like, sometimes people are like, they're like, oh, I don't know if I want to play the season. I'm like, but that's literally the time when everybody's on. Like, you complain that nobody's on, and like the time when everybody's on is the season start. Like, that's if you want to play with other people, that's the time to hop on and come play with everybody, because we've got like literally sometimes 10, 20, 30 people in here for a season start. And we're all trading and talking back and forth and hanging out and smoking and chewing bubble gum and eating beef jerky and farting. Definitely lots of farting. We do a lot of farts. Many farts. And we make lots of con jokes. It's always Con's fault, by the way. Just to get you like started on the right track. It's always Con's fault. I was kind of interested in this frost art skill, by the way. I thought this was kind of interesting. They added just like a kind of like a generic basic frost darts ability, and I don't even know if they really thought much about it, but like they kind of were just like threw it in there. They were like, oh yeah, we added a frost darts ability. It does look kind of neat. Like you can add like the general like multiple projectiles and various other things to it. It could be kind of interesting to play with. Who knows? Might even be fun to set up on like a do like a Deadeye Frost Darts character.
That does infusion scaling.
And it also does infusion scaling. That's right.
So is it a spell or is it an attack?
I think it's a spell. Frost Darts conjures a number of icy projectiles that launch toward the target. Projectiles that hit chilled or frozen targets create chunks of ice that deal additional damage on impact in the ground. Consumes a cold infusion if possible to cause each projectile to lodge into the enemy and then explode.
That's the ice fragments from the ice tips above there that I was thinking of. That whole system looks interesting.
Oh yeah, ice tipped arrows looks good too for like the bow skills and stuff. It says it only says barrageable bow skills though, so it has to be it has to interact with barrage apparently. That's what makes it work. And it seems to be based around like the frenzy charges. So it would be another frenzy build. The Toxic Bloom also looked interesting for a for any kind of poison builds. That also seemed really neat. I know you want to be a Thor warrior. Don't even lie. You want to be a Thor warrior.
For the hammers. The dual wield hammers sound interesting. 2 hammers.
All right, Night Savage.
Yeah, but I don't know what ascendancy. It goes back to what ascendancy do I want to do?
Mm-hmm. 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 Maybe we can find that ability real quick and see if there was any tags on it so we know what tags it has. Here, hold on, let me see. Let's pull up the do jank and then we'll check it against the do spank. Gonna check the do 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 do. Alright, let's see if we can find it. Boom, 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 boom. I don't remember where it was. Is that it? No. They hadn't even gotten to the warrior yet. I think the warrior was second, right?
Was it at the
Or was it
beginning or was it in the
first?
skills
Or maybe it was
section?
first. Yeah, warrior was first. Oh yeah, there's the Sunder Change. The Sunder Change looks amazing for a physical damage build. Fully broken, armor broken targets. Inflicts sundered armor on hitting fully broken targets, causing 20% increased physical damage taken. That looks really nice. Sundered armor has 6-second duration or until fully broken armor is removed. Where is the Forge Hammer?
It's at 1853.
Volcanic Fissure. Okay, there you go. So it's an AoE, melee, slam, sustained fire duration. Interesting. It only converts 30% of physical to fire. So you don't have to build fire.
Well, I guess the fissures part is the part. They don't have a picture of that part of it because I assume that part's raw fire. If you're doing the exploding part.
Yeah, I don't know. It says aftershocks. So it says using a slam skill on them will cause an aftershock, which spreads to all connected fissures. They did mention that changing like all the fissure bonuses to aftershock bonuses. So I guess technically if you were building this, you would be building it to aftershock. They said only the first hit counts as a fissure and then everything else is an aftershock. So I'm pretty sure if I remember aftershock was physical damage, wasn't it?
I don't know. I need a warrior crash course. I might play warrior before the patch.
I mean, it might not be a bad idea, but a lot of the skills like just never really functioned very well. I think you might find that your information that you get now is going to be flawed. Unfortunately, it's just that like a lot of the warrior abilities were fixed in this. Like they talk about what they did to fix them. Like when you watch it, they talk about how like the abilities just didn't really function the way that they intended them to function. Like you were moving when you didn't want to move, and like the ability wasn't like blocking properly, or like it wasn't I don't know. It's like all of the warrior abilities were like that, and it looks like they fixed every single one. So I don't even know if like going by what we have currently is even a good idea.
Molten blast.
I'm running out of tape. I'm almost at 12 hours, so that's about to be nighty night time for me.
Yep. Tired too. Lot to think about.
Yeah, a lot to think about. I mean, I'm not sure. Like, I feel like I know in my heart that the build that I really enjoy is the ice arrow character, the one I made. That was like one of my favorite builds so far. And I think making another ice arrow character looks really fun this season with the changes that they made. I think they made a significant number of changes to the ice arrow build to make it very interesting to go that direction. I also think they made a lot of very interesting changes to the warrior to make it very interesting to go that direction, because I always like block chance characters. So I'm kind of twisted. Like, I'm kind of turned around. I don't know exactly which way I want to go. Like, I mean, I don't have to do Gemling Legionnaire anymore, so I guess I could pick a different ascendancy than what I normally do, which would open up a lot of options for me, since the support gem options have definitely opened up a ton. I mean, it looks insane by comparison to before. Like, as a person who's played a lot of Warrior, like, looking at the changes that they did to Warrior, like, I just think it's like massive. Like, the changes are just too much for me to even like calculate in my brain, because like if you take it all in as a whole, I mean, they fixed blocking, right, which is a big thing on Warrior. And if you go Warrior, you might do blocking as well. I don't know. But like, they fixed blocking almost entirely. Like, it seems like, yes, it's going to be a lower percent chance, but it's actually going to work versus everything, which is going to be a very good trade-off. They did a really good pass on armor, making armor a lot stronger, and armor is obviously what you generally use with your warrior anyway. You could go another way, but I mean, you definitely have armor as an option, and it looks really good this season. They took a pass over like all of the warrior skills that were not functioning properly, like the ones that just kind of worked really wonky, or like the Sunder, which took the armor break away, which was really stupid, and they gave it like a really nice buff, or like in general, like the abilities that were making you move when you didn't want to move, or like they took a pass, and like the magma barrier and all the skills just seem to look like they actually work properly now, which is amazing. And I think the whole warrior as a whole is going to feel much better, like across the board. Just simply because they fixed most of the things that were wrong with the warrior. I mean, this is the season. Like, if you've been avoiding the warrior, I think this is the season to hop in and get your warrior feet wet. I'm actually considering it too. Like, I really like that ice boson, but the warrior has always been a very, the like almost like paladinish style character. Like, especially the shield charge changes, like no longer having a cooldown, and like, I was kind of upset that they kind of nerfed the damage on the shield charge, but at the same time, they also really did actually like do it a big favor by removing the cooldown too. So I can't really be mad that the damage is lower when I can spam it, right?
Yeah, the shield charge. You also have the shield wall, and it has a large multiplier based on the distance traveled now, so you can kind of set it up to do more damage that way.
I thought Giant Blood was a kind of like a lateral move, not a nerf. Wasn't it more of a lateral move? So that's the one where you get triple attribute requirements, right? That's the one where you literally have to have like massive amounts of strength to be able to use
600 or 800 strength to dual wield them.
Yeah,
didn't the maces.
I thought they did more than nerf it. Like, maybe I misread the patch notes, and maybe you're dead on. But like, I thought it was more of a like lateral move sideways.
I thought they didn't say, but it seemed like they got rid of the attribute requirement and they just made it a life penalty.
Yeah, what it seemed like to me was you no longer have to have triple the strength requirement to use it, but it lowers the amount of life that you're getting from your strength, which isn't the only life that you get in the game anyway. Like, yes, your strength is a big bonus of your life, but there's plenty of other ways to get life too. I mean, it sounds to me like they removed this in exchange for that.
There's an item that allows you to do that too. So you don't even need the keystone. You can go for the item. Pretty sure. And then the other thing too is you could, if you really want to scale life, you could probably scale life with Dex instead with that new node.
I mean, if you're saying that they didn't remove the triple attribute requirement, then yeah, it's a nerf.